Welcome, Triton Poker Series fans, one and all worldwide, to continuing coverage of our first ever cash game invitational from the Maestral Resort and Casino here in Montenegro, presented in part by GG Poker, Ali Nejad, and Randy Liu, pleased to bring you not that which we brought you across the past couple of days, but how about 1,000, 2,000 with a 5K big blind ante and a $500,000 minimum buy-in. No limit hold'em action. Feast your eyes on the 7 who will kick things off today. Action-packed lineup this one rates to be. Randy?
Yeah, you know, day 1 and day 2 was obviously amazing, and we're like, let's just escalate things a bit more. Bigger buy-in, bigger ante means bigger action, and we brought all the big action players here at the featured table. And you know, Elton, Tsang, Xuan, they were big highlights in day 1 and day 2. This time we brought them together alongside Andy Nee, Paul, Esti, Ivey, and Handz.
You know, we were sitting around and we had this 2-liter of Diet Coke and then this pack of Mentos, and we were thinking to ourselves, what would happen if we put the Mentos into the Diet Coke? And I think that's what we're going to see over here. Some explosive action, no question about it. 4 full frames of 2 hours with a seat redraw every 2 hours. Esti Wang has performed quite well across the first 2 days, has impressed very much so. Opening with pocket 6s here under the gun to 7K.
Or do yoga?
Yeah. I think I need some.
Message me.
Huh?
Just message me. We do it all the time.
Phua on the button with ace 10. Flats, Andy Nee holding a 6.
5 a.m. and then game starts again.
Outflops the field here with bottom pair.
I haven't been sleeping good here.
But I was thinking maybe it's a good idea to do some yoga moves while playing poker. You're not in a hand all the time. You have like a few minutes here, a few minutes there.
It's better for you to, you should stand up like every 20 minutes.
2 checks in front of Paul's gut shot straight draw. He checks back. Andy has the only flush draw.
Yeah, and the only pair as well.
It adds up to like about, just all the moves you need to do in usually like a 1-hour session, right?
No,
You know what I mean?
Not quite the same, but yeah.
Yet another round of checks, and now Andy, wire-to-wire post-flop leader, makes the flush. I don't think he's going to be altogether proud of that 6 of spades.
All the yoga teaching.
Usually with a small spade like this, you're looking to bluff catch rather than value bet it. Checking over to Paul. No spade in hand.
No pair either, and that's left him feeling like a bet is the only way to win this pot, rightfully so. 18,000. 2/3 sizing here, and for Andy, I don't think he's altogether concerned about ST having a spade behind him.
I mean, there is some concerns, just depending on, that's what makes it tricky. If he was an STC, he probably would call pretty quickly. But here, sometimes ST's got like a queen of spades and he's just like, overcalling now. The flush is down.
Pocket 6s.
ST hasn't folded yet.
He's a winner, and you see, remarkably, ST catches the bluff. That is remarkable.
Red 6s? Look at this board, Ali.
I'll tell you what, you're going to have to fight for every pot. That's the message sent there. Andy advising.
He had the flush.
Yeah, that pot was his for the taking. And as you pointed out, Randy, if he was an ST seat, it would have been a much easier proposition. I know it's a single data point, but like I said, if that pot is any indication, there's not going to be any gimmies out here today.
1 and 2, right?
I'm just
1, 2,
still
5?
so impressed by that call. Wow, Esti, he's sick.
I'm alarmed by the call, Randy. I'm scared.
Yeah, I'm probably packing things up. You know what? He didn't have to show his hand because Paul mucked, so no one knows how big of a call he just made.
That's a really good point. Yesterday, you'll remember, as we see Ivey taking us upstairs with the ace-9, picking up both blinds for the ride. Jozo, I believe it was, got called with a worse ace-high
Oh, yes. No,
on the river and presumed that there wasn't a world in which his ace-high was going to be good at showdown, so he just put it in the muck, and his hand was actually a winner. Tens of thousands of dollars
it
in
was
the
like
middle in that one.
82,000 or so. And that was to Andy Nee.
That's right. And it was 80-something thousand in the pot, and Andy, right on cue, collecting this one. Jack 4 board. Ivey followed through with a 6K bet, and Andy said, no. Made it 14,000 and nowhere to go for the ace-9 Dean Phil.
You know how Andy is. He's always looking for ways to win pots. Doesn't need to connect.
Well, we need to connect with all of you who are streaming us live, many of whom have been there from the onset of day one of this first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Festival, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, on YouTube, on the Triton Poker Series channel, or on our Twitch channel. Hello, welcome. Glad to have you with us. Many of the familiar faces already in the chat. Those less familiar, who I imagine may not already be aware of just how valuable it is and how little it is that we ask for, do us a favor, follow, like, subscribe. Help us to continue to deliver the finest in streaming poker entertainment to you free of charge. And deliver to Handz in the big blind, top 2 pair, out flopping Xuan, who was followed through for 7,000 on his cutoff open with these 9s, understandably.
25.
And that's not enough, says Handz.
Yeah, he's playing it very fast, top 2 pair. On this texture, it looks a bit more bluffy just because hands tend to slow play on these flops, and that's why Xuan is bet calling his 2 9s right now.
Board pairing 6 isn't going to be cause for concern.
A little bit of hands do beat him now, in case it was an overpair, but you're right, the 6, generally speaking, is a good card for hands. With the arrival of a flush draw as well, he can represent some more bluffs. Get looked up another street, possibly.
45.
This is a little dangerous in terms of sizing. Granted, appropriate into the 70K, but if Tan did have the kings or the aces, that queen 7 would have been counterfeited here. Relieved to have those 2 9s made a believer. Handz, by the way, he's been involved in some other streaming cash games.
He only shows up when the buy-ins are massive. And it's his first time at a Triton series.
That it is.
So, right at home, highest stakes possible. Up the stakes, he's still here.
The one thing that I can always say, with respect to anybody whose first time it is at a Triton Poker Series, unless that trip happens to bust you, it's usually not going to be your last. And I'll tell you what, the stakes are big enough that if you're out here stretching your roll,
yeah, you might be living a bit dangerously,
Oh,
but
yeah,
I don't
for
think
sure.
these guys are on case money by any means.
no. All the ingredients are here, by the way, as we see Handz with the jacks, 3-betting over the top of an Esti open. The straddle on here, courtesy of Elton, who very much is a proponent. Back-to-back pickups for Handz.
Of course, Ivey had to get away from the 8s once he sees that kind of action.
Good early start for Handz.
Come on.
Note, by the way, that when we took the buy-in up to $500,000, Elton, Tang, they weren't going to miss out.
No.
They're the types that absolutely relish deep stack poker. In fact, we surmised yesterday as we observed Xuan really getting involved as a 3-better versus even early position raisers with deeply questionable hands, was simply trying to get heads up against the deepest stacks in the game to play massive pots, especially as he made an effort to climb out of an almost $300,000 hole. And this one is going to be finding more chips being sent toward the middle. 58,000 out there. Top pair for Handz on the button against Esti, who's got the club draw. Handz a 3-better to 25,000 pre-flop. Over the top of the 7K open sizing from Esti. Note, by the way, that yesterday with the 1-2-2K big blind ante, 5K was often the sizing pre, sometimes 6. Here we're going to 7, and I think it's very much a function of that 5K ante.
It's completely that reason. Turn card is very interesting because ST picks up a gut shot now.
Yeah, and that's courtesy of having check called the $35,000 C-bet on the flop. Board goes 2 tones, pot grows to $128,000. And it wasn't all that long ago, Randy, that talking about a $128,000 pot after a river bet call or all-in call would have been considered something newsworthy in the poker world. But since the inception of Triton, these sorts of figures have become far more commonplace, though they were once upon a time eye-watering and incomprehensible. Full pot size barrel here from Handz, 130,000. And what kind of appetite does ST have here?
Well, the thing is, him betting full pot makes it seems his hand is quite committing. So even though ST's picked up additional outs, it's not as enticing. And he's out of position. If he check calls here, he's pretty much forced to hit his hand. Can he check jam is a question he's asking. He needs to make sure if he was to go aggressive, will his opponent bet fold any hands, which is important. Sometimes his clubs are actually covered in this spot. Say Handz is betting a big draw himself.
I do think, though, that with the way that this pot has come down, where Handz is a 3-better pre-flop, the ace being a club on the board does help us feel better about our flush draw, as opposed to if the 2 clubs were not ace high on the board, where Hanz's combo could be a suited ace-X of clubs.
Yeah, it just hurts to fold that much equity, but you're just not getting the right price out of position.
You know what else hurts, though? Is calling 130,000 and then seeing a brick roll off on the end and just giving up. So ST does relinquish, as Handz is very much off to the solid start.
You did make a good point, though, earlier about that 5K big blind ante changing the open raise size, because there's so much more in the middle to fight for immediately. So $8,000, so you are supposed to adjust by making it bigger, because the big blind can pretty much call anything if you just keep making it 2.5x. And this really favors players who want to kind of get in there, because obviously you're getting more per hand from the big blind ante, and it also feeds us and the viewers as getting to see much more action.
Oh, yeah.
Erase? No. I'm used to raising already.
I thought it was a raise.
Andy's ace-5 suited. Picks up the pocket threes of Handz. Though it doesn't pick up a pretty board texture, it will represent and be relieved. If Handz gets through.
下次不掏机了，我不掏你了，下次。下次不掏你了。还那伊斯坦布尔，他还在伊斯坦布尔。
发的是。
牌别大我抠一下，可不再抠一下就打好了。
Randy, I know you're a fashion fan. Andy rocking that Stone Island Christian Dior collab that came out recently.
The Richard race.
And as deeply pretentious as this is going to sound like, last time I was down at the boutique, sales rep was trying to push me on this stuff, and the first thought that I had was, Stone Island is benefiting much more so from that partnership than Dior is.
I
in my
agree.
mind. You know what I mean? That's more of a down market. Still, like, you know, but streetwear. Anyway, I know that's not what anybody is here to hear.
Look,
right now.
I'll be honest. I looked up what Dior Tears was. It's a,
Did you? What
it's
is
a
it,
collaboration as well.
With like another streetwear brand?
I think so, yes.
For those that don't know what we're talking about, there's been quite a Dior is really popular with Triton regulars.
Yes.
And there's quite a bit of
and
fashion.
Ali Nejad and myself, I suppose.
For sure. Ace-9 deuce board here. Ivey's pocket threes following up on the pre-flop open to 6K. And getting through. Dry texture there. And the range advantage perceived. Come together.
Wang.
By the way, Phil is no stranger to these sorts of games, Randy. When the first whispers of the legendary nosebleed games out in Macau made their way across the Pacific to poker rooms in the U.S., Phil, the likes of Tom Dwan, Andrew Roble, you know, Henrik Hecklin.
Ivey was like the first one there.
Yeah, he was early adopter, no question. And I bring it up not to point out that somehow Phil is going to be comfortable with the stakes. That's not it. More so,
I'm really bad. You can't follow.
the lineup and
My sister speaks like 7 languages.
actually having a lot of
She goes somewhere, stays there for like 4 or 5 months.
baseline info
You know what I mean?
on the opposition, you know, over the years.
I'll say he's definitely had history of most of these guys
Oh, yeah.
already.
Oh, yeah.
What, a decade ago at least.
And if you think Phil Ivey's got history, how about Triton co-founder Paul Phua, who has really been front and center since the inception of Short Deck, which was what they were playing out there for the bulk of the wild and crazy years where fortunes were won and lost.
I mean, just to add to that, when Paul started to play No More Hold'em, I'm sure Ivey was there, and he's seen him evolve,
Oh, yeah.
right? Like, day one, he's like, all right, this guy doesn't know that much about poker, and then, wow, now I'm playing the same stakes as him,
100%.
and he's able to hold his own.
Yeah.
Oh, what big stuff?
How you know I have top hill here? You been there?
We went
Jack
together a
three
long
suited.
time ago. Huh?
Flops top pair here up against middle pair and an open ender
Maybe
for
longer.
ST.
It was right when you came from
Tom, the attacker from the button.
Oftentimes, you do see these middle pairs with a straight draw, check it back. Not looking
Top
to
pair
inflate.
now has problems, as Tan did indeed check back and makes the king high straight on the turn.
I actually
Tom?
think ST will check call this turn a lot because he expects Queen X to bet at some frequency on the flop, and he also doesn't really expect a King X to value bet the turn if it was naked.
And if we're not worried about being up against a king or a queen, suddenly the value of that jack goes up, and unfortunately for ST, a payoff card on the river here, potentially in the form of this jack of spades,
On TV?
pops up. As the pot grows to 36,000, and his hand effectively serving as a bluff catcher,
Okay.
provided that Tan fires, which he will be.
He fires because he's Tan Xuan. He knows his image as being bluffy, so he can get away with betting a straight despite it pairing. Brings in 17K, half the pot. ST, things not going his way.
Value bet of 17K getting paid off there as Tan Xuan begins the process of trying to work his way out of the hole that he dug himself into last night.
And the best way to dig your way out of the hole is to up the stakes.
Well, that's also the best way to dig that hole a whole lot deeper in a hurry.
Get to the Earth's center core.
Yeah, exactly. To find the mantle, the magma. You know, hearing you say that strategically, Randy, makes me concerned that perhaps you employ the martingale theory when you're out in the pits. If you're out in the pits.
Done that in my life, and you know what? It actually doesn't work.
Yeah, we all, at some point in our gambling careers,
You think you're genius?
test it. And I'm unhappy to report
I was in university. I was like, wow, I can just make $100 a day. Yeah, I started to work at the local fast food chain soon after that.
Oh, the Del Taco.
Yeah, for 2 days. I quit that.
Deuces and threes in the mix here. Elton the Razor. Andy Nee involved in position with the baby-suited connector. Handz closes the action, defending the big. 4 players, 38 dimes in the middle.
A lot of little cards.
2 diamonds, 2 nines, and a 4. Pocket threes. The best hand.
It's actually interesting that the Queen 10's got the most equity 4 ways. 3s can actually be counterfeited by the 4.
Same phenomenon exists for Elton, who is following through and is now down to heads up. Oh, wow. A diamond 3 on the turn, giving Tan Xuan the boat. Flush draw, front door coming in, though, along with the potential for a 9 to be across the way. Leave Elton far less proud of these deuces. Checking it over.
Tan's going to try and bet and just get paid off by any kind of pair. He actually brings in just half, roughly. Hoping to get some diamond to come along that's drawing dead. Didn't work.
葫芦啊，兄弟，
我花也不要了，
打得漂亮。
就知道你葫芦。
$25K. Position turn bet. Disappointingly, Tan takes it down right then and there. Especially considering he was up against Elton, who can always spice things up for you.
Alright.
This is Tan's type of hand.
9, 6 of diamonds. He activates. 7K ahead. 6-4 for Ivey, turning into an open-ender with backdoor clubs on the ace-5 tray board.
He's got the best piece.
Tang gonna tell a story though. Just 7K.
It feels like 6-4 suited is a hand you can check call or check raise. Going with the raise, knowing how wide 10 bets. Did you see that? He was
Yeah,
like
I caught it. It was like, okay, you win this one, buddy. That's such risky business, too, because, Randy, you and I have observed some people decide to play hands as a raise against Xuan, and you just think a hand's going to be over? No, not the case. And if you like playing hands and you want to do it online, where else would we ever send you than our good friends over at GG Poker, who have the world's biggest online poker site. Their award-winning software is where you can find Rush and Cash, and where you can get a full deposit bonus and a free $50 Global Millions ticket as a new player. Just use sign-up code Triton_2024. Sign up today at GG Poker.
You know, part of me wants to play Russian Cash and just try to play like Tang and just see how it works out for me. And I think only he can do it successfully.
I remember the first time that I heard someone say Russian Cash. They were like,
Russian Cash.
Is it, what do you mean Russian Cash? Can we win cash from other countries as well? No, Rush and Cash. King, Queen suited. 7,000 rushing into the middle for Esti. Dominated. King, Jack, and the big for boss. Defends. Queen 5 trade, top pair for ST.
Puts in 11K. Half the pot. So something to notice, Ollie, is that ST's lost about 80K or so. But he's sitting on a $929,000 stack now. What does that mean?
The top up came
After
early.
dinner can play 2K, 4K. For sure someone requests.
$1 million buy-in. I saw 500,000 on the chip counts across the board.
He didn't need to cover
So
top
he
up
snuck
that
it
much,
in.
did he?
After TV, maybe increase.
Like, he could have just topped up 100. He'd cover everyone.
No question.
He's like, all right, now let's just make it as deep as possible now.
Here's the thing. Did Tan already top up as well? Because I know one thing about that man. He does not like to be covered by anybody else.
Do they just
in the
keep
game.
trying to cover each other? Like,
But it's, yeah. It might turn into that sort of affair, if I'm being honest.
he didn't top up yet. Things are okay.
Andy upping it to 7,000 and a re-up from Handz' ace-3 suited will draw the curtain on this one. Pre-flop.
Hand's been very active so far. Start of play. Going well, up $112,000.
哇，大哥约了最高赢90万，10万的怎么赢90万呢？
他们昨天打的挺开的，
那90万要到数了。
输几万块？
对，
他们应该上20-30万上啊，是吧？没有10万10万上啊。
艾肯在老是十标的，王让。
Are they already discussing the straddle?
You knew it wouldn't take long with these characters.
I mean, like, one round. Well, you know what?
Yeah, I love that. That's always a one-round guy. Just one round of straddles. And if all 8 people, 7 people at the table ask for a round of straddles.
It's never just one.
Reminds me of, what was it, Pringles?
I was thinking the same
So
thing. I
once
just
you
didn't
pop,
know
you
what.
can't stop.
Yeah, I couldn't figure out which brand it was. I'll just keep it in my head. But sure, yeah, we're thinking the same thing. It's not a good thing for me.
Brand of crisps or potato chips.
The curly mustache guy.
They had, yeah, exactly. Had a ad campaign back in the day. Our memories both jogged by that. King 5 deuce here, bottom pair for Tan.
What's
Blind
the
versus
opener?
blind. 10K, he says. This was 9,000 a man pre-flop, and this one's all over.
之后呢，
充电。
我这么早就充电了啊。他充了电之后比较 比较嗨。
Nice.
Queen 8 suited under gun. You only made it
I
5,000.
was just thinking the same thing. I don't think anyone else has chosen that sizing thus far on the session. Granted, we're still very early, but
That's why you see these hands coming in, because the price is so good.
I do want to say, though, that if Tang decides that he wants to play a hand, it's not going to matter.
It's 5 or 7.
No
Same
matter
thing.
how much you make it pre-flop. He's just going to hop right in there. Meanwhile, nobody connecting with this 10-10-6 board, which is good news for a 5K C-bet. Ace deuce for Esti. You see him thinking about it for a moment as he strokes that $1 million stack. Lets it go, and Handz continues to accumulate here.
Shadow Phil? One hand?
No.
One hand.
One hand, no.
One round?
You said that only.
One round, yeah.
One round, okay, one round.
No. One hand.
One round. One round.
One round. One round. Okay.
One round?
Okay.
No, no, no.
No.
Nice side.
No. The time is not right.
Well, I wanted to double straddle, so I don't have to.
Hey, okay.
Just do.
That's so grimy.
Wait. Can I play this hand?
When
I
you
straddle
get
next
someone
hand.
to put the
Let me play
4K out,
I straddle
you
next hand.
immediately stick AK over the top of
没
it.
有，我下一把 straddle 嘛。
Okay.
我下一把 straddle 就可以
Okay,
了。
okay.
Okay.
No need to post next hand, you straightener. You alone.
I straddle next hand myself. I get free hand now. Fair.
Discount for your straddle.
Huh?
Discount.
Yeah.
Yeah, post, you need to post 8,000.
Oh yeah.
Look, Ivey was willing to straddle. He just wanted to be the lone
没有
straddler.
那么多啦。
You're right about
Yeah.
that.
Jack Deuce suited.
那昨天也是这样嘛
8K
5000嘛
raise
昨天122不是5000，每个人一样的嘛。那你去厕所回来交代，
Heads up
大忙才
and
回来
top
哦。
pair.
对，大忙回来就
The results
不会
for
大
Andy.
忙去，大忙回来。
Got shot straight draw for Handz. Checks it over. Facing the 8K C bet.
你看昨天说用至少24
Hand's looking to draw to the straight.
他是听电话还是什么？
Now he picks up the open ender as the board goes two-tone.
都不是来打的。
Quite the dangerous turn card for Andy. Hard to get called by worse.
他回来他大忙。
But he is still going to recognize that he's got the best hand. Fires 16,000. He has very good awareness from what I've seen from his day 1 and 2 play.
到时候多玩几天。在这里，投入人多玩几天。
Yeah, this turn bet not for the faint of heart. But also able to target 9x, 5x.
Sure, looking to check back unimproved. Handz hasn't let go yet. Perhaps he's thinking the half-pot turn bet isn't that strong and maybe he can kind of represent a straight?
Oh, he's not looking to flat. Check pop to 60 dimes, and all of a sudden, this Jack Deuce shriveling in a major way.
Yeah, that's the problem when you bet on cards that kind of hit some 5-card hands like straights and you bet kind of smaller. You do allow the other player to kind of make a move on you. It's a nice plan. Nice hand by Handz.
He has not put a foot wrong here in the early going.
这里中国不让人美。
It's the higher stakes that really gets him going.
Well, he's not alone in that respect.
那个女的，西班牙双兄弟，所以说很容易透了。Andy，
Elton is going to straddle.
Is it straighter?
Yes, straddle.
So this will be a round of straddles.
Thank you for your straddle.
Play 2-7. Add 1 game to the game, maybe.
No, no, no.
Things crazy enough. Game's boss.
也可以啊，昨天打那么一会儿。
There's Elton. Makes an attempt to juice things up even further with the 7
几
deuce
万几
game.
万输的。
He's trying every way possible.
真难搞。拿个6九
The
搞
day
来
is young, right? We just started.
买花不？
啊？
买花吗？
啊，没有，我跟他 Esti 那把也是6九嘛，6九同花嘛。
啊，都是69红糖啊。
对啊。
2把。
69对你很有缘。
Not to suggest that the first 6 hours of this stream aren't going to be worth
输的。
popping some popcorn for.
No,
But
of course.
based on the first 2 nights, Randy, it is that final 2 hours that bring us the spiciest action. Even though we know this is a week worth of invitational-based cash game action that everybody's here for, and it's kind of one big long game in that respect, psychologically, when you know the poker stops in 2 hours and you're stuck, you're just wanting to book that green line item in the ledger.
You want a good night's sleep, you know what I mean? You don't
Yeah.
want some nightmares come into the next day.
Nice.
He's getting in there. So his strategy is to go in with the 5K open. Elton says no.
$20,000 from the King-Queen offsuit. Performing very well against King-3. Boss thought about the Ace-7 suited, but ultimately lets it go. Uncontested takedown there for Tsang.
4打赢。
是的，他就是那个嘛。
你4打我肯定能到的，我 AK 可能也能到。
对，是可以多一点，起码可以多2个。
啊。
10的10。
男生4打我的拼了，我了，丢了。
Here comes Ivey. Bad timing. Elton 3 bets once again. Has aces.
Oh, pre-flop action.
Look at Elton. He's like, really, guys? Just gonna take it with a single raise? Especially when you consider that Tang was in the big.
Ivey's going to try once again, making it 6K this time.
It was a 3-bet to 20,000 as I reflect, but
It was, but
still.
it was a small pot. No worries.
That hasn't stopped folks before. Meanwhile, Andy outperforming Queen Jack on the Ace-7-6 flop. Top pair here.
Difficult turn card for Ivey to put in double barrel, so he checks.
Yeah, after the check call of 8,000, goes check, check. Innocent enough looking river here for Andy. Let's see if he pursues value. There will be some check back out of bigger aces on that board pairing 6 turn.
Seen Andy go for value with thinner, like a 7x before, so it makes sense that he would try it with the ace. He can represent some bluffs himself, straight draws that missed.
Bet and take it. Just settling in here. Early evening hours in Montenegro. Let us know where you're streaming from. If you're out there watching us live. Roll call time.
UTG limp from Handz.
Unorthodox, and Elton wags his finger at that behavior.
That's orthodox.
Ace queen suited. Now a king jack of spades in the cutoff.
Could see him call or 3-bet actually.
And this is of course because that under the gun limp just reads so strange, and the perception is that Elton might just be pouncing on what he thinks is an out-of-line sort of hand. Now the 3-bet to 35,000 is being pondered by Tang on the button with jacks. And note just how funky Handz' under-the-gun limp is making things.
Yeah, this is actually going to make Tantron want to 4-bet even more.
Takes us to 85.
Elton's hand is so pretty, but don't think he loves to see the cold 4-bet. I feel like if he was the 3-better Paul Elton seat has swapped, he probably wouldn't be letting this one go to Tan's 4-bet. But here, even if he commits some more chips, he still has to worry about Paul, who's 3-bet to 35K. You know, this just hurts a guy like Elton. He's going to throw in some time banks.
Yeah.
Seeing, can he maybe click it and fold?
First opportunity to mention, by the way, that the pace of this cash game is brought to you in part not just by the personalities that tend to be brisk in their decision-making anyhow, but the fact that the same shot clock that we employ in Triton Super High Roller Series tournament festivals is the one that we're putting to work here in this cash game invitational. I think players very much appreciate that.
哎呀，三八哥，
It's good.
你没我当啊？
And Tang sheds both the ace queen of hearts and the king jack of spades with that 4-bet.
Did Boss just say he had ace queen?
I think he might have been speculating as to what it is that Tang had. I'm not sure.
哦 ，Ace Queen 啊，
双胞胎，
你 Ace Queen 啊，
没有了。King high,
The gig's up.
King Queen。
All right.
你妈都给我打跑我！哎，我要跟他拼命了，对吧？
拼毛你来呀、
啊，有了。
你来呀！
Paul's usually not fibbing in those spots. You ask him twice, all right, you got me. King high.
我跟他也3打，我们2个拼。我可以帮他3打，你们2个拼。
三打我4打他。
King 4 deuce with a couple of spades here. Elton picked up Handz for the ride. And Handz no longer a passenger. Easy check fold for him. And
You got paid?
we got Estonia. See you, Excalibur. Andre from Venice, Italy, welcome. K-Bite from Melbourne. We had him around yesterday, or her, not sure. Anthony in Croatia, Lynn in Vietnam, Alex out in Houston. Bye-bye and relax, both from Singapore. Maybe one of them let the other know it's time to watch some Triton here today. Dorji in Bangladesh, Rafael in
No.
Ibiza. Matic in Slovenia. Welcome, all of you.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is over there, but enjoy the show. We've just begun.
你们全部 shredder 嘛，那我输一把大的我也参加了嘛，对不对？
听上去很合理。
啊，我输一把10几万我就来了。
So Elton's just straddling alone right now. Get 7 deuce again.
一支 shredder 了。
all round。
all round。
屌你老母，都係玩呢個遊戲啊！成日攞啊，屌！
So Handz actually limped in the small blind.
Yeah. Giving us a different look, and he did it this time with an ace-jack that can fade. The raise from Ivey.
Yeah, Ivey tried to take it down pre.
And flops the joint. King Jack 9, middle pair, top kicker, checking over. Note that the 10 of hearts also works for Ivey. No flush draw for Handz. 41,000 in the middle.
That 10 of hearts is actually a straight flush draw. He checks it back.
Fourth heart is actually not what we want to see for Ivey, given that the ace and the queen of hearts now beat us.
Also kills your action getting a big pot. Continuing to check.
你们打牌好像都不穿黑色衣服的，是不是黑素比较黑啊？对呀。我靠！我刚发现，我以为你们每天都是白的。
Handz with too much showdown value to want to turn this into a bluff here on the river.
I agree, but he might actually consider check calling depending on how Ivey sizes.
回去
We'll see. I'd be shocked if he was to bet this one himself.
把 Benz 打广告。
It is kind of tempting, though, when you start to think if Ivey had a heart, he would have fired as a pre-flop raiser in position on flop or turn. So he does fire 10,000, and Ivey says that's not enough, taking it up to 40 with the third nuts.
Yeah, he just knows where he's at. Really good recognition from Ivey.
专业，拖鞋也带了。
哎，对我退休。
Not everyone would raise the third nuts.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy, and perhaps these are
运动的时候我
the sort of moments that illustrate the difference between great and
有一
good.
点受伤。
It's like, how can you get that little bit of extra value?
Right. We mere mortals click call and bluff catch.
Yeah, there's no way I'm raising 5 in that spot. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with what's in the middle. I know I'm usually good, but I don't want to be opening the door for me to get re-raised off my hand.
Not that I'm ever looking to make a habit out of trying to draw attention to that which takes place outside the borders of the Triton Poker Series, but did you watch that hand that viral? Johan Guibert, who
You
also
talking about like
plays
the
Triton
7
series,
bet whatever thing going on the flop?
with the flushes that they were both repping,
Yes, I've
neither
seen.
of them had.
Mm-hmm.
Monotone board all the way across.
We all know it, yes.
Well, if you don't know it, you know, a quick Google search will probably unearth a whole host of videos, both breaking it down and just showing that pot. But I bring it up because sometimes we raise there and all of a sudden the 3-bet comes in, and then Ivey's like, well, and then the 4-bet comes in, and then you start looking around and going, how did we end up in this situation? And it is precisely the aversion to having to grapple with something like that that leaves most of us clicking call and closing the action. But, you know, these guys are cut from a different sort of cloth, Randy.
Look at this hand. Tan opening 5 deuce of clubs +1, getting 3-bet by Esti, and these two were really battling yesterday.
And I think in particular, it was a function of Esti having one of the deeper stacks on the game and Tang being, you know, kind of buried. And look at him 4-betting to 100,000. You're right. There is something in the air between these two. And I'm not suggesting that it's ill-spirited, but rather just a roll your sleeves up, dig in, sort of competitive bite.
$100,000.
5
deuce of clubs. You are a sicko.
Show
Which
the
one are you
deuce,
showing?
yes. There it is.
我 open 的时候，我感觉他那边有杀气了，准备搞我。
I'll tell you what, Tan wanted nothing more than to be able to do that. Look at Andy shaking his head, by the way. He's not want for those sorts of hijinks.
He could have showed either card. Would have been good. Yeah, I'm going to strap myself in.
My favorite is when somebody will run into me, you know, if I'm out in Vegas or send a tweet, something like that, and be like, hey,
俾
man,
佢嗰啲
just,
濕紙巾消毒
are they,
抹
is that real
抹
money?
電話
You know, are they playing with their own money?
消毒濕紙巾，唔該。
And I always look back and I'm like, yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but sometimes a man 4-bets 5 deuce of clubs for $100,000.
Yes. Yes.
And that's precisely what makes these streams so much fun to watch. Ace Jack. Not so fun in the face of a 3-bet to 23,000 from Esti, as once again the usual suspects embroiled.
How does Xuan want to play this one? These two already practically playing heads up at this table. It feels like you come in with call normally, but there's
This
dynamic
is a 4-bet to
going.
100,000 again, Randy. This is, and by the way, given that he just showed a deuce and did this, that really changes things. Baby suited aces, you know, the solvers love this 3-bet.
They do, but this is a massive 4-bet, you know. It's not like you can go hunting and start seeing flops, can you? But then again, if the guy shows you the deuce, ace-4 suited plays okay, and gonna show Jack.
ST getting snacked on and getting shown the Jack.
I know normally poker isn't not supposed to be personal. Do you kind of feel it a little bit?
Sure, I think certainly Tang is getting after ST, but I don't think he's doing it because he thinks ST is fishy.
No,
I don't
no.
think he's doing it because he thinks, you know, screw this guy. I think he just likes to be the mischief maker out there and put people into spots. And surely,
以前没发现 ST 也是这么倔强的人。
as much of an appetite as all of these guys have for high-stakes poker is evidenced by the fact that they've parked their bones in these seats and made their way to Montenegro for a week's worth of it. Nobody relishes a massive pot like Tan Xuan.
Completely agree.
It's like
哭一下多好，安安全全。
it's the only way to get his juices flowing. You know?
Otherwise, he wouldn't want to be here.
If we're not playing for 100,000 a man pre, what are we doing? 9-6-4, 2 diamonds.
Bottom 2 pair.
Yeah, Tan way out ahead of Ace Queen and Queen 10 here in a 3-way matter.
搞得幾次可能會啦。
Comes out swinging.
The menu, please.
Yet again, ST conceding.
要扶你一下。
哇，保护我一下。
What's he going to show this time? No.
You can't. They're both
Yeah,
paired.
they're both good.
我给你扒回去喽。单可以有牌呀。
啊？
很好的牌啊。
牌非手。
高
I get the feeling that growing up, Tan Xuan in school was a little bit of a troublemaker. You know what I mean?
Every
and I say that
opportunity.
with admiration, having been a bit of a, you know,
But
troublemaker myself.
you know, every time he makes that trouble, he's like smiling, you know?
Oh, for sure. None of it is ill-spirited.
我不是已經是中文版了。
You and him would be good
We're
friends.
kindred spirits, I'm telling
对
you.
吧？
哪有中文？中文。
I actually had to get moved around in elementary school
float 嘛，
so that
没东西
the
嘛，可以
educational
找
harm that would be the product of sitting with me in your group would be evenly distributed amongst the rest of the class. Because I was always up to no good.
They should have just contained you in the corner, you know? Barricade.
The Moroccan.
That's brutal. Like the class pet? On a stool with a dunsat?
我聽你這樣做
7-3 suited. Tan missing the King Jack 5 board. Can't say the same for Andy, who's got the nut flush draw.
看你做半天了。
嗰個字不是符嘛？
廣東話咪
Check fold to the 7K.
廣東話係浮，但係國語就真係唔符。
You know, Elton tried to negotiate the 7 deuce game, which, you know, influences action, perhaps in a way that is a little bit uncomfortable considering the stakes that we're playing. I'm playing a little home game where the show one rule is on. So even if you don't get called when you're folding, not unlike what Tang did on a few occasions, you are forced to show a card. I think that also can spice things up a little bit. Well, Xuan performing very, very well in the early going here, and in a very different manner, he's put together this $144,000 pickup than Handz has. Ivey modestly in the black as Esti Wang. That $145,000 he stuck is basically a balanced transfer over to Tang. Early chip count there brought to you by GG Poker.
I mean, look how many BBs everyone has. So deep.
Should we go take Mandarin classes or Cantonese classes between
just
here and the next festival?
Our experience here in the booth.
I was always counting on you, Nano.
I teach you a word
You're
every
Chinese.
day. I'm probably gonna have to recycle the words I'm teaching you every day.
It's just, you know. I know some people in the chat, by the way, are native Chinese speakers, and from time to time we've received some translations. But I'm always a little bit worried about, you know, the troll factor.
They might be saying things that aren't true.
Yeah. Three-way affair here, pocket sevens, the best of what's around. Jack 3 deuce on the flop, and that fact remains here. Party starter Tan has 2 checks in front of him from the blinds.
Doesn't see bet.
Nor does he improve.
Sevens are looking pretty good once that flop checks through on this turn card.
See, the trouble is that you're out of position against Tang if you're ST, and finally he's thinking, I can bet and take one that has Tang chips in it. You ever had any nemesis?
Yeah, nemesis.
You know, when you were playing full-time, whether it was online or live, somebody that you just felt like was always trying to isolate you, always holding over you?
Look, I've played True Teller, you know him? Timofey Kuznetsov. I lost a couple $100,000 to him.
Ouch.
We were playing heads up a lot.
Single session or across like a span of time before you tapped out?
It was, we played a lot of sessions. We were playing, do you know what cap is?
Yeah, of
yeah,
course.
He was a cap specialist. I was a full. He didn't know how to play 100 BBs at the time, so we would play half cap and half full.
Half no cap.
Yeah, half no cap. Heads up. Safe to say, he got the better of me.
Interesting. I would think that just given how much more you can win, as we see Andy 3-betting the King 5 suited and taking a pre without the cap on, that you would fare better in that spot.
Right, and that's what I thought too, but I didn't realize 20 BB poker had so much edge in it.
It really does. It's a whole different animal with a lot of study that's gone into it.
Back in the day, you just got these egos you want to kind of go to war with, and sometimes you go to arena, you come out bloody, and is that straddle going on?
Yeah, mandatory.
怎么变得那么快了？
See Elton
跟我一样。
刷一下就变成输5万，
牌都没怎么看到。
刷一下就
赶上了他了。他还是要不停的付出才行的。
这跟泡妞一样是吧？
Can you imagine if Elton and Tang were in the same class growing up? Are you kidding me? They would have burned the school down on accident.
Yeah. 9 deuce offsuit, Ivey.
应该不要先到我这里
versus the 5-4.
对不对？他中2次。对，
他收起来。
Elton.
现在他
Flopping best.
睡的嘛，我不要他也睡的嘛，到我在海外捞，他也睡的嘛。
他等一下那个小号的时候，
18K
他会
from
restart
Ivey.
的。等一下到了他那个位置会 restart 的。
输几个底之后，管他们 run 不 run， 别人 run 不 run 的，他自己在那里搞了。
Second pair, and now an open ender for Elton. Ivey picking up a gut shot, by the way.
These are some rather weak holdings pre. 5-4 is best, and it's going to take it down, I imagine, with this 21K turn bet. There we go.
Elton performing well in the straddle there.
Wang 起来
Try again.
Yeah. This time with King 5 suited.
Paul's got position with the straddle. He can defend.
4-4 deuce. Boss with the wheel draw and ace high. 31 in the middle. Ivey doesn't follow through.
It's not a bad board for both. It's also hard to represent a value hand on this flop. So it makes sense that Ivey checks.
Double paired board now, and it becomes a little bit more difficult potentially for Ivey to take this down.
He might also think the king high is good for showdown.
Sure. As does boss. With the ace high, the king, however, finds its way to the river. Ivey now with the best hand.
Yeah, he's got to go for value. Try to get paid off by the ace high. 8,000. I can't imagine a world where Paul folds this.
Yeah, you got a bluff catch.
Just take it. Throw it over there.
Little flesh wound, but a wound nevertheless.
Those wounds add up in this arena.
That they do.
Illumine.
Just getting in. Settled in, rather, to the first of 4 2-hour frames. 1K, 2K, 5K, no limit. Here from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Mystery card time. Andy Knees holding will be obfuscated. As he makes it 11,000 here in this straddle pot. Ace King suited for Esti. Wang. We know which direction this one's headed.
Upstairs. Just how much?
There's your answer. 35 dimes.
ST 不是以前的 ST 了。
So it is +1 versus the hijack. Relatively early positions.
Andy hanging in. This one swells. Board comes Jack 7 deuce. Only one heart out there. $82,000 in the middle.
Ace King is 2 overs. Deuce tend to see a lot of C-bets on this type of flop with Ace King, especially with the backdoor hearts. He's going to check it. We know he's been tricky. That 10 of hearts is spicy.
Gut shot, Broadway draw, nut flush draw. It's coming together a little bit for a hand that wasn't all too keen on the flop. Now let's see if on the turn.
I could see this go either way for ST after you check the flop. Again, check 2 again.
Well, the Ace King has showdown as well, I guess, as part of the calculus, Randy. in
And
terms of
also,
the
I
check
don't
back.
ever feel like I get a better hand to fold once I check.
And how about this? Jack of Hearts on the river. Board pairing nut flush now.
I mean, how good is that for Esti? Now he's hoping that Andy's got a jack or better.
Well, not too much
I mean,
better.
yeah, I thought about that statement. I was going to retract. I was like, yeah, I won't, but I regret it. 52K coming in.
And once again, not unlike that spot where Ivey with the lone 10 of hearts on the 4-flush board found the raise against Handz. We're left wondering whether or not ST would pursue value. I think holding the king of hearts is unpleasant with the nut flush in this spot because obviously you want to unblock the second nut flush.
Okay, sure, but I feel like this is a mandatory raise, especially how the hand's been playing out. Flop check through, turn check through. Andy often bets a turn with like 2-pair or a set, so we discount the boats quite a bit. We do want to try to get value from worse flushes. A Jack X will be put in a spot where they might feel they have to call. And he's kind of sized, what, 52K? It's not like near pot where, oh, my opponent's playing polar. It is reasonable for Andy to have hands to bet call with that is worse than the flush here. And keep in mind, ST can kind of represent one of those ace of heart blocker bluffs, you know what I mean?
And I think the longer that he takes to make this decision, the more maybe Andy is going to perceive that as apprehension. We see the 135,000 coming in. We await Andy's response as suddenly over $250,000 is in the middle.
Yeah, this is disgusting if you're Andy and you're holding like an ace jack or king jack trips. But wow, he's all of a sudden coming with jam.
Snap regretting this choice is ST.
Yeah, now you throw up.
Barf bag to the main game.
We've seen ST make some good hero folds yesterday.
Get another table.
By the way, this all-in came in quick, Randy.
It did.
As though the conclusion was always foregone with respect to what Andy wanted to do if ST did raise.
447.
First thing to keep in mind, ST most likely believes that Andy would never do this with a worse flush. That wouldn't really make sense the way this one's playing out. Him holding the ace of hearts is actually kind of important. He makes the call on Queen 10, making the rebluff. ST.
Wow, not flush.
$976,000 pot going his way.
I'm going to round that one up and just say we had ourselves $1 million pot just now. And this $447,000 bluff.
10勾10死。
十勾很可能已经4路打了。
其实呢，有一些 check raise 的牌吧，那确实也不是很多。他说我选择大肯定要 call 了嘛，知道吧？
没有啦，7四路也会打啦。
Randy, would you do me a favor and just help me? My jaw's currently locked open right now, and I'm mouth breathing.
You need to pry it open.
I just need you to help close it.
You want some? You might need some duct tape, some super glue.
Just
没有办法，我那个牌都扣。
another $500,000.
对你选择这样打，你
这个
Nice call there from ST. He was basically thinking, look, if you had a full house, you often bet that turn card into me, rather than go for a check raise.
Right. If you had the boat combo on the river, that's a combo that would have been leading on turn.
And that's why you end up making that call.
I'll tell you what, credit to ST, by the way. If he clicked call, he was only picking up $52,000 on the river. But by raising, he opened up that line to Andy and then ended up earning himself $447K. Granted, there was a bit of a pucker involved. But he found the call rather quickly. He didn't, you know, stew on it too long.
Hey, no straighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Andy, he's in for $1 million. That was a very big play.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's very rare that Esti ever has a boat in that spot, and he tried to rep it.
Yeah.
赢30啊，
The trouble is,
除了他那把输嘛，
as you pointed out,
赢完一把了
the。
昨
boat
天偷
felt
我
like it
今
was
今
a
天
Just
a
less credible.
difficult hand
划算
to,
哦。
to represent
没有，
as
昨天那把我
played.
上电视
It's not impossible,
Huh?
but just
那把我不会。
improbable.
不赢呢。
上电视我觉得你要付的话挺难，你要付的话挺难的，要不上电视还有可能。
对呀，
Do you think,
不上电视一样
as we
扣
see
你不到
Andy
头铁。
in the straddle with a couple of tens,
That's a
pushing back on
quasi
Tang and taking it free,
那
given how
滑
much
电视的
Andy
话，
won
扣我风
yesterday?
险比较高。我宁愿输给你。
Right, all the profit's gone, by the way.
Right, but do you think that maybe just like, okay, I know that I picked up about $500,000 in profit yesterday.
可能你知
I'm going to go ahead and make this play here today because even if it doesn't work out, all right, I'm just even up to this point.
I think it's more like this, Ollie.
那你说是我
Day one, day
一组的
two,
吧还是什么？
personally, for me, I was very
Straight up,
impressed with
straight
his play, and he was going out of his way to win pots, and very confidently. Often it worked.
都是比你小的牌，没有比你大的。
That's what's got him that profit. And here on day 3 in the bigger
可能你觉
buy-in,
得我比你小。
he just kind of followed through with his gut. It didn't work this time, but I see where he's coming from. It helps that when you're up to kind of make these plays a bit more, but you really just gotta go with your feeling when you battle with these players. You know what I mean?
两个红的在手。
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Chat's excited, I assume.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Pocket threes against ace 5 here.
机会很浓。
ST pumped up to 1.3 million and has the best hand here.
贴可能有个 diss 还
Elton
是
with
一
the
样
check
的，
back
一样
and
这样的。
now
知道。
three's no longer
牌理
best.
是 OK 的，
Ace of spades,
牌理
putting
是
Elton
OK
in
的，但
front.
是
对，我 open 嘛，我刚才我看见他那个，
我那股味儿不对。
他那个牌是红桃，我说我。
I will say, though, Andy's in pretty good spirits despite losing that pot.
He's the one that lost the pot. And yet, I feel worse than he does just by proxy.
要么就
Yeah.
That one hurt me.
You okay there, buddy?
I'll live, but
20万我就再高点嘛，他这个。
那你还教人，人家赢钱你输钱，
没输，我也赢几万。
几万人家赢100万，
没有说这一把牌。
那你9期不砸啊？你就去 open 干嘛呢？你还教人打牌？
赢了吗？赢了，没有教。
pretty one for Handz.
研究嘛，互相学习，互相
Awaits
进
him.
步嘛，
Straddle.
对不对？
对。
好，
各有各打法，自己打自己。
20.
我说的不是德州，我说的是
So
这个
Handz is going to
面
make
子
it
问题，知道吗
20,000
不是
Yeah.
说牌
position.
理这个面
And
子问
ST
题
Using those
但是
Andy
你不
bucks.
可能就
Trying
把
to
这划破了。
get himself involved for 20K. A queen in the window, followed by a 4 and a trade. Top pair against a king high flush draw.
所以他之前
Amazing board for Handz.
15.
Follow throughs of a C bet, and imagine the ST's got a comfortable call in this spot.
Five on the turn.
It's interesting for Handz whether to 2-barrel or not. Obviously, he's got a lot of semi-bluff equity. Queen never folding. Some of the pairs, the lone pairs, they're coupled with a straight draw. They often check call again. It wouldn't surprise me if Handz checks this one back. Betting is fine too.
50.
So the follow-up to the 15K that Handz fired on the flop is 50 here on the turn.
It's getting quite uncomfortable now. He's out of position. Obviously, kicker's no good. But he's going to make another call.
Four-liner on the end, any deuce X making the wheel. And this is the spot where if we're Handz, yes, we feel like maybe we can rep the ace and shed the queen, but we would prefer not to have clubs in our hand and kind of park that in ST's range more.
What's important here is that the ace is scary, but not all aces actually bet this river because a little bit scared of the wheel, but also because you're supposed to play cautious if you're holding like an ace 8, ace 9 that was kind of blasting away. Your opponent could be check calling the turn with like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3. And he gives up, and Esti is doing rather well despite a rocky start.
Oh, those rocks are well behind him now. That's for sure. He's not thinking about the pots he lost to Tan anymore.
No, that was in the past.
I get the sense, though, that Tan is looking over at that stack and thinking, let's dance, Esti.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I actually kind of like it that your stack's getting bigger because...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if 10 happens to go down a little bit, say 100K or 200K, he's going to add like 500 or 1,000,000 to his stack. Just the way he is.
翻过来，他也这样打了。你贴贴扣他一下，他也这样打了。
怎么打？这是
Sixes for boss. He says 11.
2 overs, 1 gapper in there. Better pair, calling right behind for Andy. More clubs for ST, and Handz has got king 10. That can play.
他在打，我也打他，我肯定以为我大嘛。
Ivey's out, so we're going to go 5-handed. 1 picture card amongst these 5.
Queen 8-7. 2 hearts out there. Middle set for Andy. A chokehold on things. Unfortunately for him, no one has a queen in hand.
I know, and having lose that big pot, he's thinking, man, can I get back at him? It's on the button. It's not unreasonable that he sizes against the queen.
Yeah, this is a bet that rates to get called in at least 1 spot on average. Unclear whether or not Tan, who had the 7 and really the only candidate, would want to continue, and indeed he does not. Disappointingly, of course, for Andy.
Ivey， 哎，人都不在了。
不在，你大忙。No more one， 我要去厕所，再吧。
然后先做大麻。
2000、5000。
不会中牌。A 勾 K 勾 A 勾。
66，还7、8嘛。
差一点，3边没吹掉。
哎呦，上头啊！一点输的。
就抽个烟，抽个烟就好了。
Suited connector coming in for Andy. SC's got king queen, and I kind of feel like he's going to 3-bet this one in position, especially against Andy, but it actually comes in with call instead, which brings in Elton.
Jack 8-7 rainbow. Gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Checks over to a pair, and the gut shot with backdoor clubs. Andy checking as well. That leaves ST's button to activate with the 2 overs.
Elton laying down the gut shot. This gut shot is coupled with a pair for Andy. Backdoor clubs.
Down to heads up. Ace on the turn, an interesting one here.
Yeah, it is, because The ace is supposed to hit the pre-flop raise or ante. The thing is, there's a lot of ace highs that actually check fold on this board texture. So, having said that, Esti can actually bet this a lot, not expecting his opponent, who's supposed to have the ace, to have it here. And he can really put some heat on middle pairs, hands like this.
Remember, it was Andy who opened this pot with the raise to 7, but then deferred. Now faces the 37K second barrel. Is he thinking to himself, this ace is a card that belongs to me more than you?
He is, but like I said, is with the flop action, he actually doesn't have that many aces unless it's 2 pair.
He does concede, so nice follow through there from ST, who continues to accumulate chips. Once again at the expense of Andy.
He's up about $500,000. Keep in mind, he won on day 1 and day 2, so he's up at least $1 million so far. After 2 days and an hour or so in play.
我回去办个签证就好，就是欧洲进不了，所有的地方都可以进，就是欧洲。
6K to go, says Andy. Ace-9 offsuit. Ton defense. King 6-5.
Ace of spades should be enough for him to c-bet this flop on a king-high texture.
Sure enough, 11,000, and we're always comforted by the sight of a quick fold from Xuan when we're heads up.
Wang.
You win yesterday, Handz?
Yeah.
How much you win?
280. I'm 280.
That's all mine. It was all mine.
Also.
Yeah, also on mine. All, everybody, all mine.
2.5x for hands, queen 7 of diamonds. Getting 3-bet by Elton's 5 deuce suited. Okay.
This one?
Not the first time 5 deuce suited has been put to work as a 3-bet, by the way, Tan. Earlier.
Remind me to see your Phua.
Did he 4-bet it to 100? It was a 4-bet from Tan.
Yeah, but Elton didn't have a chance to 4-bet,
No,
okay?
like
So he
it.
took it to 3.
然后输家可以要求赢家开一张牌，他自己选的，大家同意吗？就可以开一张牌嘛，像比如说我跟你最后的，我可以挑你一张牌开。
买牌一样的还是什么？
不用买就开了一张嘛，开一张嘛。不是你选的，比如说你要开的，我选一张。
就是自愿的。如果
对啊，大家都可以。你觉得那个好玩？反正最后也看到现在看一张也好玩嘛。I'm trying to advise everybody to do the same. Makes the game more fun, right?
Yeah.
So ST mucks an 8-7 offsuit. So we go to a flop.
8-7 suited for Andy, performing quite well here on the 9-high 2-diamond board. Overpair for Handz. Made it 5K to go pre-flop. Andy, the only caller, checking and facing another 5K. Flicks in the bluebird. Another 10 into the middle.
全桌同意的东西我都同意。
Seen Handz bet turn cards like this. Even though it overcards this pair, trying to get value from the nines and ace highs that would check call. He always goes large, 25.
Too rich. You know, Handz has this playing style that doesn't attract much attention to itself, Randy, but quietly has been productive.
Silent assassin.
Well, we can't stay silent about our proud partnership with the folks over at Tether.bet, who are offering a 100% welcome to their crypto-based sportsbook. Use code Triton for an extra 10 USDT on top of your full bonus. All you need is a minimum deposit of 20 USDT. Offer available to new players only, and for the first 100 of you that make your way over, sign up today at Tether.bet. If I had a sports book, I would name it bad.beat.
Sure you will.
Backdoor.cover. Pocket aces
Okay, Ollie.
for Elton. I think I had a lot more fun with that
Yeah.
than anybody who heard it.
I do engage with you sometimes, but that one is...
I could have done better.
You could have said anything else and it would have been better.
Can't do a whole lot better than pocket aces. Tang 3-betting to 25,000. Elton deciding whether or not he wants to rumble, and the answer is yes.
You know these two are going to collide at some point.
Oh, this is a bottle of lighter fluid in a match.
Wow.
At the helm of these two hands. Top pair. Backdoor spades for Elton. This is a problem.
This is a huge problem because Elton knows how loose Tan is, and King 8 suited is a monster against this opponent.
$28,000. The C-bet.
Oh, check raise. Elton trying to make his hand look like a bluff because he knows that Tan Xuan gets suspicious. This is just music to Tan Xuan's ears.
Here's the other thing. More so than anyone else, on the occasions in which Tan 3-bets here, he will get action from a hand like King 8 potentially. I'm not suggesting that's what he has on his mind. On a board that's this dry, seems like he would be well served to flat and then see what ensues.
I agree. Intentions to flat is to let your opponent think they've got the best hand or try to move you off of an ace. He's tanking a bit to kind of look like he's maybe going to float with two high cards. It is odd. You don't often see check raises. Oh, he's actually cutting out a re-raise. There's some leveling going on here. Gosh, I don't know if Elton can get away. Normally, sure. No one's really put it in the 3-bet on a flop after you get check raised and 3-bet pot on 8-5-3 rainbow. But Tan is that guy to make a move. There is so much going on here.
This board's so dry, though, or at least it's supposed to be. See, the sick part, though, is like Tan could just have 5-3 in this spot.
He could, but Tan can have two random cards because Elton is not expected to ever check raise this flop. That's why Elton check raised the flop. He was thinking, look, King 8, you're not going to put me on this. You're going to give me action.
And you're not really supposed to be able to 3-bet me.
Exactly. And that's why I don't think Elton's going to fold on this flop. I think the question for Elton right now is, do I jam or do I call?
Well, he's got 416K back.
Obviously, there's so much in the middle.
Another 107. The requirements to proceed from this point forward. He's going to make that call. $422,000 pot as silence blankets the table. Everyone tuned into this one. Six of diamonds turn.
That turn card actually gives hands that might check raise the flop a lot of equity, such as 6-7. I could see it. So Tan definitely needs to continue firing this turn card to protect against that.
Yeah, you don't want to let one of those aforementioned hands that pick up equity but still trail behind the aces.
Right, a 9, a
See a
7, a
river for
4
free.
would be so bad. Tan might just rip this one in. If he was 3-bet bluffing the flop, some of those hands turn some diamonds and they probably would jam the turn quite a bit.
Well, they're playing sub 1 SPR effective as Elton has 309,000 and 230 of it is on request.
This is where it's tough.
Big boy poker on display.
There's also a lot of bluffs that 3-bet the flop that just give up on the turn. The fact that Tan Xuan is still betting means he often has something. Oh, here we go. $1 million pot.
你3百，
1对8，
你这8肯定大啊，
So there's the jam out of Elton.
这8肯定大啊。几次？
这一次了。
一次发，
He was practically being put all in
看
anyhow.
看。
And one time, was that the
哦，差一点，我
declaration?
操！
Yes, it was. They've got so much gamble.
哎，
来50，
妈的，1对8就赌啊！
他觉得我打的不像嘛，嗯。
What just happened, Ollie?
看，
I
好
don't
朋
know,
友
but it hasn't
互
left
相帮忙。
Elton's spirits altogether dampened, it would appear,
真的
shockingly
有个
enough.
AA 哦，
And that's how you know that he belongs
7、7、3、8、
at these limits. Because even outcomes such as that, which are painful, are water off a duck's
直
back
接拿100了。上
in the grand scheme of things.
Look, he's played so many $1 million plus pots in his lifetime. Just another day in the office.
I believe the
Stand back,
first
stand back.
ever over $2 million streamed pot
我一
involved
个，我一
Elton
个，
and one Jason
我两
Kuhn.
个，图。
2个啦，2次
11-time Triton Super High Roller Series title winner.
嘛
Not
Ollie,
here,
we've
this cash
had
game series.
我操，你这个踢脚有点
two
大哟，
practically
单
$1
板
million
投币都
pots
比你小
already this stream.
And guess what? We're probably going to see some more of them because the mandatory straddle is back on.
Huh?
You can see Elton kind of reflecting on whether or not there were other paths that he could have pursued. That outcome there greatly aided by his choice to, as you put it, unpredictably, unexpectedly check raise the King-8 on that flop. And then, of course, Tang very much unexpectedly 3-betting.
这很难丢啊。
Also, Elton doesn't reload 500,000. He's back in for $1 million.
Oh, boy.
He's here to play.
Fives. Taking us up to 11,000.
上头了，上头了。
And flopping bottom set. Elton's hand. Blocked from our view, and for his sake, we hope it doesn't contain an ace or a king. As he defended his straddle and now faces a follow-through of 9,000. Still in there.
你开牌3打了是吧？
Two-toned queen of spades.
Both of
On
these
the
players
turn.
are stuck. Andy looking to
他觉得
get
我没有3条。
Some value here. 2 flush draws. Gut shots arrive. Jack 10 does get there, but no reason to stop betting with a hand like this.
$37K and Elton still hanging around here, Randy. 122K pot and a backdoor flush board pairing ace of spades shows up. Yes, Andy has a boat now, but
He doesn't need to be worried about a bigger boat normally because ace, king, ace, queen, kings, and queens, they're going to 3-bet, right? Because Elton closed the action pre. The most likely only boat he loses to is ace 5 in this spot. Look at Andy. Pot size. Trying to get max. Maybe hoping that Elton backed into a flush.
我上头了，兄弟，别搞我了。
Elton calls with ace deuce.
oh my.
That's a downswing.
这打的就是上头。
What, Don rubbing a little bit of salt in the wound that he had opened initially.
真的上头。
慢慢来，慢慢来。
Elton stone bluff catching there and allowing Andy to start the process of crawling out of the hole that he dug himself when he bluffed off 447,000 on the river, representing a boat against ST.
对的。
And boy, 20% roughly of that million that just got delivered has already been incinerated.
Gone just like that.
第一天呢也结束了。完了，一坐下来就输了，没赢过的。
You think that Elton plays that pot
没打到牌。
the same way if he wasn't fresh off of getting stacked by Tan? Honestly?
The ace deuce just now?
Yeah.
I think he takes more time on a river. Perhaps he still finds a call, but some players might even fold there. It's hard to say. Doesn't help when it literally just happened.
Yeah, and it
Like, even if you're a bit immune to feeling a little steamy, it's gonna hurt everyone a bit, right? Losing $1 million pot.
bottom pair up against the flush draw, which comes in for boss on the turn. Things unraveling here for Elton. Surely.
3 losers in a row.
Okay. This one, the most tolerable of the cuts, but still slicing away at Elton's stack. Tan in the straddle with the suited ace. ST with some medicine in the form of ace king. Makes it 13,000 to go.
Ace jack for Ivey. It's been a spectator so far.
Could be a problem.
He's going to 3-bet it.
40,000 he says.
Hijack versus button. Oftentimes we'll see ace king go to 4th.
哎，为什么我是抓到一个？
Especially with the straddle on.
算吗？
没有一圈啊，
没有一圈。
因为我坐下来，本来我大忙的 Ivey 又坐
He
下
comes in
来
with，call. His hand is very disguised.
不好意思嘛 ，straight 嘛。
Yeah, we're quite used to the ace kings making noise pre-flop.
现在很热了，很烫。
Not this time though. A flat call and top pair,
但刚才
top kicker,
输
backdoor
输
clubs.
5
Not going to be going anywhere in the face of this 30K C bet, which is downsized from the pre-flop 3-bet by Ivey, who's got the Broadway gutter.
This is quite problematic for Ivey, as he actually has a pretty good flop for his ace-jack betting the flop. Gets called.
种瓦萨比这样。
Blank turn, although it does bring the backdoor spade draw.
Could see him bet the turn once again, targeting the queen. The queen would have a lot of trouble calling twice. Ideally, he would want to hold a club or spade to block some of the flush draws. He's going to fire once more, 125,000. It makes sense. It's not going to work against this holding.
总要让我活一活嘛，这个概率在那里摆着啊。
What it does, though, in my mind, Randy, is it opens up the door for him to pull off the big bluff, unimproved on the river, provided a dry one rolls off.
Of course, that's definitely crossing his mind. We'll see if it happens. For now, though, Esti check calling 402,000 in the middle.
Now
There's
there
the blank.
is, as played, a very dry 4 of hearts. And Ivey could be repping the set of queens. He does shut it down, though.
Esti. He's up $700,000.
flop 有没有打？
那个7、9不就？
打2枪。
We all agreed three rounds of straddles. We don't want to negotiate 1 round at a time. 3 rounds at a time.
That's the president.
Yep.
哦，全是他打的哦。
What that is the guy who's stuck and wants to juice the game in any way possible.
You can't deny that guy, can you? Not that any of these players were going to deny
I
it.
will say this. When you know a man is down $750,000 and he asks for some straddles and you're up huge, you just can't say no. Not if you want another invite back to the next one of these cash game invitationals, that's for sure.
Agree. To be fair, none of these players would ever deny it.
Yeah, they might beat Elton to the suggestion, if I'm being honest.
昨天你说了这句，然后就把我炸了一下。
5-6 suited, raise and take, Esti.
没盘就等你走。
哦，这样，中国的很厉害今天。
啊
，2个。
对，
来，中国代表，中国代表。
那个是香港的。
那个香港。
其实我也不知道我现在算哪里了。
哦，对他香港护照、中国护照都有。
没有。
注销了。
中国第1，中国第2。
你香港的没拿到吗？
要少张。
啊。7年。
不容易。
Andy limps a dusty one.
好不容易顶对顶替。
Equally dusty as ST, but he wants to juice things up to 22,000 with the Jack 3 off.
Nice. There you go.
I feel like for Andy, this end of 2-hour first frame seat redraw can't come fast enough.
To be honest, I don't think there's a good seat draw at this table.
You might be right.
But if you had a choice, you don't want Elton or Xuan right behind you.
The dealer seat is the safest one out there.
Can't lose in that seat, can you?
Yeah, I don't think you can, although I'm sure some dealer somewhere has figured out a way to do it.
You might be that dealer.
In those home games, I've actually had dealers who would like gamble with the players, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You want to prop bet with me?
Yeah, for sure. They're like, I'll double whatever you made in this down. Red, black, next hand.
I guess.
Here's what I'll say, though. Every time in the game that I'm talking about, a player would make that offer to the dealer, and the dealer would lose, they would always still double the tip. So it was just kind of one of those having a good time with them.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
那个水平得多高嘛？太难了，找不到。
Can we talk to chat for a little bit? Are they excited?
I think they're just as breathless as we are from
They're
some
like,
of what we just
they
saw
can't
Elton
type right
endure.
now. They're like, oh my god, what just happened?
Oh, they can type. They just can't believe their eyes.
我可以，我
吃完饭，吃完饭。
啊，
不过要问问老板。
We're just getting started. Randy, the sun hasn't even set yet.
他都无所谓的，我看。
If this is what's going down in the first frame, I'm a little bit scared for what might be going down in the fourth.
Second and third verse. Can't skip straight to the final act.
Nope.
I don't want to.
没有提，今天
Didn't think every day was going to get better. And here we are. Queen Jack suited. Oh, man, because Tan Xuan's got pocket queens. And you know Elton is not an appetite to lay this one down pre to a 3-bet.
By the way, the meatiest of the losses suffered en route to this now 700K hole that Elton has dug himself came at the hands of Tan Xuan, who is 3-betting his 14 up to 45. Handz gets away from the ace-jack. Yeah, here's another 31. Let's go.
Old friend meet again.
Storyline not lost on boss. Ace, deuce, deuce, 2 diamonds.
Not the board you want to see, Tan Xuan or
No,
Elton.
But by the way, you know, Elton recognizes that Tan's 3-bets come in all shapes and sizes and flavors.
And having said that, maybe he would have continued if there was a flop C-bet.
Goes check, check. Tan now picks up the queen-high flush draw. Tougher proposition to get him off of the hand at this point. Elton doesn't make the effort.
Yeah, really nice turn card for Tan, just in case he was up against an ace. Also, if another diamond falls, he can really just get some extra value from worse diamonds. He's going to start betting himself. He actually can get called by worse. Pairs lowered into queens, but of course queen jack with spades, no interest.
今天是有位置打 Elton，以前你是喜欢没有位置打人的。
人是会
小忙大忙一直3次打。
人是会变的。
Continuing to pick up Elton bucks.
就在小忙大忙打大人家。
长期被你教育，那肯定要进步。
对啊，我这么教你，我自己都不会。
King 10 for boss. He really was forced into more of a spectator role for the bulk of the first 2 days of play, I want to say. Not that he is
Thank you.
incapable of getting involved, but you see, even a little pot is one that he's happy to take.
These little pots do add up, right? There's a straddle, there's a huge big blind ante. You can grind those up.
I thought this change.
唐老板，越来越厉害。
越来越厉害了，还有一点不厉害，上头控制不了。
我控制不了了。
上头控制了，天下无敌了，唐先。
上头，还好。
你拖他去给他看，他就上头了。
Did I hear the name Santosh being thrown around here? Noticeably absent from the festivities.
头很硬
I
啊，
don't think that's what they're saying. I think that's actually
No?
just
It's
Chinese.
just Chinese,
but
forgive me.
I do miss a little
Esti也敢抓是
Santosh.
吧？
Don't think he's here, but you never know. There's still
我一看
in the days to come.
你是替我
Anyone
操
can always come at
是
any
我，你
notice.
肯定走。
嗯，对。
Nah, there's no way he's here at the moment because you know he would be in this game if he was.
Suvarna, by the way, picked up a bracelet at this year's World Series of Poker.
对
第2.0啊，3.0。
Also picked up a bracelet in Rosvedov.
ST 2024了，
That's right.
We were there,
We
right?
were
现在
there.
打出来的都是钢板。
He's a
Santosh.
tournament pro now. That's why he's not sitting out the cash games. Nah, just kidding.
If he were available, I'm sure his flight would have been booked.
他以前搞出来
No
你
question
你看
Santosh has a standing invitation.
100%.
现在他有很多机了。
Hands with the button and a standing 40,000 over the top of this 9-7 of diamonds.
这下
Earlier, ST actually called a 3-bet against Handz out of position with 9-7 of clubs.
ST 的老师，
Let's see if he calls again with the diamond variety.
你们在西班牙通常打牌啊？一个礼拜
一个礼拜的2
Deeply
次。
speculative combination.
打到直接
He's
买
coming in, but which way?
没有，是
TBD.
1万多，是50、100。
Flat call.
Great board for Handz. Dry texture, heart draw. Really just sprinkle anything and win it here and now.
$30.
$30K. No real prospects. Out goes Esti, and Handz just continues
Does his
to
thing.
bat 1,000 almost, it feels like. His chips going to the middle. They're coming back with new friends.
With interest.
Mystery card time for Handz, who makes it 10,000.
Average holding here for Tan in the straddle. It's coming in, no doubt.
That's an above average holding for 10 in the straddle.
But it's an average hand in general. But I hear you. That hand picks up middle pair and open and straight draw. Problem is it's Queen Jack 10, and that's very heavy in the pre-flop open range. They've got Ace King. They're uncapped.
Middle pair. Bad end of the straight draw. Check calls the 10K follow through. And now Jackson 9s, 4-liner on board. Ton, quick check. 48 in the middle. Let's see if Handz is going to represent.
Could easily have it as well.
Yeah.
Cut off, right?
We simply don't know, and neither does Tan, as we play this one from his perspective.
$25.
So against a 25K bet, I could see Tan check calling. He might have the best hand. He's got outs to a boat in case he's up against a king. Here's the call. And once he check calls a turn, it's very difficult for Handz to bluff once more. 4 on the river. Xuan just basically hoping, please check it back.
He was drawn to the boat for the 25K, but now he's very much adrift against almost any sizing on the end.
60.
That would be normal, and 60K could be considered just that, 2/3.
60% really does look like he's milking king and Xuan. Grabbing the calling chips. He seems suspicious. This is a big call, if he was to find it.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, nice bluff by Handz.
ace high, and Tan, one of the more difficult people to get a bluff through on here at this table, made a believer.
That was nice.
It was wild because he had his hand in his left hand and he had 60K in his right hand, and you didn't know which of the two things was going into the middle.
And you know, Handz didn't even know. He was like,
Yeah.
nice.
Dicey.
That was a relief. Very cool play.
所以说现在是永远是这样子的嘛。
I think that one was aided in part by
对，一个
just
他那
you know
5个 turn
how Handz' session has been
we
going
try
so
that.
far,
We
showing
try
down
that.
winners, taking pot after pot, and you just think to yourself, okay, he's just got it. This guy's not in bluff mode right now.
Yeah.
He's not stuck.
He
You
knows his
know-
image.
武功挺高的。
Really took advantage of it there.
Sure, sure.
And he also knows his opponent is going to still check call some 2 pairs on the turn. And 8s, right? Like the bottom end of the straight. Not really looking to call too often to a river bet. It was just nicely executed by Handz as we move on to this board.
Queen 9 tray rainbow, a couple of ace highs, locking horns. Elton, the pre-flop popper, with the ace 10. Andy and the straddle defended. Nobody wanted to fire at that board. Flop or turn. Pot staying steady at 34,000. Elton will be a winner at Showdown if given the opportunity.
Ace 10's good.
Yeah.
You know, Randy, not all heroes wear capes. And I know that's an out-of-context statement for those of you that are listening to us right now, but Randy's been really getting snacked on over the better part of the last 2 streams by the mosquitoes that have worked their way into this booth, and I just took one down.
Yeah, some heroes wear headsets. You're right.
That feels a bit self-aggrandizing, by the way. I wouldn't characterize us as that, but I think your skin just thanked me.
Thank you very much, buddy.
10分啊，还有5分钟啊。
It is super satisfying to smash those little things.
I mean,
Anyway.
really?
直接不会跑。
Yeah.
You enjoy
I'm an
it?
animal lover, but winged insects don't make the cut. Boss on the button. Ace 10 offsuit will make the cut.
Oh man, I'm actually happy you did that because I think I got a new bite on my ankle
Oh,
here.
you know, it's funny.
Push these
All
down.
of a sudden, he did come out of nowhere. It was probably nursing your ankle blood.
Ace 10, ace 10. Big blind versus button.
Andy pushing back.
Ace 10's a funny hand to defend with, right? It is dominated, it's not suited. You can really see it go in all directions. Decent 4-bet candidate. Fold if you think your opponent's messing around. Not that much. Shows an ace.
肯定不到。
Somewhat relieving, I would imagine.
Yeah, but you
For
kind of
Boss
want to
to
know,
see
is he
it, but yeah.
doing the wheel stuff or
Right.
the upper end of the echelon?
Cuts 2 ways, right? Randy, you definitely did get bit on the ankle there, buddy. I don't know how to tell you this, but I don't think you have a pimple on your ankle meat.
No.
That's he got
I don't
you.
know why would I have a pimple on my
That's what I'm
ankle
saying.
either.
That little red dot.
Yeah,
He got you. He paid the ultimate price for that meal,
death.
but
You can
know.
throw him into the... Bury him in the graveyard somewhere. Montenegro grounds.
I just flicked him. I don't know where you ended up.
Corpse is on.
Oh yeah, I got
the
a body
floor.
count for sure
Yeah.
up here.
Okay. Can we move on from this
I
conversation?
don't think they. Well, we can, but
You want to talk about more? What
I
else do you want
was
to
just
say?
Well, I'm concerned.
Put a pin on it.
Because I would hate for you to end up with West Nile or dengue fever or malaria or any of those things. I'm sure it's nothing, Randy. I'm sure you'll be fine. But
Really? You're going to give me
Strangely,
that
they-
concern? You're going to give me that concern right now. I have a lot of action I want to watch for the rest of this week, and you're going to give me that. Thanks.
I'm sure it's fine, buddy. Don't worry about it. Top pair, king kicker here for ST, performing well against the ace of Tan. No action on the flop after Tan raised the button to 12,000 pre.
Hand's over.
You know, there's these things, Randy, that you can buy. I think they're pretty cheap too, and you put it over the top of the mosquito bite, and then you just pop it, and it like sucks the whatever the thing is that makes it itch out. Because as much as I like you, I'm not gonna do it.
Get your hands off of me.
What happened to your straddle, Phil?
Forgot. What do you want me to do?
You do double straddle next time.
Okay.
Okay?
Is that a solution? Okay.
You owe one. Let
Oh, one. Okay.
No, because we're doing 3 rounds of straddle, so it's gonna take a while before you catch up.
So the next round I do what, 8 or something?
Yeah, next round do 8. Fair.
Okay.
所以这把牌没有 straddle。
啊？
这把牌没有 straddle 是吧？
这把还没有 straddle，他下一把要放个8000。
So
he'll do 4 and I'll do 8.
Yeah, when he does 4, you do 8. Okay?
Okay.
Deal?
Remind me. Yeah. I mean.
Okay. I remind you.
If you can.
I try.
President will know.
Yeah, inadvertently.
VIP.
B. B.
Oh, how can he do 4, you do 8?
No,
When you're paying double.
No, when he does 4 next time, Phil does 8.
When Phil turn to straddle 4, he put 8.
Yeah, that's what I said. When he does 4, oh, instead of.
Yeah, when he does 4, you are not
Nice
supposed
try,
to put anything.
Okay.
When you are on straddle, you put 8.
I do 8.
超过了。
Oh.
Save you 4K.
Thank you.
2K each.
Okay, so it looks like we've come up with a viable solution for Ivey to pay off the missed straddle marker. Meanwhile, one developing here that doesn't seem like it's going to be particularly interesting, unless, of course, Elton decides with 4-3 of spades to fire at this board pairing turn card after it went check on the flop.
Yeah, Esti is 3-bet this one. Checked flop. Check calling, and Elton's drawing dead. 133 in the middle. I wonder if Elton bets again to kind of shake out ace king, ace queen. That might check call the turn. Yeah, this makes sense that that's what he's targeting. I don't think he's going to get the 10s down, though.
Well, we'll see. Remember that Esti did 3-bet and then pump the brakes on this board texture on the flop, which does leave his hand a little bit under-repped, and he does make the call.
要开吗？
Toji. As Elton gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Hasn't been going well.
To an almost $900,000 loss.
投机
on
不
the
行
session.
啊。
On the flip side, though,
Save you money there
Esti
with the straddle.
doing
Save.
great.
Save, right?
No. Cost.
Cost you money?
He went folded. Flip-flop. Too expensive to raise. Drop K. Now he raised 8K.
Players joking that Ivey's missed
Cost me
straddles
money every
costed
day.
Elton.
打到牌的，这样的。
Well, Elton in the straddle himself here with the Jack-8 suited, facing guess who? Esti as a razor on the button with a couple of 9s. Hands gonna set mine
中牌不是。
for 13.
Should be going 4 ways here.
Able to close it for another 9K. Elton desperately trying to make a hand and take a pot of some consequence. 57,000 out there already. Heart in the window, but no help behind it for Elton. Ace, queen, high board texture, all Ivey. Round of knuckles. Now we have the heart draw for Elton, but for the time being, it's simply something that could see him getting in a little bit of trouble.
Elton might try to rep the ace.
Me?
He won't.
Not the way things have been going for him.
Two nines for Esti. He's going to try to rep it.
Well, if we think that no one has the ace, all of a sudden this bet can target some queen X.
I see where you're coming from. Also, the nines warrants a little bit of protection, right? Clearly it's vulnerable to overcards. Handz has got the gut shot. There's a chance he continues, and he could maybe even check raise if he wanted to, given the very weak action that's been going on.
100.
There we go. Make it 100. Handz is sick.
All he's got is a wheel gutter here, but more so the sense that ST is simply position betting this multi-way spot on the turn.
He got Ivey's ace out, too.
Understandably, where is Ivey supposed to go with ace 6 from here?
Yeah, 100K bet in front of him. He hasn't put anything on the flop or turn.
Nope.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Well, it makes dollars, is my guess. So I don't think ST is going to have an appetite for things. This feels like set of deuces, set of threes with some frequency.
4-5, I guess, is possible. Handz knows he has equity, clean equity, in case he gets called. And what a play. Really love how Handz has been playing today. Does his thing and makes moves that always works. Redraw time, Ollie.
Well, while that frame was fruitful for Handz, it was damaging for Elton Tsang. Almost 900,000 in the hole, $250,000 and change. Down from his starting stack is Andy Nee. Ivey also trending in the wrong direction, as is Boss. As you see, the lion's share of the winnings being split between ST Wang and Xuan. Randy and I are going to step aside in about 15 minutes' time. We'll resume day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational. Don't go anywhere. More to come.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Watching us live. Roll call time.
UTG limp from Handz.
Unorthodox, and Elton wags his finger at that behavior.
That's orthodox.
Ace queen suited. Now a king jack of spades in the cutoff.
Could see him call or 3-bet, actually.
And this is, of course, because that under the gun limp just reads so strange, and the perception is that Elton might just be pouncing on what he thinks is an out-of-line sort of hand. Now the 3-bet to 35,000 is being pondered by Tang on the button with jacks. And note just how funky Handz' under the gun limp is making things.
Yeah, this is actually going to make Tantron want to 4-bet even more.
Takes us to 85.
Elton's hand is so pretty, but don't think he loves to see the cold 4-bet. I feel like if he was the 3-better, Paul Elton's seat has swapped, he probably wouldn't be letting this one go to Tan's 4-bet. But here, even if he commits some more chips, he still has to worry about Paul, who's 3-bet to 35K. You know, this just hurts a guy like Elton. He's going to throw in some time banks.
Yeah.
Seeing, can he maybe click it and fold?
First opportunity to mention, by the way, that the pace of this cash game is brought to you in part not just by the personalities that tend to be brisk in their decision-making anyhow, but the fact that the same shot clock that we employ in Triton Super High Roller Series tournament festivals is the one that we're putting to work here in this cash game invitational. I think players very much appreciate that.
哎呀，三八哥，It's good。
你没我大吗？
And Tan sheds both the ace, queen of hearts, and the king, jack of spades with that 4. Welcome, all of you.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what time it is over there, but enjoy the show. We've just begun.
你们全部 shredder 嘛？那我输一把大的，我也参加了嘛，对不对？
听上去很合理
啊，我输一把10几万我就来了。
So Elton's just straddling alone right now. Get 7 deuce again.
一支 shredder 了。
all round。
all round。
屌你老母，都係玩呢個遊戲啊！成日攞啊，屌！
So Handz actually limped in the small blind.
Yeah, giving us a different look, and he did it this time with an ace-jack that can fade. The raise from Ivey.
Yeah, Ivey tried to take it down pre.
And flops the joint. King, jack, 9, middle pair, top kicker, checking over. Note that the 10 of hearts also works for Ivey. No flush draw for Handz. 41,000 in the middle.
That 10 of hearts is actually a straight flush draw, and he checks it back.
4th heart is actually not what we want to see if we're Ivey, given that the ace and the queen of hearts now beat us.
Also kills your action getting a big pot. Continuing to check.
你们打牌好像都不穿黑色衣服的，是不是黑素比较黑啊？
对呀。
我靠！我刚发现，我以为你们每天都是白的。
Handz with too much showdown value to want to turn this into a bluff here on the river.
I agree, but he might actually consider check calling depending on how Ivey's size is. We'll see. I'd be shocked if he was to bet this one himself.
把 Benz 打广告。
It is kind of tempting, though, when you start to think if Ivey had a heart, he would have fired as a pre-flop raiser in position on flop or turn. So he does fire 10,000, and Ivey says that's not enough, taking it up to 40 with the 3rd nuts.
Yeah, he just knows where he's at. Really good recognition from Ivey. Not everyone would raise the 3rd nuts.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy, and perhaps these are the sort of moments that illustrate the difference between great and good.
It's like, how can you get that little bit of extra value?
Right. We mere mortals click call and bluff catch.
Yeah, there's no way I'm raising if I'm in that spot. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty happy with what's in the middle. I know I'm usually good, but I don't want to be opening the door for me to get re-raised off my hand.
Monotone board all the way across.
We all know it, yes.
Well, if you don't know it, you know, a quick Google search will probably unearth a whole host of videos, both breaking it down and just showing that pot. But I bring it up because sometimes we raise there and all of a sudden the 3-bet comes in, and then Ivey's like, well, and then the 4-bet comes in, and then you start looking around and going, how did we end up in this situation? And it is precisely the aversion to having to grapple with something like that that leaves most of us clicking call and closing the action. But, you know, these guys are cut from a different sort of cloth, Randy.
Look at this hand. Tan opening 5 deuce of clubs +1, getting 3-bet by Esti, and these two were really battling yesterday.
And I think in particular, it was a function of Esti having one of the deeper stacks on the game And
Ollie.
Tang being, you know, kind of buried. And look at him, 4-betting to 100,000. You're right. There is something in the air between these two. And I'm not suggesting that it's ill-spirited, but rather just a roll your sleeves up, dig in, sort of competitive bite.
$100,000.
5
deuce of clubs. You are a sicko.
Show
Which
the
one are you
deuce,
showing?
yes. There it is.
我 open 的时候，我感觉他那边有杀气了，准备搞我。
My favorite is when somebody will run into me, you know, if I'm out in Vegas or send a tweet, something like that, and be like, hey, man, are they, is that real money? You know, are they playing with their own money? And I always look back and I'm like, yeah, I know it's hard to believe, but sometimes a man 4-bets 5 deuce of clubs for $100,000.
Yes. Yes.
And that's precisely what makes these streams so much fun to watch. Ace-Jack. Not so fun in the face of a 3-bet to 23,000 from Esti as once again the usual suspects embroiled.
How does Xuan want to play this one? These two already practically playing heads up at this table. It feels like you come in with call normally, but there's
This
dynamic
is a 4-bet to
going.
100,000 again, Randy. This is, and by the way, given that he just showed a deuce and did this, that really changes things. Baby suited aces, you know, the solvers love this 3-bet.
They do, but this is a massive 4-bet, you know. It's not like you can go hunting and start seeing flops, can you? But then again, if the guy shows you the deuce, ace-4 suited plays okay, and gonna show Jack.
ST getting snacked on and getting shown the Jack. First of 4 2-hour frames. 1K, 2K, 5K, no limit. Here from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. Mystery card time. Andy Knees holding will be obfuscated as he makes it 11,000 here in this straddle pot. Ace-King suited for ST Wang. We know which direction this one's headed.
Upstairs. Just how much?
There's your answer. 35 dimes.
ST 不是以前的 ST 了。
So it is +1 versus the hijack. Relatively early positions.
Andy hanging in. This one swells. Board comes Jack 7 deuce. Only one heart out there. $82,000 in the middle.
Ace-King is 2 overs. Deuce tend to see a lot of C-bets on this type of flop with Ace-King, especially with the backdoor hearts. He's going to check it. We know he's been tricky. That 10 of hearts is spicy.
Gut shot, Broadway draw, nut flush draw. It's coming together a little bit for a hand that wasn't all too keen on the flop. Now let's see if on the turn.
I could see this go either way for ST after you check the flop. Again, check 2 again.
Well, the Ace-King has showdown as well, I guess, as part of the calculus, Randy.
And also, I
check
don't
back.
ever feel like I get a better hand to fold once I check.
And how about this? Jack of hearts on the river. Board pairing nut flush now.
I mean, how good is that for ST? Now he's hoping that Andy's got a jack or better.
Well, not too much
I mean,
better.
yeah, I thought about that statement. I was going to retract. I was like, yeah, I won't, but I regret it. 52K coming in.
And once again, not unlike that spot where Ivey with the lone 10 of hearts on the 4-flush board found the raise against Handz. We're left wondering whether or not ST would pursue value. I think holding the king of hearts is unpleasant with the nut flush in this spot because obviously you want to unblock the second nut flush.
Okay, sure, but I feel like this is a mandatory raise, especially how the hand's been playing out. Flop check through, turn check through. Andy often bets a turn with like 2 pair or a set, so we discount the boats quite a bit. We do want to try to get value from worse flushes. A Jack X will be put in a spot where they might feel they have to call. And he's kind of sized, what, 52K? It's not like near pot where, oh, my opponent's playing polar. It is reasonable for Andy to have hands to bet call with that is worse than the flush here. And keep in mind, Esti can kind of represent one of those ace of heart blocker bluffs, you know what I mean?
And I think the longer that he takes to make this decision, the more maybe Andy is going to perceive that as apprehension. We see the 135,000 coming in. You wait Andy's response as suddenly over $250,000 is in the middle.
Yeah, this is disgusting if you're Andy and you're holding like an ace jack or king jack trips. But wow, he's all of a sudden coming with jam.
Snap regretting this choice is ST.
Yeah, now you throw up.
Barf bag to the main game.
We've seen ST make some good hero folds yesterday.
Get another table.
By the way, this all-in came in quick, Randy.
It did.
As though the conclusion was always foregone with respect to what Andy wanted to do if ST did raise.
447.
First thing to keep in mind, ST most likely believes that Andy would never do this with a worse flush. That wouldn't really make sense the way this one's playing out. Him holding the ace of hearts is actually kind of important. He makes the call on Queen 10, making the rebluff. ST.
Wow, not flush.
$976,000 pot going his way.
I'm going to round that one up and just say we had ourselves $1 million pot just now. And this was a $447,000 bluff.
10勾吧，10勾同换2个
勾
10
10勾很可能已经4路打了。
是那个。
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Well, if the first 2 hours of carnage is any indication, we may have ourselves a bloodbath today here from the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro, where day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational week-long inaugural affair has been action-packed. Ali Nejad and Randy Liu taking you back inside to our featured table, where we have played a game of musical chairs and giving you a glimpse once more at the standings. In terms of profit loss, it has been the Esti, Wang, and Xuan show. Elton Tsang, almost $1 million in the hole with plenty of work cut out for him. But we're playing 1K, 2K with a 5K big blind ante and multiple rounds of straddles. Randy, which means that 877,000 isn't as big of a hole, or as deep of a hole, rather, as it may have otherwise been.
It still is, but obviously with the bigger stakes, the bigger ante, you're able to get out of that hole much
等他们进完来先。
more quickly if possible.
Yeah. You can dig yourself out using a proper shovel instead of a teaspoon.
Right, but if you use the wrong shovel, you can actually dig in the
Yeah.
wrong direction.
That's right.
And you really don't want to do that. Just that. So new seating arrangements.
Jack 10 and 6-5 suited. BB versus straddle. King 9-6. Gut shot straight draw for Andy. Knuckles over to bottom pair and the backdoor diamonds. Tan fires 8,000.
Enough for Andy to continue with the gut shot. 2 overs to the middling and bottom card. That's a check call.
肯定要打的。
3 of clubs renders no assistance to Andy.
Oftentimes in tan seat, you check this one and play bluff catcher if the straight draw stuff kind of miss. Then again, it's not really a standard player, is he? So let us grab blue chips and bet once more. It's actually a value bet here. Discounting those straight draws from drawing against his 6.
Yep.
Nicely done.
Unblocking the 7s, 8s, 10, Jack, Queen.
Sure.
Tan really operates so well in those specific sorts of scenarios. I mean, the number of occasions on which I see him get value out of hands that I would just, you know, never manage to do so. And I'm not comparing myself to these guys whatsoever, but just in terms of considering things as poker players, those of us watching the stream, those of us in here in the booth, even yourself, Randy, the great Nanonoko, has played super high stakes throughout the years. You two marvel at his specific ability to earn chips in spots and take down pots where others would not.
And I also understand the discomfort he puts other players in. I could put myself in their shoes and realize, sure, like, I like having some solid holdings like ace, queen, ace, jacks, but I don't like sitting super deep against a guy who has the whole board and is always putting in multiple barrels, you know what I mean? He's a force to be reckoned with.
It's a great way to put it. Esti has been the real force thus far on the session. King Jack makes it 7 to go. Elton, ace 4 on the button, 3-betting to 22.
This is loose. Elton does have position. ST's not looking to lay down King Jack offsuit.
You know, it's weird because everything about the way that he approached that spot made me feel like he was going to fold.
I hear you.
Just physically. Of course, it would have been a bit strange. Ultimately, he does make the call. Elton morphs ace high into middle pair on the 6-high rainbow board. 25K C-bet. And I know that's not the pot that's going to get him unstuck, but it is a pot. And I think in terms of trying to find the right trajectory, moments like that can be important on the session.
May I ask you a question? I saw Elton with a $1.2 million stack. Doesn't that mean he topped up once again?
It does. It does, Randy.
It doesn't stop? You know, you don't want to play this. He wants to play the super big pot.
You know,
there's players that cover.
I wouldn't go worrying about whether or not Elton's on case money right now.
Oh, no, of course not.
I would go worrying about, based on what we've seen already today in terms of the way he's running, the fact that he is reloaded and now is facing the prospects of a $2 million plus all-in against the likes of Andy Nee or Esti Wang and Tang Xuan.
Well, we already have $2 million pots been played, and they weren't premium versus premium. You know,
They seldom are for some reason. Rob Yong has joined the ruckus.
He's in for 500K.
Puts 15,000 of it out there with King 9 offsuit in the cutoff. Premium one for Tan. flats, and this is the kind of stuff that makes him so dangerous.
I
Randy?
like how you called it a premium, though, because it's Tan's holding, right?
Oh,
Ace
yeah.
Studios, of course, it's
Yeah,
good, but
yeah.
I don't know if it's premium
Are you
status.
kidding me?
But I
This
hear
is
you.
top shelf liquor. Queen 7 deuce, sub-premium board texture for him. He checks it over to Rob. You know what the other thing about Tan is? We see Rob check back, and I'm not being critical of it, but Tan earns the check back so much more than other people do. You know,
That's
just-
actually a really good point, Ollie. It didn't cross my mind, but yes, if you're known to be very active in attacking, you actually see bet against those players less, knowing you're going to get check raised more.
Or knowing that you're going to get called and then have to play a turn in an inflated pot against a sticky opponent, and you just don't know where you're at a lot of the times.
赶紧的。
Able to pick that one off.
啊，是说
我去，我赢了，勾5黑桃。
哦，你去是吧？
不把它等于啊，
如果是 K7 好一点。
15000，
真的，什么后门花卡
15000不妨了。
太大了嘛。
对呀，
不过中间很多钱啊。
我觉得是啊，
10000块钱可以。
如果没对或者抵对还可以。
我觉得这把真的是送钱了。这本来就不该去的牌。
是可以去，他看没什么关系，K8可以去。
K8可以去吗？K8也不可以。
我去的。
啊？
别人在开套3六，我 K8 去。
Pocket nines for Elton. Pretty one for Rob.
Bins it.
让家牌什么的。
That's a little snug, don't you think?
Tend to agree, but you got to remember he wasn't here for the first 2 hours, so he doesn't really know how loose Elton's playing today.
Scouting report hasn't been acquired.
That's a loose button call by Tan.
Why do you think I called ace-10 suited a premium now, Randy? As we see the pocket eights in a bad way to the ace-jack 5 board, bottom pair for Tan. 9 still best. Elton, no appetite for that texture. 2 quick checks in front of Tan.
Never know what Tan's thinking.
Oh, man.
All right. What do you do here when you got 2 9s or 2 8s?
Especially for Elton, who's got Andy behind him.
Lays it down.
Can't blame him.
Even Andy's not instantly releasing, but he does now.
这是什么意思啊？
找的。
This might be the most profitable
我赢你打
5-3
2000
player.
块，我是
没有
打2000块。
刚才都有2
I don't
Without
think
you.
that's a
So he
stat
bet
that
2K.
anyone keeps track of. But if we did, Randy, all my action is on Tan Xuan
你有
lifetime
Ivey 了？
with 5-3.
不懂啊？
嗯？
I mean, he's been playing it yesterday as well, right?
He's like the king of the offsuit gapper.
就是因为
Do
你
you
说这
remember
个
the
8
8-6
天
offsuit
哪，怎么会抱歉
3-bet yesterday?
Out of
Swap
position
the
as well.
vote?
Yes.
against the early raise?
So when it's suited, he's like really excited.
Oh, yeah. No, I actually think he's less excited when it's suited because
You
he's
think?
like, this isn't going to be as glorious.
So he does kind of play for the glory, doesn't he? He gives me that vibe. But he's not one of those, I want to win one key moment. He's like as relentless as
45.
possible. Handz is playing really nice poker today.
Yeah, on the topic of relentless, he's got a much better suited connector than Andy does. Price point elevated by 35,000 here.
这般把是1000人才能，妈的，这不是 straddle，有200多个单吧？
那 K8 的时候，
啊，
不是 straddle 吗？
不是 straddle 来的。
哦，没有
So
straddle。
Handz is going to pick up
对啊。
that pot as Andy folded.
Has Handz lost a pot, honestly, at Showdown?
Today?
I don't think he
I
has.
can't remember. If he did, it was very small. But he's really earned a profit here today.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that big check raise right before break with the pocket fours, that was nice.
Yeah, he's earned it. It's not like the deck has just slapped him in the face or anything. He's
No.
actually playing poker.
He
And
tripled that
playing it well.
A7 into 10, too.
Oh, yeah. I
That was-
forgot about that.
That was mean on a 4-liner. That's very hard to do. One bet, sure. The river, that was some gutsos.
Jack-9 suited has piqued Andy's interest, and 10-6 suited further piquing Tan's.
It's connected
Yeah.
by a thread.
Back around to Andy.
I just don't think he's going to fold this against this opponent, ever. To flop we go.
King 10-7, 2 hearts, double gutter, backdoor spades, checks it over to middle pair.
Quite the fair fight. Double gutter also has the backdoor spades. Possibilities. Tan Xuan. C-betting, middle pair, no kicker.
Oh, you were joking.
It makes
right?
sense that he's betting just
Yeah.
because this board favors him, so it'd be kind of odd if he was to check.
I offered him, I said, you want to play my plays?
You chicken out.
Trip 10s on the turn as the hearts arrive. Really poor development for Andy.
Yeah, and actually the trip 10s is rather well disguised for Tan Xuan, just because not all 10x's bet the flop. Feels like it's crossing his mind, and maybe he can really just go for value against
listen,
King X.
Not all 10x is 3-bet pre.
Yeah, I know that. I think that was a given, but
Yeah,
yes,
I
I
mean-
hear you.
Nevertheless, Andy concedes and Tan accumulates.
Good, huh? Đâu thất tình.
Tan's got a very impressive watch collection as well. He's a big RM fan.
He has a white one as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. A lot of bankrolls condensed into the wristwear there. And a lot of players worldwide condensed into any given day of action over at GG Poker. Our good friends are offering a sign-up bonus and a Global Millions ticket, and of course, entertainment like Rush and Cash, which takes place every Friday. Sign up today. Use the promo code Triton_2024 and get yourself involved over at GG Poker.
Place called Nikki Beach. That they
There are a lot, many beach clubs here.
I didn't realize they had a Nikki Beach here.
yeah, he says it's pretty good.
Nikki Beach is a brand, is it?
What do you want?
It's like a disco,
Oh.
pool,
Oh.
daytime pool nightclub type of place.
$8,000, says Esti. Similar kit to that which Tan put to work as a 3-bet moments ago. No takers, though.
I've quite a few of them around the world. I didn't realize they had one in Montenegro.
Yeah, I didn't know either. Actually, I didn't even get a chance to go see any other places in Montenegro. Always in the casino.
That tends to be the case in any given Triton.
Yeah. Like I heard it's a great place to visit, you know, while you're playing
that
poker
there.
and all you do is just grind the highest games.
Weather's
Yep.
nice, the water is nice. That's all you need.
Everything's nice here.
Huh?
Everything's nice here.
This action's been nice.
Nicer for some than others.
Decent hand. Better for Elton.
Kings on the button. 3 scoops. Handz, by the way, has been choosing this 5K sizing in spite of the fact that we're playing the 5K big blind ante today very consistently in contrast to the rest of the field.
True. And if the big blind's not defending a wider range, there's no problem with it.
7-6-3 and a couple of clubs, backdoor nut diamonds and the gutter. Handz checking over.
Not a bad flop for Handz, actually, with that gutter, backdoor diamonds, ace high.
Yeah, especially because absent the over pairs, Elton's not supposed to be interacting with this one. Club draws from time to time. Check call of 15,000, another 30 into the middle. Pot grows to 74,000. But the equity does not for Handz, who's now just 16%, knuckling again.
Elton looking for more value. Don't think he's going to get it from ace 4. Immediate release. Random king of hearts shown by Elton. Trying to signify that he was bluffing. How's our chat doing over there, Ali?
Well, I'm just
They
getting
like the
caught
first
up.
frame?
There's plenty of chatter going on. Shout out, by the way, to those of you streaming us on Twitch or YouTube live. Always good to have you with us. Click like, click subscribe.
No, you showed me a deuce earlier. I won't forget.
And say hi to us.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on things.
Type away. We want to see it.
Mark from Connecticut says, hi, Randy. Hi, Ali.
Oh, what's up, Mark?
And hi, Chat Pros. It's the other group that he's saying hello to.
The Chat Pros. Yeah. Okay, deuce 4 coming in for 10, closing the action against Paul's ace-king open under the gun. Nothing for everyone.
Boss not following through on the 6K pre-flop raise.
Look who's ahead.
Todd with the 4s. Bets it like he knows it.
Chinese menu?
And yet again, the familiar side of him collecting a pot.
Anyone else saying hello to us in chat?
Box.
What's up, Box?
Joe from Belgium.
Joe from Belgium, hello.
Robert Rose.
Hey, Rob, thanks for joining us.
Jared. S.
Just naming names now.
No, he says best stream, great commentators.
Oh, okay.
Really a good game here.
Okay, so he's got a whole paragraph there. All right, nice. What's up, Jared? Queen 6 of hearts from Andy. It's going to open it up. What you got, Paul?
Not going to know. As we're playing the mystery card game, blocking out with intent. Boss is holding as he ventures up against Andy on the King 8-4, 1 heart board, 20 in the middle. 7K C bet.
Usually he takes it down on the flop. Not this time.
Calling. Is Boss holding his breath for this pot?
No, it's kind of odd. He doesn't look that pleased.
Check back from Andy on the turn. 10 on the river.
I would think that Paul's got the best hand usually for him to check call and see this run out.
Maybe some inside straight draws between the 8 and the 4 would be the ones that the queen high would beat, which are being blocked by the 6 of hearts, mind you. We see Paul firing 20 into 34.
Yeah, but I don't think Andy's thinking about calling with just queen high.
Obviously.
That'd be insane. But those are calling chips in his hand, and he's kind of like going Seems like he's between call or fold, doesn't it? Just based on his body language.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a raise, which is what we would maybe expect more.
Well, if you're trying to pick off those middling straight draws that you mentioned, the 6 of hearts in your hand is not ideal.
But we are unblocking spades. Oh
Whoa.
my goodness, he does call. And it was the inside straight draw.
What? Andy?
哇，一个圈抓我，哇妈的，一个圈抓我。
哇，你怎么抓的那个牌？
这个牌我感觉
还在买花？
没有啊，我感觉是查顺一样的，有一点查顺。
形象那么好，你这也敢抓，也太夸张了吧？
我不偷你了，投降了。
我说了吧，昨天如果是一对9错不掉。
I happen to be able to pick out the profane elements of that exchange.
Did you see him blow the chips first, expecting them to not come back? And
Esti 和汤老板。
I was just messing around when I said,
当然我也没办法呀。
you know, it was a hypothetical that Boss had the inside straight draw, especially given the 6 blocker. Busted spades was a thing, obviously, but this man just called with queen high.
And it wasn't a nice texture as well. It's not like it was ace, deuce, deuce, deuce or something.
Randy, I can think of a lot of things that I'd like to do with $20,000 and call with queen high.
Yeah.
Isn't toward the top
Is
of
that
my
one of your
list.
investments? Put in 20K and wow, I've come back with like 50 some odd K. That was a pretty good investment by Andy. It was dangerous. It was like a meme coin, you know what I'm saying? But he got the return.
Yes. To the moon.
我这很好吃，叫我这个东西。
好像会慢。
看过挺好的。
那个 risotto 对吧？
哦。
Multitasking is Tan. 10-7 suited follow through.
其实
Han's gonna peel.
Correct
Straddling
call.
the queen.
Yep. King high turns the jack.
Yeah, he's got second pair. Always had the best hand.
我是铁板，我是铁板，我是铁板。
那你靠了那把那个，就他把意识丢掉。
No second barrel. Out of time.
我不知道，可是那个我感觉是有一点那个，他那个。
Second overcard to the jack rolls off.
Look at this check from Handz. Trying to trap Tan, but Tan gives up.
我喜欢开牌的，
哇
抽的一定要开。
哦，我反正抽了，我都会修牌。哦，很多人抽的牌，他那个扔掉了，扔掉这个没有办法嘛。
Showing down a trap is always nice so that people can't just bet against you when you show weakness.
Randy.
Go on.
他抓鸡没鸡大。
哦，
Remember that time Andy called with queen high for 20K on the river and he was right?
还扔掉了。
Yeah.
我就那个我也不。
I was expecting that to be a Paul win.
You know what's crazy?
100% of the time.
In a vacuum, if you tell someone about that hand, they might be like, get me in that game. That sounds like a great game. But then when you realize that it was the right call, you start to get a little bit worried about how strong these guys are.
要等他多久？
啊，等到8000吧。
送。最漂亮的一把。
唐老板，救命啊！
来了，来，等他吃饱先，他救你。
这几天那个兄弟都会帮你啊，你睡前都会帮你拉一把。
差不多时间了，帮忙。
Raise and take there for Boss as moods are light.
Moods are going to be lifted for Paul as he opens the kings and gets 3-bet by Handz as ace deuce off.
He 4-bet.
How much are you playing?
Handz asking for a count after activating with this ace deuce.
Was a joke, I assume.
He's playing 65,000. That's how much he's playing.
Yeah, what do you think about that?
这八个抽机了，
哎呦，King KK，第一把拿到大队。
Easy release there from Handz. One of the few kind of oopsies, I guess. Although you can't even really call it that. 'Cause
No,
sometimes we 3-bet and get through.
Yeah, it's alright. It happens.
No action King。
乱抽，抽你一把，人生没必要了。
打我啊？不对是啊？稳定对是啊？很正常，我这里很多一拳一 Q 都不要。真的呀？
你就打了嘛，你肯定要对起来敲，对不对？
给你了，给你了。
Suited connector for Andy.
20.
And all of a sudden, Handz.
Yeah, he's really activated these ace X offsuits
Yeah.
pre-flop. Back to back. Different opponent.
Would you rather have ace deuce off or ace 9 off as a 3-bet?
Ace 9 offsuit, just because players, especially at this game, is calling 3-bets of hands like this, and the 9 force overcards.
Yep. 48 in the middle as Andy hangs in there, and ace 9-6. Top 2 pair for Handz, well in front of bottom pair. And the backdoor draws of Andy, which check over.
$25.
Enough piece for Andy to peel. Normally, he would expect the 7 to be good as well. Not in this case, giving us up against top 2 pair.
Another 50,000 into the middle. Andy looking to turn something. Not a spade, though. He checks ace of spades. Keeps Handz feeling cozy about things.
Yeah, he can still build this pot up against some worse ace. He's got backup. He somehow is up against a better hand.
35.
欠那个回来。正好出来了。
35,000 does rate to bring this one to an end.
哦，刚刚好学的。
I do feel like every time you and I think that we know that some sort of straightforward action is about to take place, we
Right.
get punished.
I was hesitant to follow through with
the
the confirmation on that. I was like,
Okay,
4K。
I could see Andy making the move.
I mean, listen, it's in part
Special
what makes
discount for
things
you.
so exciting, not just for us here in the booth, but for those who are streaming us.
Ivey's back.
That's aggressive toothpick work there from Tom, by the way. I mean, not for the faint of heart.
I mean, I'm not surprised it's aggressive, given his
Yeah, that's true to form.
passive toothpicking. I mean, what, does he look like that guy?
He absolutely destroyed that seafood rice, whatever dish.
Yeah, that was quick.
I mean,
Did you see the prawn head in there as well?
all local seafood species were present and accounted for in that particular bowl. The 6 and 4 of diamonds, present and accounted for Handz, takes us up to 10,000. Yong, big slick.
5X。
Small blind makes it 50.
5x. As Paul said. Handz is interested.
Jack 9 deuce will reduce that interest significantly, one would imagine.
2 overs and the ace of hearts. Checking over to Handz. Well, this one's going to end it as Rob turns top pair, top kicker, and he should be looking to get some value with this, but obviously 6 high is going to be folding instantly.
Check, check.
Rob not following through on the flop. Granted, very cozy delayed
was
bet
hoping
on
he
the
had an
turn
ace.
once he actually made something there.
You're too good, Mr. Paul. No ace?
6 high.
True story.
1, 2, 4.现在开启了啊，1、2、4了。
你要跟他们讲英文。
Straddle game on.
Well, we know why Elton's advocating. So we see Esti with King 10. Taking us up to 12,000. Elton with the flat.
Could be a hand you squeeze with for Rob. Ace Jack. He's going to come in with call. Ace 10 of hearts. This also a hand you could get active with if you want.
And he does not, electing instead to flat it.
5 ways incoming? Nope. King 7's out.
什么花生也不来。
A little bit surprised, perhaps, as the field at that price to see Tang lay it down.
We saw Elton immediately.
He's probably saying, never deal me those 2 cards, whatever they are. Ace 7-6 here. Top pair for both Rob and Andy. Advantage Yong.
There is a gut shot for Elton that could get involved.
21,000, the price point.
So there's a bet and a call. Elton not going to chase. Not so nice to be chasing a 5 if someone's got 8, 9.
And he'll feel quite good about the fold, given that the turn didn't give him anything to get excited about. Queen of hearts, Andy checking again. Rob going to play pot control with over 100 in the middle already. Now a board pairing 7 does rate to be much more in Andy's range, I would imagine, as played, or...
Yeah, more in Andy's range, but also good for Andy because his kicker has improved and now they can just chop this pot up.
Yeah, a little bit of an oversight on my end. Rob, recognizing his kicker doesn't play anymore, content to check back, and will be disappointed to realize that he's sharing one that he wouldn't have been absent that board pair.
So that $100,000 in the middle. Split in 2. Having to send 50K over to Andy of that.
都很有质量的。
那熟悉一下感觉。
我可能是最小的吧。那个，别问了吧。
Straddle 呢 ？No straddle?
Straddle's
How
on.
many rounds?
3 rounds. 3 rounds straddle.
I like how Elton gets to decide.
一本正经的。
No one else even responded.
Stop.
Oh.
3 rounds of straddle is on.
哎呀。3 rounds. Count for us, okay? Thank you.
One more 3 round.
Aces. Good hand to get during straddles. Pots are juiced.
Yeah, and we know that Esti is capable of 3-betting with far less.
What about this guy?
I say 3-betting, it's an open raise, obviously, given the straddle out there. Elton, the man 3-betting, though. 9-6 suited, and the timing could not be worse for him.
Definitely has that mentality of wanting to play big pots as he advocated the straddle. We know ST is probably going to 4-bet this one. What sizing? Unclear, but generally speaking, the deeper you are, the bigger you do make it. $145.
Yeah, 4 bets, and
只不達多一點，
Elton
偷起你啊！
a bit demoralized not to be able to take the flop in position with the betting lead. And instead, passing 36 over to ST, whose stack just grows and grows.
什么都懂，就是不懂紧。会紧。
是松松。
你有拍吗？哎，怎么打？
他说 A 有个 A，
也很大了。
Queen 10 for Rob. Just a min raise.
Yeah, that is rather small.
Forgive what might seem like an obvious question, but is 8K the min or 6K the min in a straddle spot? You know what I'm getting at, right? Because
I know what you're getting at, and
if the big blind's 2 and the straddle is 4, then another 2K
okay,
under
well,
normal circumstances.
good
you
news
know.
is that you're my live game expert, so you actually know the answer to this. Whereas
No,
I
but
don't.
I mean,
4,000。
I think 8K has to be the minimum.
I think so too.
紧一点，紧一点。
Maybe some obscure
induce a three
card room in the mountains they allow the 6K.
double shredder.
I didn't know he's straddling.
Then again, I don't think they're playing
No,
that
3
big.
round.
我没有亏啊！我妈的，我 AA 哪里亏？
It should be 8.
8. I think it's 8.
我 straddle 都是勾勾以上的牌，怎么会亏呢？
You know who might know? Chat.
Luca would probably know. I mean, we have.
That's just a more
one of the
reliable
greatest,
source, right?
You know, poker supervisors anywhere.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Double straddle, Elton. But thanks for putting me on the spot there.
Folded around to the button as Tang puts the straddles on the spot with 7-6 off suit, no less. This is wild. Elton's obviously going to be tempted to defend with all this money out there, and yet he's dominated. Doesn't even have 2 clean cards. And he doesn't have any healthy interaction with the ace-9-5 board, whereas Tang, betting lead position, action checked over, gut shot, and range advantage, all coming together.
Let us move on to the next hand as he drops in 20K.
Yeah.
Yeah, top 2。3难。
好，2也不缺。我操！
谁叫你 double shredder 那么贵了？哦，
double straddle 才快点追输嘛，
这
差不
shredder
多。
1万我就3打了。
要追输就要发财哦。天天要追输。
King 6 suited for Rob. Early position.
That's better?
See him make it 12K now?
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought we were playing big ante.
Asking everyone if this is better.
Not many callers then.
Ace, queen, deuce, as 3 players along for the ride. Top pair for Elton. Way the best of it. Handz' 7s being outflopped. Round of knuckles. 4 on the turn, and now a gutter for boss.
Elton's continuing to check. He's gone big, hoping to make it look like a bluff.
Knuckled all the way down. Until this 65K.
Handz thinking about bluff catching. It's an overbet out of nowhere.
Seemingly.
And Elton does look steamy. Handz is thinking, look, for you to overbet all of a sudden, it's supposed to be like a 2-pair plus hand. It's not in this case, so that's why Elton's bet size is genius. Handz is going to outlevel himself, it seems, as he flicks in the call.
Wow. Credit to Elton for finally being able to take a big pot and approaching things in a way that created the most probability that he would do so, given the hands that he was up against. And that really is the first occasion on which I think we've seen Handz get it wrong.
That was max value.
On the day, yeah, very much
You know what? If Elton bets like half pot, I feel like Handz is more likely to get away.
Agreed, 100%. The polarity of the 65K is what got it done. Well, off the low water mark is Elton, but as you can see, still plenty of work left to do. Stuck 800,000 roughly. Esti and Tang still comfortably in that almost $750,000 profit range. Most of Handz' profit, over half of it in fact, being transferred over to Elton in that last exchange. Rob, the arrival here in this second frame, late to the party, mildly in the green, while boss Ivey and Andy sharing Elton's plight in the red.
Nice hand for Andy as he opens up front to 11 with the king-queen suited. Sevens in the straddle. Calls 7 more K.
Ace, Jack 5, and a couple of diamonds. Broadway gutter for Andy.
I'd imagine Andy's going to want to see bet this board. He's got that gut shot, 2 overs to the middling cards.
Yeah, and the
Often
straddle's
wins.
range is always wide in these spots, Rob.
Right.
Not going to get curious with the 2 overs out there. Check folding. Who were the people, Randy, that before you and I arrived here in Montenegro, without having a sense of the invitation list, that thus far across 3 days of play, you feel like are noticeably absent from the proceedings? For me, I brought up Santosh.
Yep. Rui Cal.
Yeah, that definitely feels like another name that somehow hasn't worked its way down here.
KCG.
Carl Chape-Gatien, definitely.
Dalman Fu.
Oh, DMP, that's right. What about Jean-Noel Torel, JNT? Does he play cash?
I've never seen him play cash.
I don't think he
Nagy's
does.
absent as
Phil
well.
Nagy, yeah.
He often plays our game. Sometimes other things are happening.
Who knows? Maybe some names are waiting for the stakes to get even bigger before they work their way down to Montenegro.
You know what else, Ollie? Notice at the bottom right corner, Cash Game Invitational 1.
Yeah. Does imply that we're going to be seeing more of this stuff, and I'm sure those who are soaking it up in real time are quite pleased with that. Andy, not pleased with the King 6-5 board, understandably. Check fold. As Tang kicks it off with ace-3 suited.
Just got it, Ivey. Remind you.
What about Andrew Roble?
Andrew Roble, yeah. We've seen him at Tritons. He doesn't come to all of them. But if he was here, he would be playing.
I saw him floating around last time we were here in Montenegro.
We'd love to see a Rick Solomon. We've seen him at Tritons before, right?
What about
he
Big
only
Al?
shows up for the Big Al?
That's another one.
There's some good names.
For sure.
Feel like there's more. Chat knows.
Yeah, let us know, chat.
Oh, how about Patrick Antonius?
Who are
That's a
you
good
missing?
one.
I think Patrick's here.
Oh, okay. So it's
I
just
think
not
he
his
made
turn
his way
yet.
over from Vegas where he was playing super big mix over the course of 2 months and the summer. I think we'll be seeing some Patrick Antonius.
Okay, never mind then. Isn't it great though that we can just have this week of the highest stakes and all of the biggest names coming out? You know,
Of course it is.
This is, and it's also cool how at Triton they've got these unique characters that just they only play Triton, right? Mainly Xuan, Elton, Tsang, Esti, and they are so fun to watch. These sevens has been dealt like back to back to back, it almost feels. Maybe 3 of the last 4 hands. Good shaping against the 6s and the 6-4 suited.
Everybody down toward the lower tier combos here, and a set of 7s on the Jack 7-4 board. Tang checks along with Elton. Rob.
Trap.
Gonna slow play it. The heart, not the card that he really wanted to see. Little does he know no one has that heart draw. Nor does anybody have a king, though. Or a jack.
Also, the king is a card that a player might try and rep in. It's Tan Xuan. Black 6s betting. Elton calling with a pair of 4s and no heart in hand. Now Rob Yong raises.
35,000. Always drawing live against a flush in case of emergency.
Rob also doesn't want to let 2 opponents see a river card cheaply.
Yeah, this is equity denial. You see Tang chuckling his way into the muck. You know, Elton's day has been going so poorly that I was a bit nervous when he didn't snap fold, Randy, about maybe him trying to force things.
You. No.
It's always weird to see someone raise in position after a check through on the flop.
Nice shot, Rob.
Thank you.
Well, chat weighing in on some of the names that they'd love to be seeing out there. Anka writes Victor Malinowski.
Oh, yeah, he will
Limitless.
play these stakes for sure. It's a good one.
Handful of Danny Tang requests. Paul says Haralabos Vulgaris.
I hope he brings that dog.
Oscar.
Oscar, that's his name.
Greatest mascot ever. Meanwhile, Queen Jack suited takes us to 12,000. Elton dominated, flatting with Jack 8 suited. Rob doing the same with Ace 8 off. And now Ivey with a candidate for a fresh squeeze.
Yeah, this is a good hand to do so with.
Makes it 65,000. Ton laughing for some reason at that.
He just loves to see
decision.
players putting in chips, you know what I mean? Like, that just gets him going. Even if it's not him, it's the right direction of the action he likes to see.
You know, if this were a Batman movie, I don't need to tell you who Tan would be. The Joker. For sure.
The mischievous guy smiling all the time, yeah.
Tomorrow can see.
Why so
Oh,
serious?
not 3 days later.
So who would be Batman, though?
Do you remember when he lit all the money on fire?
Yes.
in Dark Knight?
Button, you button.
Can you imagine 10 wins all the money and just lights it?
Who
Winner
would
shows
be
one
Batman,
card.
by the way?
No?
Everything's okay with me.
I don't know.
Everything's okay?
Sure.
Winner shows one card,
Everyone's
Rob?
so
Everything's
crazy.
okay with me.
Loser gets to choose which card, though. Huh?
We
Doing
can't
the
let it
show
slow
one.
down the game, though.
You slow down?
We can't let it slow down. It needs to be...
Yeah, it needs to be fast.
Better not lah.
Flip it then. You win, just flip one card quickly.
No, this stupid rule. Oh.
No, because if the loser forgets to ask, then no need to show. Only when they ask.
Nope. You guys can show me, I will show you. Because VIP gets the say, right? Not the host, VIP.
I'm only VIP here.
I'm a new VIP.
You'll be back.
What? 2 in a row?
Somebody woke Phil up.
Pocket pair open and a flat before the
yeah.
real pocket pair speaks up on the
Nice
button.
head.
Boss would have loved to have played these fours.
Yeah, multiple
Not
pairs.
allowed.
进不了啊。Zan.
So 2 in a row for Ivey.
Yeah.
Japanese aces cannot call.
Japanese aces, pocket fours. I don't think I've ever heard that before. I've heard one-legged aces.
Yeah, it's a new one for me.
I gotta be honest, I'm not sure how politically correct that one is. I don't even really get it, but, you know,
Yeah.
not gonna question boss.
They were discussing the show 1.
Did it get officially approved, though? There was a little bit of
I-
pushback, it felt like. And
Yeah,
then,
I think
you know,
Paul
Handz said
denied
we
it.
can't let it slow down the game. Boss, I think, said it's kind of a stupid rule. And
I don't think it's live.
Walk. Walk.
I do think it's better when
Get him in.
the other players get to, you know, pick which card as opposed to some strategic
They
you get
were
to
mentioning
choose.
that version where
Which
the
one?
loser gets to pick one of the cards.
Yeah, but the problem is that one is slower than
把你包住，
when you get to choose your own, for sure.
Yep. I mean, that's what Handz was
谢谢我
mentioning.
把你包住了。
So definitely not live.
这个不去 button 不可能嘛？
喝咖啡，
对呀，
哇，我操！
刚跟多尼基学的咖啡，
哇，
昨天刚刚学的
coffee。
coffee。
Well, you never weighed in on who would be Batman if this game was the Batman movie. We know that Tan's the Joker.
Is there another Joker equivalent for Elton? Elton's the Riddler.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He's always laughing, right?
Elton's the Riddler. Who's Penguin? Penguin's a great character, man. I know you're acting
No one
like
wants
it's
to be
bad.
the Penguin.
No, Penguins.
You
Don't
like the
sleep on
Penguin?
Penguin, man.
Well, Two-Face. You like Two-Face?
Very cheap, 10K.
Who would be Two-Face?
Someone who can switch gears just like that? Or if he always coin flipping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always all in. Every flip possible.
My way.
Who's Robin?
Don't want to be
It's all
Robin.
a little bit confusing.
Be a sidekick, you know what I'm saying? Well, Ivey's Batman, right? Like, just calm and collected. Does his thing.
很贵。
Tries to fight all of these villains at the table.
Yeah, Gotham City out here.
It's not working out for him right now. In the movies, Batman usually struggles at some point.
Sure.
Maybe he comes in towards the last frame and just starts pouncing. Who knows?
It's not as interesting if he doesn't struggle a little bit.
What is
35.
what's the butler's name again? Oh, Alfred.
Nobody wants to be Alfred. And nobody wants to have 8-6 suited in the face of a re-raise to 35,000 and then a 4-bet to 100 from Elton. And he should be comfortably able to part ways with King Jack offsuit in short order. And all of the appetite for gamble that Tang has, I don't think he wants to park another 88 out there.
Agree, but the 10s is in a spot, right? Elton obviously has
I
been
didn't miss anything.
pushing
Didn't
action.
miss, but you got to pause your straighter afterwards.
Yeah.
Next hand. If
He
you don't
stuck
pause,
so much.
He got hit by
These 10s,
twice.
they're looking to get
他现在要
involved.
放2000、5000、4000。
They've
The
got
thing is, given
position.
this multi-way leading up to the 4-bet,
11K.
Han's considering how much of this behavior is attached to what he thinks is the opportunity to pick up some dead money versus jacks through aces.
2000、5000，他放个4000。
要45嘛。
It feels like you have to at least give this a flop. Unless you really think Elton's out of line and you can just move in. But calling is the default, which he does. We've got $222,000 in the middle here.
That we do. What we don't have is an ace or a king. The blocker value of ace-king specifically for Elton, even though with some frequency you would imagine that some sort of big hand is being slow played by Hanz in position, deep stacked, really lends itself to Elton being able to represent and tell the story here as he follows through for 55.
For Handz, though, he's got pocket 10s. He's got to keep his opponent honest, at least on this flop. Does have the best hand. Decent turn card for Handz.
Quite the opposite for Elton, though. He's really in the wind. Is he going to stay after it? There's your answer. 125. And now for Handz, we begin to consider whether or not we're on the wrong end of a dairy farm with these two 10s.
Yeah, am I getting milked by an overpair? Put yourself in Handz' shoes. It never feels good to see a multi-barrel in a 3-bet pot like this, because if you're behind, you've only got 2 outs. Elton came in cold with that 4-bet. So that's a stronger range than average. That's a great call for Handz.
Now 582 in the middle. We're playing 258 effective. The diamonds come in on the end. Boy, this is such a dicey spot. And I don't know if this effective SPR is one that Elton feels like he's going to be able to push Handz off of if he jams.
If he jams, he could put Handz in such a tough spot. If he's jamming, he's representing aces, kings, queens, but he's going
Oh,
to
he
give up.
shuts it down, and this is going to really leave him breathless.
Nice pop from Handz.
And immediately, Elton recognizing that the opportunity was there.
放弃了。
Unclear whether or not Handz digs in, by the way.
Yeah, it is unclear, but a sigh of relief.
All in first of all of this, and then I decide.
里面钱太多了啊，里面
50万了。
Immediately asking whether or not Handz would have called the
Nice
jam.
start
And all he says is, I would have ripped through all my time banks and then figured it out.
100%.
That's not buying.
40赢你世界够本
I。felt like if Elton wanted to fire the river, he wanted a little bit more stack to jam in
Yeah.
with.
Agreed.
There's about
哇，
one
你
half
试
pot
试可以
remaining.
一次就够了。
You know Elton is
应该是有机吧。
down over $1 million at this point.
事实上靠上去就输掉。
Been grim.
他这个牌不投机
Sure has.
靠上去就输掉。
不投机，有时候会偷，他让有时候这样偷过一次。
Pocket tens performed well moments ago, and they're poised to do so again against Boss's sevens, which are played as a flat against the under the gun raising range now. Elton, ace-jack suited, 3-betting, and when you lose a big one and all of a sudden you get involved in the very next hand, there is some sense that it may not be the hand, but rather the emotional state that has more to do with this 51,000.
Now the 10s are sent over to Andy to do some work.
All in.
Andy's just had enough. Jammed $644,000. Just saying, Elton, your frequencies are way too high.
By the way, death by 1,000 cuts on the session for Boss. He's just losing it 10 and 11,000 at a time, sometimes not even allowed to see the flop. As on that occasion, where Elton is ushered out of the pot and just is in a free fall.
Not bad. 小队。
Well, some more submissions, Randy, with regards to names that folks would like to see invited to play in this lineup. Jean-Robert Ballon, JRB.
Oh, that's a good one. I thought you were going to talk about Batman casting again.
No, I would love, by the way, for chat to kind of break down this game in a Batman movie. All roles available.
The JRB, that's a good
Nick
one.
Airball.
Oh, yeah, he's been playing high stakes.
你一跟我就欧了，我就算好了，跟到了。
Alan Keating.
希望 Elton 没有。
Legendary
哇，不
high
过
stakes.
你危险哦，
我还是
你够够会 call。
那我
Calls for
那我
Tom
还是
Dwan,
还是
Garrett Adelstein.
对呀。我感觉那孩子这样子知道我就跟住了，给你欧了这个。
Texas Mike.
试试够够会 call 哦。
He knows the high stakes.
Texas Mike would fit right in with these guys, by the way. But I think
不，
he's never
因为
really
你们
had to
太深嘛，
face
你狗
people who
VO Elton。
would kind of take his thunder. He's the guy that normally is the Tan Xuan of any lineup.
Right.
And all of a sudden, he's surrounded by other Texas Mikes. And he's like, wait, what?
It's, yeah,
机器分3次了。
Chinese 10, you know what I mean?
还是输。
King 5-3.
Top pair for Tan here. Elton continuing to do his best to get something going.
Yeah, but he's going to likely lose some chips. But he doesn't actually bet that flop as he checks it through, picks up a gut shot.
No, he was the only caller of the 12K pre-flop raise. Got himself a gutter now on this 9 of diamonds turn. Tan fires 20. Oh, and look at Elton. That takes a little bit there. You know, when you got to be a little bit steamy at this point, given how the day's been going. And we're not even halfway through it.
No, we are not.
This could get real ugly.
What about Poison Ivy or Catwoman? You got one for that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we've only been talking about male casting.
Well, there's no women at the table, but Elizabeth Chen obviously has played a little bit. So
Right, that makes sense.
I think she's the natural Catwoman. I don't think anybody here would like to be cast as Catwoman, Randy.
Okay, okay. You got me.
King 10 suited. Shoots it up for Rob. Ivey's clubs are covered. Well, it looks like he's going to ask a question with this Jack 9.
Last time Ivey bet, 3-bet, he had what? Kings and Ace Queen suited. This time Jack 9 of clubs. Rob, it's going to take a flop, $100,000, both players with clubs.
Both speculative holdings, and no need to speculate further as to who's got the advantage on a King 3 2-spade board. Trips for Rob, and texture that invites Ivey to follow through, barreling 35,000.
Ivey drawing dead.
Even deader now. King's full. Ivey picking up the gutter.
A gutter on a 3-spade paired board is enough for him to multi-barrel as he puts in 90,000. Wow, Rob's got to love this. Time to put a little acting on.
Yeah. An absolute inferno of 90K on the turn. Now some showdown for Rob, though it seems like it's fake showdown. Unless it's Ace of Spades X, like Queen or Jack, that stayed curious on the flop over there for Rob. You see Ivey checking.
I hear ya.
Comes $250,000, and out goes Jack 9. Look at
Dude,
Tang.
what was that flutter right there? Did you
He's
see?
like, what? You don't have it?
Maybe.
Like, Tan just always has his eye on the person who's just betting and hopefully losing the pot. He's like, yeah, I know about that. Just being aggressive and bluffing. We're in the same camp.
Boss in the straddle with the Queen Jack hands. 2.5xing. Very much a no limit cash game delight are the suited connectors. Less delightful once we get 3x'd in turn by Esti, who's got ace queen.
Finally.
Handz not looking to play out of position as he folds 8-7 suited against ST.
UTG plus 1 3-bet very strong.
UTG open. Mini 3-bet fold.
Pocket threes. Raising it up, 1-3 busy in the straddle.
No surprise here for Elton, the 3-bet King 9 suited.
You get a lot of good hands. You get a lot of good hands, Elton.
So that's a needle there. The guy's buried.
Those, like him drinking coffee, no hand.
All in.
All in.
Oh, Ivey jams 154K.
I'm here to post the blind and the ND.
你不是紧一点吗？
对呀，
他套死了，套死啊，没套死啊，
套40万也不靠。
Elton
我扣不到。
yet again spiraling.
Just chuckles around the table.
King 7. 输的。
You're buried, but we're gonna laugh at you. He's okay with it.
You know, I will say this.
我勾勾啊。
A game in which people still feel comfortable enough,
Ivey, how much you
in
have?
not a
All in.
mean-spirited way,
150.
to draw attention to how much you're
来看
stuck,
过啊？
suggests that
15万吧。
these are all guys that like each other, know each other well. That much is
他赢了
clear.
你们才有15，
But also
10
we're
万的。
Easily rolled enough to be
没
playing at
看
these
我以为
stakes.
差很多钱，
什么牌都要去了嘛。
And
卖给你了。
Wow.
应该也不是。
can dish it
Exactly
out,
the same card.
but also take it.
人山大的牌。
You know what I mean? It's
I think I saw
just
his
the way the cookie
four
crumbles.
side some card.
Tan was buried yesterday. Boss has been buried
I saw it.
before.
Saw it.
Today
Huh?
it seems like it's
6-10
Elton's
offsuit, yeah.
turn.
6-10 offsuit. Okay.
But it's healthy in
Sorry.
the way that I read it. As long as it isn't mean-spirited, it's a healthy thing to observe. Because consider the alternative, Randy, where all of a sudden it feels like a funeral out there, and everyone's like not joking anymore, and there's a big weight, black cloud over the table as we're all eulogizing Elton's chips, pot after pot. That sucks. You
Yeah,
know,
no pie.
so I think it's important.
It's not as fun, of
No,
course.
A lot of good hands on that end. Zero.
These guys have had these
Yeah,
swings,
no
like you
pile.
mentioned. They know each other. They're laughing. It's got that home game vibe.
You're right. You're right. Double straddle was on, by the way. Elton forced out, courtesy of the limp and then raise in front of him. Handz always had a plan, and it definitely included flopping top 2 on a 5-4 deuce board where maybe some ace-x stays curious. Instead, it's 6x and a very unlikely queen 6 of spades, that which made it 35 pre.
It's actually a pretty good flop for the queen 6 suited too. With that gut shot, 2 overs, backdoor spades, sometimes a 3 falls and you win a big pot against an ace. Top 2 pair, contemplating a check raise. There are some nasty turn cards that could fall. Maybe you built the pot now.
165.
165. Exactly what Esti did not want to see with the hand he's holding.
You know, I think ST got the sense that some of the middling connectors were more the range that Handz had as a limp and then a call of the 35K. He really didn't expect this board texture in particular to lend itself to a check raise. And so you kind of sympathize with the choice to follow through. That part added up, and Handz is back to his old ways.
Have an amazing day.
Well, if you're a fan of crypto and a fan of sports betting, have we got good news for you. The folks over at Tether.bet welcome you, along with a 100% sign-up bonus, an extra 10 USDT if you use the promo code Triton. Ready to take your action? Head on over to Tether.bet today. Sign up. First 100 of you with that promo code will receive the added bonus.
$12K for Ivey. The dirty diaper's out.
You're a dad, Randy. You you deal with any dirty diapers?
I've had some. I did it. We don't use diapers anymore, of course, but during that time.
You ever get showered while you were changing a diaper?
I've had some
unfortunate
excrement on my hands before.
Oh, Randy.
But why are we talking about this?
I don't know, because you said dirty diaper, and then I realized, you know.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why I revealed that either. I should have bluffed.
By the way, Randy was left recently to play dad all by himself.
That was difficult.
His poker playing wife was abroad, and you just decided to go with the chicken nuggets every day out of the air fryer.
She was happy, I'll tell you that. And I'm happy I'm here because I no longer have to do that job. I made chicken at home every day. My daughter said it was burnt. Burnt again and burnt again.
I gotta be honest, Randy, we've been hanging out in this booth a long time. Nothing about you says to me, chef.
Yeah, Chef Nano's not a thing.
Ace 10 against Queen Jack. King 6-3 board here. I'd be checking over.
Yeah, what's a pre-flop raiser? Flatted by hands on the button, check through. Gut shot on the turn could give him enough ammo to bet.
No, he's just gonna knuckle.
As played. Hands might be looking to check this one down. Queen could be a spot to hunt value. Although it will be difficult for Ace 10 to call. Although we've seen hands make some pretty big hero calls. Remember that sevens earlier? Different opponent, of course.
35,000 as we see Ivey going almost full pot.
Yeah, second pair. Jack kicker.
It's designed to pique the curiosity and the interest of something like an ace high or maybe a smaller pocket pair to bluff catch. Especially because I don't think we anticipate that the queen in particular, Randy, would be coming with full pot.
Also, last time Handz didn't anticipate Elton to be going full pot with that ace 10 when he paid off with 2 sevens. Might be lurking in the back of his mind.
Right.
Not this time.
I think having the jack also is nice for Ivey in that spot. You don't need to worry as much about 10 jack.
Sure.
Oh, the kids love the buffet. Been there every night.
Buffet?
Yeah. I told them to go to some restaurants, but they've been in the buffet every day. Yeah, they're going to go to the Chinese tonight, I think.
There's nuggets at the buffet too,
no,
Randy. You know something about that?
They're quarter Chinese.
Yeah,
So.
the Chinese is good here. We've been eating that.
Yeah, every day for lunch. Randy and I just given that we're keeping some fairly late hours as we begin the streams at 6 p.m. local time and then end at 4 a.m. We'll wake up,
Yesterday I saw
do lunch, and then go take another nap. But no napping for these aces on the button. As Handz is king.
I mean, this is
open.
brilliant for kids. It's very enclosed, so you can watch them.
I thought the guy is a Chinese.
No, Elton wants to play these sixes.
To 36, he sure does.
He knows better.
I've been here third time already.
I think Elton
I met one guy from Slovakia. He comes here every weekend.
is
A roulette player.
really kind of
He comes from Slovakia.
within himself right
Every
now.
weekend he stays here.
Quite near, I think. Slovakia.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like maybe.
Handz has got
I
a
can see
spot
why
here
you-
because it's cut
you
off
were
versus
thinking about
button.
living
King
here. It's very
queen
peaceful,
is a hand.
I can see
Boy,
it.
the Armand better still.
Quite
They walk
deep,
there,
aren't they?
For the hills.
900K.
I mean, the man.
It's actually a candidate to 4-bet from time to time.
This is- yeah,
overlooking the sea.
Could
this
call,
is
could
for
fold.
You prefer a man?
No. I don't like to live at the island. Have to walk so far. And walk
How
up
does
the
this
stairs.
feel?
The
You
nice
got
room are all
aces.
at the other
Your
end,
man
you
has
know.
4-bet you
They have nice cafe
$130,000.
breakfast there now.
Yes.
This is definitely a nice place.
I tell you how it feels, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Now the question is, do we click 5-bet or do we call? We've seen ST actually call 4-bets a different day with aces. Keeping your opponent's bluffs. If they've got kings or queens,
Next year for Triton.
you can really still get a lot of value post.
Very good employer want to buy.
It feels like the default often is call.
That's crazy. Why?
Also because not too many players have 5-bet bluffs in their range.
Huh?
Just really depends on what he thinks Hand's range is. He is going to click it though. 245,000.
Want to buy what? The casino?
Always tough to say goodbye to $130,000 without so much as a flop, but in that situation, Handz was very comfortably convinced that his hand was performing quite poorly against ST's range, and we can see that was honest poker being played out of that seat.
Yeah.
What happened? You 5-bet?
Yeah.
Cool.
ST instantly a little bit regret when he saw the insta-fold.
Sure.
为什么我形象那么好，那么多人死掉？
You don't really expect there to be too much range that'll just step aside
Remember Strato.
after investing 130. Especially from Handz, who, you know, he's not been that guy to put in the splashy 3.
以前反抗的人比较
Splashy 4,
少。
rather, on that occasion.
咦，
以前他是真的是
35
100个坑。
Sevens for Tang Xuan. Handz,
那你
fresh off of that 130K, is the mystery man here as we block his holding out.
A7 A5
He makes it
800 AK 啊。
但是他以前3打的频率很低的，
35,000.
现在明显高了。
Back around to Tang.
Yeah, Tan Xuan's got the hand. I can take a flop here.
Hand.
Black coffee.
He called him singular hand, by the way.
Singular hand?
He said he didn't, it wasn't plural. Never mind. Let's
He
go on
left the
to
Z off the end there?
Left the Z off.
Jack 8-6.
你赢钱的时候说好啊，但是输钱的时
2
候
overs.
Interesting flop for the 2 sevens. Still as a pair.
Yeah, checking over.
Not a mandatory C-bet for ranges on this flop. For the pre-flop 3-better, even in position.
打过短牌1、2次。
45.
His sizing has been towards the half pot regularly, so you can't read into that, even on different textures. Tan's got that stick. I don't think he's laying down 2 sevens right now. Tan makes the call, turns the open-ended straight draw. Although if the 10 falls and he makes a straight, a queen would be needed to counter that 7. It's a scary board to multi-barrel for hands. Hands that check call the flop in a 3-bet pot do kind of like that 9, whether it be 9s, 8-9 suited, some jack 10s, queen 10s. So even if hands had a really big hand, he might need to be cautious.
150.
But to still continue 150, that's a big statement.
Throwing caution to the wind here, and unclear with what sort of kit he is doing so. A very meaty sizing.
This does not feel good for the 2 sevens. Open-ended though, it feels quite painful. Hands he beats, clubs. Ace 10, King 10, King Queen come to mind. Pitches it.
退阳。啊妈，这他不中牌。
That's a difficult one to say goodbye to, but the trouble, of course, is we know that the 7s aren't exactly where the value is, and the 10, if we hit it, any Queen X puts us in trouble.
Right, and Queen X could definitely be in Handz' 3-betting range. It's fine. It was up against aces. Here we go. Wasn't getting a good price too, right? Near full pot.
5,000。So big。
Medium。
medium 什么意思？
中等。
说明很大。我很低的。
Betting progression in that one went 35 pre, was it?
Yes.
45 post, and then 150 we draw the curtain.
And Tan Xuan was
Nicely
basically
done.
saying that was a big bet on the turn.
Yeah. Not lost on him.
This is a big hand in the small blind for Andy Nee, and Elton. It's got a hand that definitely is going to go shopping. Oh. 115 going to a flop.
Seven, 5 tray and a couple of spades. Not in either zip code here. Elton investing 52,000 in this Queen Jack suited, disappointingly, of course, but perhaps a ray of sunshine in the form of Andy checking it over. Elton will check back. Good news for him, his cards are clean. Bad news, the turn doesn't help. The thing is, Elton's table image is so damaged at this point on the session, Randy, that
yeah,
you know,
I think that if he was to bet, he wouldn't get credit, and Ace King would have continued.
Tend to agree.
操你妈的！中牌率很低啊。
So Andy did shoot out 90K to win that one.
中取率很高，中牌率很低。
紧一点。
啊，
紧一点。对吧？
对。那我很多牌啊。
Man, this is hard to kind of watch. I'm sure it's not fun to go through in terms of this session. For Elton, you know, these guys are all competitors, right? They like to win. And when your session just feels like it's this infinite red candle, you just cannot put a foot right, no matter what you do. It's demoralizing, you know?
Yeah, that's why you can't change your position. Sometimes the market comes back up.
So listen, Randy, I've thought that before, and and then the good folks over at the brokerage just give you a call and advise that liquidation is imminent, and that's when it tends to go back up, by the way. It's just, you know, last few days have been a little rocky. Not gonna lie.
I see.
These guys think they're playing big. I gotta tell you, I'm playing pretty big myself. I didn't realize it, but
you in for a bullet yourself, my friend?
Yeah, I got a few bullets in action right now. Elton and I, different streets. You know, he's out here playing the poker. I'm playing the markets, but we're both a little buried. Queen 6 suited. Suddenly piquing Rob's interest. Esti. Predictable defense with the Jack 10. Heads up, 30 in the middle. 2 2 clubs, 2 8s, and an ace. Feels like a very nice one for Rob to be able to follow through and take, but instead he checks back, and I'll tell you what, the delayed c-bet on this board oftentimes is equally as credible, and maybe even more so. Do you agree?
I agree, because say you have a weak ace, you're not looking to get multiple streets, you're not looking to get check raise, so often you will check it back like an ace 7 and down on this flop.
Sure.
And delay c-bet. So if you're going to do that, then you obviously want to take advantage of that by balancing with some air balls.
Or if you flop trips with 7, 8, 8, 9 kind of suited connector combo, maybe even a little bit of aces full, same approach could be possible.
I get it. Elton's just standing now. Okay, back down. Look at those shorts. Did you see it on Andy? Those are quite pricey. Louis.
You know, I can always count on you for this sort of
I'm always
stuff,
looking around.
Randy.
Am I not supposed to?
These streams, by the way, you know, having to watch these guys always decked out, it's been a very expensive sort of thing for me. I'm like, oh, that looks cool. Let me go.
Wages reduced.
Yeah, I'm going to Estonia.
Yeah, you told me.
Silly, weird tournament, 10K, million guaranteed, 3 tables.
Somewhat of a rarity here in these straddle pots is a
How long you
limp
stay there for?
3-way affair. Can't even recall the last time we saw it, if ever.
10K, it's million
Comes 10,
guaranteed,
7,
10K,
6,
but-
top
Yeah.
pair for Handz.
The 3
Middle
blinds.
pair in the
limping.
gutter for ST.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Maybe. I'm trying to decide. I may go to Dubai with Paul
Dubai's nice, yeah.
and then go
You guys like,
back to LA. No,
oh, yeah.
I'm not
You got your kids are
sure. They're back home.
back home. You want to see them, yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Bet call.
Yeah, if you want to come to Estonia, let me know.
Yeah.
That's-
Have one person with me. Is enough room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double gutter.
Let me know,
Product
because
of
I
this
think
four.
with getting to Estonia, you have to give your
Top
passport
pair picked up
to the
spades.
Estonians a few days before, so
Okay, I'll let you know as soon as I figure out what I'm gonna do.
40.
I'm gonna book it. I'm gonna book
Over
the plane
bet
tomorrow.
40,000. This is
3 days before.
31.
That's the follow-up on the
Estonia's supposed to be really,
7K.
really nice. That's the thing. I've never been.
Not something you usually see with this type of hand.
The casino's going to be like super high end.
It's got the spades.
The guy that owns
Working.
sportsbet.io, huge crypto site, he owns it.
Top pair.
I heard
Good
that site's
kicker.
making a
The
lot
guy
of
with the
money.
yacht as well. Do you remember when we were here last time and we went and played poker on a yacht? You didn't come, but I told you about the game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's him who owns the yacht. Yeah. But
A lot
he's
of
good
times
guy
these
to me.
overbets contain
Yeah.
draws. So
Good guy
ST
to
might
me.
think the 7s are good.
Like games on his yacht and things like that.
Yeah, well. He's gonna take one more.
Another
You like a bit of travel,
80,000
don't you? I remember when we went
to
to
the
Sochi
middle, and
4 or 5 years ago,
ST
you never left,
finds
did
the
you?
straight. Very
I'm
poor
still
river
partying
card
in,
for Handz.
So you know.
Yeah, he just had all of that on the turn.
That's
and
a good casino, Sochi.
outdrawn.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Maybe one day we'll be able to go back.
4-1 favor
I hope
on
so,
the
'cause it's
turn
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
to 0%.
Did you go
Clubs
in the
do come in.
mountains and see the cold, the snow?
No.
Crazy. Snow that deep in the mountains and then sun on the beach. It's weird.
Hands checking
It was
over
in the mountains, but
Yeah.
to ST.
Good nightlife there as well. Yeah. But the casino's super high end, isn't it? Like,
yeah, really nice.
Did you go in a restaurant?
Yeah.
Looks like he just checks it.
10.
Plays cautious. Doesn't think he'll get called by worse.
Yeah.
Like the chef's like the best chef in Moscow. They took him.
Interesting.
Yeah, I missed the
I mean,
place.
to be fair, it's very
We had a
hard to get
high-stakes room
called
there,
by
one room.
worse on a 4-liner
When it
like
opens
that
up
with the
again.
clubs.
Yeah,
too.
and it's very
What table
easy to
like
get
a
put
knife.
into the blender if somehow a check raise
Yeah,
comes
good
in
place.
from
Mhm.
Handz. Not sure if the line would be
walls.
particularly credible, but
10.
ST. Stacking chips yet again.
Been good.
Been good, yeah.
Over pot turn.
你这硬币在靠的，我也不懂。
后为什么中了不打了？
没，我感觉花到了。
细腻。
还有可能8-9的。先是。
Rock straddle。
错了。这个牌也不会考的。我也没草花了，然后如果来个 check raise， 裂开。
那不更多吗？check raise 靠。
没你打的那么好。
I wanted to show this one.
Well, it's good to see Elton
And
laughing.
fucking deuce.
Oh.
Ridiculous.
Queen 10 suited. Try to link raise profile.
I said I played.
Limp jam.
Actually I had ace that hand. I didn't raise.
Nice.
I'm like, I'm just not gonna hit, so why bother?
Sorry, what is it? 2.
You win.
Yeah, I raised. You win. What is the point?
Ton, 4-5 off.
In
3x.
the hijack. Standard.
Well, for him.
Yeah, I wanted you to add those words so I didn't sound like I shouldn't be here. Thank you.
Nothing was better than when Elizabeth Chen was on day one and
she would
double through you and then genuinely and authentically turn and very politely say, "Thank you so much."
That was the Elton Tsang when she had the quad 10s against the 3s.
Yeah.
And everyone was cracking up.
Even Elton had to appreciate it a little bit.
等一下看感觉的时候再放啊。放一个。
他已经很旺了，你还想他旺
12,000 says Elton with his 5s. Rob, 3-bet candidate with this king queen.
Yeah, especially against the button open. Does deposit 40K. Let's go set mining.
Yep. Not in the mood to fold, that's for sure. And not at this price is Elton. He'll be in position. 91,000 in the middle. And a 5 in the window coupled with a queen. This bodes quite well for the time being for Elton. Rob, however, playing it as a check, Randy.
And that check actually might get him even more trouble because he might feel his hand is under-repped. So Elton is going to look for 3 streets with this bottom set.
40 into the 91, south of half pot, but obviously Rob not looking to go anywhere. Another 80 into the middle. Might this be the moment things turn around for Elton?
That 4 is a really bad card for Rob. He thinks it's good, but it brings out another draw that Elton can represent. Elton's just thinking, I'm back.
Yeah, and Rob is thinking that this king-queen is performing quite well. May be a bit concerned about the ease with which this 135 has flowed forward, however.
Sure. Feels like a call turn, react river situation. Jamming doesn't accomplish anything, really. So there's the call. Look at that pot. Ace on the river is going to save Rob, possibly.
Spade. Backdoor flush. King Jack is here. Rob checking at Elton, trying to determine whether or not he's going to be able to get action. It is a dangerous sort of texture.
Yeah, but there's no way that Elton's checking this one back. He's going to bet. He's going to hope his opponent has like an ace-queen that can really just pay maximum.
自己买50啊？100没什么赢，
赢80。
那有80赢啊？哦，越来越多。
441 out there already. $500,000 each back, and now Elton firing 320,000. And this king queen begins to crumble. Spade blocker for Rob. And
Right.
you kind of, you remove ace, just the naked ace, if this was somehow a stubborn ace jack, ace king from Elton, from his range, you would think that hand would just comfortably check back on river.
Ace Jack, I expect to check back. Ace King, I expect to 4-bet, especially with what's been going on.
Yeah.
Ace Queen would go for value still.
Sure, top two.
King Jack, of course, would go for value.
Yeah.
Spades.
Note, though, that we have the king of clubs in hand, so not only do we block that, but the most desirable combos, which would be like that king jack of clubs, interfered with.
There are busted clubs, and that's definitely in Elton's range, given how loose he is. He is going to lay down the king-queen.
Yeah. It was a spot where Elton's damaged table image actually was working in his favor in terms of Rob maybe having heroic thoughts, but in the end he settles on the correct fold, and a massive pot will settle in front of Elton, and we haven't said that a whole lot on the day. Man in the black polo in the background, Anjay, one of our photographers, and I gotta say, I don't know a lot about photography, but that feels like maybe an overly generous lens for the job. I mean, he's right there.
You can use that to look at the moon close
Yeah,
up, right? It's
why
a
does he have a
telescope.
telescope?
I shouldn't have called this
You could tell what someone's eating for dinner in that apartment building in the background
bluffed me
with
there,
that
Elton.
camera.
Huh?
3万5啊。
Yeah.
You have anything on
Shout
it?
out to
他是领
Anjay.
头队 KK，
You didn't flop a set, did you?
他手上是 KK。Yeah。
Huh?
他这个敲过去，这种打他 call。如果他手上 KK，
What is queen queen 2倍啊？
有看的。
Flop a set.
No, it came ace on the river. It came ace.
哦 ，ace on the river, king queen.
I mean, king 10.
I run like shit, man. I run like shit.
Set. Yeah, everybody's taking money from me.
Off of me, yeah.
The first decent pot of the night. Thank you, Rob. I mean, I needed it. I needed it.
Yeah.
I do. I need it.
10,000 says Handz with the red nines. Elton trying to get something going. 8-6 of diamonds, not performing well on this ace-7 board. See how interested Handz stays.
10.
Somewhat.
His hand does warrant protection against 2 overs or a random over, 2 opponents. And 8-6 suited is floating here in position. Turns to 8.
This is so troublesome for Elton. I mean, it's not to say that he can't potentially bluff his way through this one, repping an ace, a milky-looking 15 on the turn, but some of the time, you would imagine this is just 7x if you're Handz and you're doing well against that hand?
Yeah, Handz is not looking check fold here, and Elton's actually kind of just protecting his hand. His 8's vulnerable. He was looking to steal this pot, but having turned the pair is actually gonna put him in the spot to probably check this one through and lose.
Good.
2 quick checks on the end.
冤家牌，
Very nice hand.
冤家，
嗯，
冤家，
谁？
你们冤家牌。
冤家牌了。
You know what's interesting? One could be tempted to be very critical of the float from Elton. But first off, Handz doesn't have to have an ace. Second off,
Yeah. 刚刚好了，差不多到你 straddle 了。
it shows that Elton is fighting still, right? He's not out there thinking, okay, I got to crawl into my shell and nut pedal, only play premiums, right?
Yeah, you're right about that. You know, I mean, I never really expected Elton to be deterred if he loses a pot.
No stopping now.
I would follow through with more thoughts, but you just thrown so many carcasses onto a piece of paper in front of you.
No need to tell everybody what I'm up to over here.
No, I mean, it's
just poker commentary.
If it was
doesn't
just
work out.
if it was
Pest
just
control.
one, I would have just let it slide. But you threw 4 bodies.
Unlethal in this booth, Randy. If you got wings and you're an insect, beware.
Like, could you not put this on your side?
No, don't you know how like cats will bring home something for their owners as like a gesture? Anyway, King,
Right.
Queen, 8, 2 diamonds here. Boss with the 6-4 suited, lagging well behind Tan's ace high.
10
哎，几點
raise
食
free.
飯啊？差不多。
Turns to
15
ace.
a man, and now all of a sudden, club draw for boss, top pair for Tan. He's reaching.
Club draw in position, worth calling, just because sometimes even the jack or 10 falls and they check to, you can represent a straight. Not this time.
Diamonds come in. I don't know whether or not a pair of 6s is going to be considered something with any showdown value, provided that the opportunity is there for Paul to check back and take showdown, which it is.
Yeah, I do think there's a sliver of
尖尖头
showdown.
小荷才露尖尖角
Not。this time.
You know, Tan's a tough guy to barrel into in these spots.
Yeah, he still calls you down.
He's just sticky.
10皮，
Like those
Wow.
glue traps that you put down in your house, you know, for bugs.
For the, yeah, the ants.
I caught a freaking snake on one of mine the other day in the garage.
A snake.
Yeah, my girlfriend came inside and goes, "You should see the size of this worm." Walk outside, and I'm like, "How did you do in biology class, babe? That's a freaking snake." Vegas has all of the critters. A7 suited. Ivey activates.
Do you have a pest business, by the way?
I'm telling you, I would do great.
Ollie's pest control.
You know, I would like rage tilt my way through your house, just trying to kill something, breaking dishes.
We don't use machines. We just use our hands.
Organic. Yeah, there you go. Your appointment time window is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'll be there the whole time.
We won't leave until everyone is dead.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You're like on a Zoom call, and I just come flying through the background with a net.
Elton on the double straddle.
抓着那个庄位。
David, how long more
Handz
this session?
limping. Elton says, let's see 3.
10 minutes. 20 minutes left for the dinner break.
Hungry.
10-9-3, Ace of Hearts relevance, checking over to the flush draw.
See, eh?
Yeah, and because he's got that Ace of Hearts, often will be continuing. Especially against a splashy Elton. Ace high could even be good. Which it is at the moment.
Slight equity favorite on the flop, much more so now on the turn, which does add the gutter to Elton's arsenal.
It's not a clean gutter, but it is enough to bet more.
This is a small overbet?
Slight. Elton continuing to push the action. A7, no business to continue on the turn. Nicely done, Elton Tsang. Shows the 8 of hearts.
Good one to show.
那你这张好像没什么关系。
有啊。
Now, Randy, I'm getting caught up on the chat from quite some time ago, and it would appear that none other than the legendary Alan Keating is actually soaking up this cash game stream for the first time. Announced himself in the chat by saying, "When's the gambling start?"
Yeah.
Oh.
One away.
All right.
Shout out to Alan.
What's up, Alan? So he wants to see more gamble to come out. Is that what he's saying?
Oh, I think he's being sarcastic. He would fit right into this crew. I'd love to see it.
把筹码理成这样。
We got 4 to a straight flush here.
是把筹码理成这样，是真的喝咖啡了。
喝了很久啦，喝了几个小时，从拉蒂喝到巴西咖啡。
Handz, the only customer. The board that doesn't interact with either holding.
I might need to leave 15 minutes early to go and eat with the kids.
都20分钟吧。好，玩个5万块的吧。5万1、2、30，
跟那个规则一样。
1000的。1000的。玩3000咯。
Surrender, says Handz to the C-bet.
我又不上头。
Shout out also to Nima Sajadi, who's streaming us from all the way
玩5000的。
in Iran.
你跟他学玩。
Randy, clearly VPNs
没，我帮你教授。
being employed, I would think.
所以是很难的。啊，1000要搞搞了。2000呗，1000要认识。
20分钟，如果说那个2个小时，那下一次如果再抽我，你做盘，我陪你玩2天。
啊，那不是玩1万2万的吗？
对啊，以前都是玩的，现在还1000。
不是，它是乘的，发几乘几，发个 K 就乘13。
哦，这种啊，
还有
差不多嘛，这最多几万块。
发一个天花有几万？
搞来搞去，搞不了10万块回来。
10.
你是这么有的？
这不用说了。
Hands on the button,
还要说嘛？
showing his
我
range.
的子弹都不说了。
Queen 6 offsuit in attack mode. Elton flatting.
Rob coming along, ace 5 off.
Wheel draw for Yong. Best of what's around, both pre and post flop.
Handz was the pre-flop raiser, and 7-3 deuce rainbow normally isn't meant to hit players who flat call. It does c-bet 20.
Board pairing 3 on the turn as we are down to heads up.
One of the better cards for Rob Yong when he doesn't improve, given that it's very difficult for the pre-flop raiser to just go blasting. There's a lot of check calls on a flop do contain 7 or 3 that wouldn't be folding.
55.
But Handz is fine. Found a second barrel, just queen 6, and man, he really has good timing today.
Seldom does he put a foot wrong. We've seen him on a couple of occasions get munched on, but he's on the right side of the big ones. Just queen 6, second barrel, meaty. Take it.
On that texture as well. Really felt like it was going to go check, and Rob can just take that one.
Yeah, he's supposed to have more of the 3s in his
And
range,
sevens.
having defended from the straddle. And given, yeah, the raise on the button, maybe some more of the 7s as well.
Raise to 10,000. Cool.
King 7 suited. Rare participation here from Boss. Picks up one caller, and it's Esti who's got position and a dominant hand. Both parties flop the Broadway gutty.
Only one with the backdoor flush draw.
10.
Raise 10,000. 我们来玩3呢？
2万。为什么是2万？哎，1啊。
And one of those
为什么是2万2？
King X's do pick up the backdoor flush draw.
It does pair.
为什么2万2呀？
Boss does that 7
A
of
就是
clubs.
旁边人扎起来，
Nothing
中间
that
A 的话，人家
emboldens him,
扎起
however.
来。
Yeah, I don't think he thinks the 7 is ever good. It is in this case.
这个玩1万的只会赢。
So after the 10K flop bet, he
可以
checks
追
it.
溯成功的考
And
虑。
ST activates, firing 20.
你，
实在没牌。
我靠，
我这把真的差点忘了，
什么差点忘了？
And
这把我真
Boss
的有点忘了。
folds
我在 call 里面我
what was the best hand at the time. Obviously plenty of equity for ST.
very close. Forgot.
One of those hands that's just begging for a check back on the river if it does call turn.
Yeah, but also doesn't think it's ever good.
Yeah,
就是画画
which is of course a problem.
看牌。
You know, Xuan is one of those guys who maneuvers his chips like a straight line. Usually doesn't that mean tight? Oh.
Your turn.
You know what I'm saying?
He's bluffing.
哦，就是慢慢的没有掉，就是一个棒冰拿在手上，
It's just so perfectly aligned.
买牌看牌。
You seem particularly impressed with that, Randy. That's not even near the most difficult thing. What about the guys that make that like rotating circular tower that's
yes.
like the chips are just sliding in motion all the way up?
That is some good architecture. Some structural engineer work needed.
Yeah,
Blueprints.
those are people that can make mean sandcastles, I feel like. Pocket 4s, pocket 6s, and ace 10. Booking a date for the flop. 10K a man, courtesy of the boss raise pre. King 9-3 board, and the 6s are still best. Checking over to boss, who does not follow through. Elton with the 4s, and obviously some King X in range. Represents. Andy keeps him honest. Tough to overcall with ace 10 here. And boss chuckling as he just continues to bleed away little by little. And he would have turned a 10, which would give him the lead. Little does he know it. 2 quick checks on the turn, and aces up for boss if he was still in there on this river. Backdoor flush arrives. 60 in the middle.
妈的后门
6
啊，对6。
哎呀，我等打什么了？我 A 10了。啊，对，你打不赢你。
You know what Paul was saying.
Yep.
不缺顺子了。
哦，是啊，什么鬼啊
3-5卖萝卜。
我打我就赢了，要死。
上去调那板了解我。
3-5卖萝卜。
中后门2队。
有。No.
I just saw another name in the chat submitted as a request to get invited to perhaps the next one of these cash game invitationals, and it is that of Victor Blom. Isolder.
That would be legendary.
Didn't he also win a bracelet this summer along with Ivey? Am I tripping?
I know he was getting deep regularly.
I know.
I don't know if he actually won. I think he got 3rd multiple times.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. But that would be sick.
No, he did not win one this summer.
It just kept looking like he was going to win one.
Yeah, he was getting close.
Didn't Ivey win a bracelet?
Yeah, I just mentioned it. Yeah,
yeah, it's right here. Yeah, there we go.
都是很厉害的，觉得我厉害的都是鱼。
Talked already about Santosh Savarna, a Triton regular, winning one.
I was going to say that this crew doesn't really hunt bracelets, you know?
Danny Tang was out there playing a full schedule.
Hope to see Danny on screen at some point this week.
I think Kiat Lee and Soiza may have been out there as well.
Obviously a very different animal this game compared to tournaments. Things have also not been going Ivey's way, just like Paul.
这个真的很真的，它会慢慢变，不是一下就变完。
啊，
它是假的是吧？
哪里肯定？妈的，你看了这么久还不知道？
我以为有可以旁边摄像。
假是肯定假的，但我一说它假的很好，它就慢慢变暗的，你懂吧？
Dominated by bosses King Jack of Diamonds, which is played as flat pre-flop.
很可爱那个牌，
很真实，真的一样。
8-3 deuce 2 hearts.
16呗。
The worst suited king is really just flopped very well, but Paul's got 2 overs.
对。
Backdoor diamonds. Often he will be check calling at the minimum.
那有些地下室啊什么的。
哪里有这么大的家？
香港肯定没有，但就一般来说很藏得很便宜。
That he does. And he finds a flush draw of his own to go with what is the best king high here on this turn. Let's see whether or not Andy's got another barrel in him.
Yeah.
Now he wants to check back and realize board pairing 8 on the river.
The way this one's running out, I don't mind just checking down King Jack high. It's got quite a bit of showdown value, and you might not even shake out an ace high if you do bet.
King high.
King?
He got excited for a second.
Well, there's a rare sight. Not just boss getting the showdown, but dragging the pot.
3个小时第一把拿。
当初那个 Hanz 带我去 KTV 玩，我去了。
香港。
因为那个 KTV 多大呢？就这个台子我这么大，我操！就这张台这么大，真他妈是。
香港是这样的，自己玩自己的。
要好一点的吧？
也自己的都自己的好一点。
自己的好一点，公开的都傻的死。那好，下次带我去。等你带我去。
哎呀。
Queen 5 of hearts. Boss limps. Look at Handz. King 9 off, just leaning over toward the blue chips and then plopping them in. Extra 11,000.
It's all right.
Invested.
你们香港的都被他包掉。
Ace 10 7.
哎，这个 A 是什么算的呢？
Boss with a quick check. Handz just follows through 10,000 and takes it. And this is in part why it is that we raise in the face of the limp. Just gives us some post-flop maneuverability and credibility.
感觉应该忘起来了。
Right, and you can just sprinkle in some chips and just take it down. That ace 10-7 board really wasn't in connection with the king 9, but range-wise, it's a good board to see bet on.
只玩 AA 就可以了，其他的不玩了。
刷214差不多可以抓到你，
对吧？总有140嘛。
只要坚持。
Double straddle on and a pretty one awaiting Elton in that double straddle, but it's going to cost 25,000 to continue, says Rob Young, and it might be more than that.
Oh, Ivey's definitely going upstairs. Or, I thought he was. He just calls.
Plays the 10s as a flat. Note 110. Into the muck.
这个应该是那个电视拍出来，看过去就是跟一样的后面可能。
He's going to let Elton into the pot.
Was it a squeeze candidate here for Elton? With the Ivey flat in between?
每天就可以看过这个风景。
Not so sure. It's hard to say because it was an upfront open.
933 is great texture here for Ivey, and even better considering that Rob, the pre-flop raiser, very much proud of 9s and 3s.
应该是这里呢。
C betting 30.
挺线的。
Yeah, just a great spot for Ivey that Rob's got the hand that can really just pay off.
是吧？不是吧？
不是了啊，
不是。
窗户打开看看。
这个不如哪里拍的吧？
强老板把窗户打开看一下，是不是？
Elton out of the way after Ivey flatted, and he would have turned the best hand.
Yeah, he's probably kicking himself a little bit because he thought about actually continuing. Check through on the turn.
You surprised at all that Ivey would choose to check
应该
back?
就是这里附近了。
No, I'm not too surprised just because there's that one over and it's hard to get paid off 3 streets against the 9. He's definitely, I was going to say he was definitely going for value on the river, but perhaps he
Value Town.
left some value there on the table. Even Paul saying value town. I'm surprised there.
I am too. You know, I wonder whether or not it isn't a function of perceiving Rob Yong as being fairly tight.
It should be. That's his perception because he didn't even 3-bet pre off that stack with a double straddle on.
等后面搭起来，他再对。
Nevertheless, manages to take down a decent pot.
明显是等我了。哦，我说我赢。
应该东哥。
What you did? 3-bet, 3-4, waiting for me.
Waiting for me.
This double trader 8,000.
Boss, by the way, taking note of the fact that Ivey chose to flat.
Okay, Elton.
Tang getting creative with Jack-6 suited. Handz leaning back upon that creativity with a much more conventional ace-10 of clubs.
Bye-bye. 饿死你
Professional 3-bet. 明天。
Party's over.
哎呀，没有做庄位了。
Is it dinner break?
跳了一个招的。
哇，对不对
？3000块。
This is good time. The kids,
上一把是什么？
buffet.
对，然后你妈的那个。
我知道。
比下面赌大一点的。我当然这心里能苦吗？啊！
一共玩了5把，你忘记1把，25%。
sleep 啊！
我那个真的是很鱼的那个，
啊不很小了，3000块。
Tang back at it this time
还好玩的少。
with a more durable ace 9.
你要玩那个5000的，我不是对你好吗？对吧？
是吃饭还是？
哎，你忘了把什么天花上头了？
嗯。
哎，
No takers.
这冲餐哦，这
And the players are on their feet as some rumbling tummies are going to get serviced during the dinner break, which is upon us. And it can't come soon enough. As you see, Elton Tsang has breached the 7-figure barrier, stuck 1.1 million plus, 4 others in the red as well, as Esti, Wang, and Xuan continue their ascents, and Handz trailing not too far behind. We're going to step aside for about 20 minutes, but don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of the first ever Triton Poker Series Cash Game Invitational comes your way in just a few.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Bad.beat.
Sure you will.
Backdoor.cover. Pocket aces
Okay, Ollie.
for Elton. I think I had a lot more fun with that
Yeah.
than anybody who heard it.
I do engage with you sometimes, but that one is...
I could have done better.
You could have said anything else and would have been better.
Can't do a whole lot better than pocket aces. Tang 3-betting to 25,000. Elton deciding whether or not he wants to rumble, and the answer is yes.
You know these two are going to collide at some point.
Oh, this is a bottle of lighter fluid in a match.
Wow.
At the helm of these two hands, top pair, backdoor spades for Elton. This is a problem.
This is a huge problem because Elton knows how loose Tan is, and King 8 suited is a monster against this opponent.
$28,000. The C-bet.
Oh, check raise. Elton trying to make his hand look like a bluff because he knows that Tan Xuan gets suspicious. This is just music to Tan Xuan's ears.
Here's the other thing. More so than anyone else, on the occasions in which Tan 3-bets here, he will get action from a hand like King 8 potentially. I'm not suggesting that's what he has on his mind. On a board that's this dry, seems like he would be well served to flat and then see what ensues.
I agree. Intentions to flat is to let your opponent think they've got the best hand or try to move you off of an ace. He's tanking a bit to kind of look like he's maybe going to float with 2 high cards. It is odd. You don't often see check raises. Oh, he's actually cutting out a re-raise. There's some leveling going on here. Gosh, I don't know if Elton can get away. Normally, sure. No one's really put it in the 3-bet on the flop after you get check raised and 3-bet pot on 8-5-3 rainbow. But Tan is that guy to make a move. There's so much going on here.
This board's so dry, though. Or at least it's supposed to be. See, the sick part, though, is like, Tan could just have 5-3 in this spot.
He could, but Tan can have 2 random cards because Elton is not expected to ever check raise this flop. That's why Elton check raised the flop. He was thinking, look, King 8, you're not going to put me on this. You're going to give me action.
And you're not really supposed to be able to 3-bet me.
Exactly. And that's why I don't think Elton's going to fold on this flop.
是很多葫芦的，几对棋10个3条10，10条够，也是有。
I think the question for Elton right now is, do I jam or do I call?
Well, he's got 416K back.
Obviously, there's so much in the middle.
Another 107. The requirements to proceed from this point forward. He's going to make that call. $422,000 pot as silence blankets the table. Everyone tuned into this one. Six of diamonds turn.
That turn card actually gives hands that might check raise the flop a lot of equity, such as 6-7. I could see it. So Tan definitely needs to continue firing this turn card to protect against that.
Yeah, you don't want to let one of those aforementioned hands that pick up equity but still trail behind the aces.
Right, a 9, a 7, a 4 would be so bad. Tan might just rip this one in. If he was 3-bet bluffing the flop, some of those hands turn some diamonds and they probably would jam the turn quite a bit.
Well, they're playing sub 1 SPR effective as Elton has 309,000 and 230 of it is on request.
This is where it's tough.
Big boy poker on display.
There's also a lot of bluffs that 3-bet the flop that just give up on the turn. The fact that Tan Xuan is still betting means he often has something. Oh, here we go. $1 million pot.
2300，
1对8，
1对8肯定大啊，
So there's the jam out of Elton.
1对8肯定大啊。几次？
这一次了。
一次发。
He was practically being put all in anyhow.
Time.
And one time, was that the declaration?
Yes, it was. They've got so much gamble.
哎，
来50。
妈的，1对8就赌啊！
他觉得我打的不像嘛，嗯，
What just happened, Ollie?
来看，
I
好
don't
朋
know,
友
but it hasn't
互
left
相帮忙
Elton's spirits altogether dampened, it would appear,
真的
shockingly
有个
enough.
AA 哦。
And that's how you know that he
3
belongs
7 3 8
at these limits. Because even outcomes such as that, which are painful, Tan in the straddle with the suited ace. Esti with some medicine in the form of ace-king. Makes it 13,000 to go.
Ace Jack for Ivey. It's been a spectator so far.
Could be a problem.
He's going to 3-bet it.
40,000, he says.
Hijack versus button. Oftentimes we'll see Ace King go to 4th,
哎，为什么我十抓到了一个？
especially with the Straddle on.
圈吗？
没有一圈啊，
没有一圈。
因为我坐下来，本来我大忙的 Ivey 坐
He
下
comes in
来，
with call. His hand is very
我
disguised.
不好意思嘛 straight 嘛。
Yeah,
还是
we're
五圈呢
quite
哎
used
五圈五圈
to the ace kings
要一圈一
making
圈弹
noise pre-flop.
现在很热了，很烫。
Not this time, though. A flat call and top pair,
但刚才
top
第二
kicker,
输
backdoor
输
clubs.
5
Not going to be going anywhere in the face of this 30K C bet, which is
输了100了。
downsized from the pre-flop 3-bet by Ivey, who's got the Broadway gutter.
This is quite problematic for Ivey, as he actually has a pretty good flop for his Ace Jack betting the flop. Gets called.
中瓦萨币这样。
Blank turn, although it does bring the backdoor spade draw.
Could see him bet the turns again, targeting the queen. The queen would have a lot of trouble calling twice. Ideally, he would want to hold a club or spade to block some of the
是哦，
flush draws. He's going to fire once more, 125,000. It makes sense. It's not going to work against this holding.
总要让我活一活嘛，这个概率在那里摆着啊。
What it does, though, in my mind, Randy, is it opens up the door for him to pull off the big bluff, unimproved on the river, provided a dry one rolls off.
Of course, that's definitely crossing his mind. We'll see if it happens. For now, though, Esti check calling 402,000 in the middle.
Now
There's
there
the blank.
is, as played, a very dry 4 of hearts. And Ivey could be repping the set of queens. He does shut it down, though.
Esti. He's up $700,000.
flop 有没有打？
那个79不就
打2枪。
We all agreed
Does his thing.
很贵。
Tries to fight all of these villains at the table.
Yeah, Gotham City out here.
It's not working out for him right now. In the movies, Batman usually struggles at some point.
Sure.
Maybe he comes in towards the last frame and just starts pouncing. Who knows?
It's not as interesting if he doesn't struggle a little bit.
What is
35.
what's the butler's name again? Oh, Alfred.
Nobody wants to be Alfred. And nobody wants to have 8-6 suited in the face of a re-raise to 35,000 and then a 4-bet to 100 from Elton. And he should be comfortably able to part ways with King Jack offsuit in short order. And all of the appetite for gamble that Tang has, I don't think he wants to park another 88 out there.
Agree, but the 10s is in a spot, right? Elton obviously has been
I didn't miss anything.
pushing
Didn't
action.
miss, but you got to pause your straighter afterwards.
Yeah.
Next hand. If you
He's
don't
stuck
pause,
so much.
he got hit by
These 10s,
twice.
they're looking to get
他现在要
involved.
放2000、5000、4000。
They've
The
got
thing is, given that
position.
was multi-way leading up to the 4-bet,
11K.
Han's considering how much of this behavior is attached to what he thinks is the opportunity to pick up some dead money versus jacks through aces.
放个2000、5000，再放个4000。
25嘛。
It feels like you have to at least give this a flop. Unless you really think Elton's out of line and you can just move in. But calling is the default, which he does. We've got $222,000 in the middle here.
That we do. What we don't have is an ace or a king. The blocker value of ace-king specifically for Elton, even though with some frequency you would imagine that some sort of big hand is being slow played by Handz, in position, deep stacked, really lends itself to Elton being able to represent and tell the story here as he follows through for 55.
For Handz, though, he's got pocket tens. He's got to keep his opponent honest, at least on this flop. Does have the best hand. Decent turn card for Handz.
Quite the opposite for Elton, though. He's really in the wind. Is he going to stay after it? There's your answer. 125. And now for Handz, we begin to consider whether or not we're on the wrong end of a dairy farm with these two tens.
Yeah, am I getting milked by an overpair? Put yourself in Handz' shoes. It never feels good to see a multi-barrel in a 3-bet pot like this, because if you're behind, you've only got 2 outs. Elton came in cold with that 4-bet. So that's a stronger range than average. That's a great call for Handz.
Now 582 in the middle. We're playing 258 effective. The diamonds come in on the end. Boy, this is such a dicey spot. And I don't know if this effective SPR is one that Elton feels like he's going to be able to push Handz off of. If he jams.
If he jams, he could put Handz in such a tough spot. If he's jamming, he's representing aces, kings, queens, but he's going to give up.
He shuts it down, and this is going to really leave him breathless.
Nice pop from Handz.
And immediately, Elton recognizing that the opportunity was there. Unclear whether or not Handz digs in, by the way.
Yeah, it is unclear, but a sigh of relief.
All in, first of all of this, and then I decide.
里面钱太多了啊，里面啊。
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 to claim your ticket.
Welcome back under the cover of darkness and behind the dinner break to the Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro for the back half of our first ever Cash Game Invitational Day 3 action. And we've got a swapping of seats.
As the players head for a well-deserved break, we have a hot seat change to bring you up to speed on. Poker Hall of Famer Phil Ivey leaves, and the newly crowned Triton Player of the Year, Tang, makes his first appearance at this Cash Game Invitational.
Thanks, Marianella. And there he is. Tang, just to the left of Boss, parking $500,000 in that chair, relieving Phil Ivey. As 8-handed action continues, 3 big winners one massive loser, and Boss and Andy Nee both with some work to do here. Those profit loss and chip counts brought to you by GG Poker.
Danny Tang gets to come in fresh.
Note who's to his left though, Randy, and
Yeah.
this is not where we want to find ourselves.
来
I
我
hear you.
上多100万跟你们拼了，妈，办法了，100要拿回来了。
那个位置好。
啊，不用咖啡，那气泡水就好。
Paul versus Danny Tang.
这些东西我永远会看的。
You protect me.
Good friends, and no strangers to one another on the felt.
你说什么我都说。
Our boss and Danny.
What's minimum bet? Minimum bet how much? 2.
Yeah.
And then he makes it 3.
Okay, of course.
You got to make it 3 so no one
Play
can ever
loose now.
accuse you of having
人
min
都加
bet.
了，这一把开始了哈。
Keep that off your resume.
啊，不要紧了，你不用 boss 了，1把。
对，一把门没。
什么我去付啊？
我去喝了，吃完饭了。
无所谓都可以。
好，开始打仗了。
打仗拿嘛，
咖啡喝完。
拿50
Every session.
拿50给沙巴哥。
拿50来。30。等下先 ，slow. Not much credit left.
Not much credit left.
Still have so many days. No need. One hand, no need.
All right.
你的英语越来越好。
So the mandatory straddle's on, and immediately Paul's like, I don't want to play short, so give me $300,000 more to my stack.
Pocket 9s here for Boss.
How bad
On the
time
button.
is it to reload right now?
I wasn't going to say it.
You thought it.
I did. At least he plays it as a flat here,
Sure.
as opposed to getting after Elton. Ace-6 suited for Danny.
He's going after Elton.
Makes it 60 to go. A splashy announcement of his presence.
Danny 宝宝还是动作挺多的。
Does Elton want a 4-bet? Call. Remember, Danny hasn't been playing the last 4 hours, so we might approach him differently. No, he's just going to make it 160.
Yep.
How much is the rest?
160,000.
It hurts.
We still have to worry about Danny behind us, by the way, and Danny's reputation is not one of splashiness.
Right.
But obviously, Boss knows that the setup was ripe for a squeeze. So perhaps that opens the ranges up a little bit. Still need to be concerned, of course, about the fact that Elton's putting 160 out there. No matter how steamy he might have
你
been.
欧他跑了，
他跟我就 all，
你欧他跑了，赶不住他。
现在我不敢 all 了嘛。
I know what you want to do.
I was ready to go in if Elton call。
对死对头啊！
对9。现在不能搞了吧？
刚刚加了码，
啊
没，有加码就那个了。
没有这样嘛，我大他了。
对勾对勾我就试他，对勾现在试还不晚。
现在一堆9下去，他一堆10也 call 你，
对啊，现在不行了嘛。
他一根就行。
对10的对勾的话就好多了。哦。
哎呀，整个晚上拿最漂亮一把，这样又没得看神的。
Blame Danny.
啊，
Blame Danny. Squeeze it. His team hot. Team hot.
I should have 3 bet first.
He like it 3x4.
Paul actually doesn't realize that Elton would have had him in a world of hurt with those two jacks.
TV didn't see my hand last time. Good. Oh, phone. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Sorry, of course.
By the way, it isn't simply Ivey being swapped out for Danny Tang, but also some different seat draws. Though I believe Andy and Handz are still slotted in the same way that they were earlier.
Yeah, but they did do a full
Yes,
seat redraw.
yes. I
and
mean,
it
every
is
now and again
possible
by
to get the same seat.
coincidence.
Yeah, but we did have a hot seat swap for the pro. So Ivey out, Danny Tang in.
Handz very much in. Sixes full of sevens.
30.
Boss the pre-flop raiser. Handz defended his straddle. Boss with the bottom end of an open ender.
He thinks that the straight draw's got a chance and maybe even the ace high, but he's drawing dead.
That he is, and he gets there. This is disaster.
That is actually one of the best cards for Paul to hit in his eyes, but you're right, disaster it is, as Handz full pot on the turn, made it look like a bluff, and he's not going to slow down.
Flop went check, check. You saw the 30K a man on the turn, and now the overbet of 100 into 90.
Red. 5, 6, 7, 90. I don't think I can fold.
Full house.
Oh, this guy drawing dead on the turn.
Ouch.
That's max value from Handz. Nicely done.
Like a 4草.
Bad luck for that river card for
Very
Paul.
bad luck.
But we've been saying he's always still in good spirits, despite things not going his way.
Dead.
A dispiriting 100K dust off on the river there. Not that we can't understand why it is that he did click call. It did seem like a ripe opportunity, and that sizing, the overbet, for Handz to maybe show up with less than the 8 high straight. Not that time, though. Queen 10 off. Boss. Back at it.
Look at Tan Xuan. Snap, smooth calling ace king. Doesn't get the squeeze behind him that he wanted. Still, his hand is very disguised.
And out flopped on a queen jack 9 board where Boss is performing quite well. Top pair and the open ender peering over to see exactly what's going on with Tan, who of course covers. Third pot sizing.
Draw to the nut straight. Coming in.
Along with the 2 overs.
Not surprised to see Paul check this turn. Does want to play some pot control and not get blown off his 10. Tan Xuan is going to bet 33,000. Trying to steal this one with his ace king high.
Nowhere to go but call, right?
Exactly.
So another 66,000 into the middle after the check call. Board pairing jack on the river. Pressure application available to Tan. Should he choose to go that route, presumptions are that Boss is going to check, and there you see it.
The jack is a very difficult card to bet here because Tan's not really expected to bet the turn for Jack too often, and Paul often has a hand like Jack 10.
算了算了算了，
Nicely done.
It's nice to pick up that pot for boss
你打我真的
in short order after
打你，这个牌没什么机，
losing the big one to Handz.
Feels like you got a rebate.
A little bit.
转转晕转转晕，
可怜我啊，妈！
这样也不是说包头包邮，
我上头为口，刚才想起来了，妈的！
开牌都没到你，
那我不要了。我 GDO 是要开嘛，没办法。
Ace Jack suited for Rob. Taking us upstairs.
Ooh, Ace Queen for ST. Suited as well. +1, which is UTG. So, see if he still 3 bets, which seems like he will.
$45 total and performing very well against this Ace Jack is ST with the Ace Queen suited. Extra 33 invested. 100,000 even in the middle. But none of the Broadway kit.
None of the suits.
Yeah.
这个家伙有牌打那么重，
ST plays it as a check.
Imagine Rob's going to check as well. Rarely does he get a hand to fold on the flop.
4-liner, though doubtful either player will be assigning deuce X or 7X.
That's why it's hard to bet here, even as a bluff.
King, that's a somewhat relevant card. Spade as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because the ace-queen is the nut no pair, but the king hits his 3-betting range. He is going to turn his ace-queen into a bluff because maybe he can just get out those 8s and 9s. That would call the same type of hand, ace-queen. They'd go into the muck, probably.
ST. Always had the best hand. Just ushering the ace-jack into the river, along with maybe some hands that somehow had a pair. Pretty one. Waiting on Rob in the straddle here. Pocket 4s for Andy.
Later to position the raise, the more value there is in 3-betting pocket 10s.
110 in the muck, by the way, and 1-4 as well now.
He is going to come in with just call. He probably would definitely be 3-betting a button open or the small blind.
7-7-5 and a couple of spades. Good texture here for Rob, and Andy doesn't hate it either.
No, it's a pretty good flop to c-bet with 2 4s. Also could get counterfeited. Often the best hand. 2 10s will be making that call.
And they're not going to be minding this 8 on the turn either.
Rob Yong, check call lead on the 8. That's an interesting line because the 8 actually kind of hits his check calling range, so it does make sense that he's taking the lead, and it gets the 4s to put in 15K with just 14% equity.
Yeah, so an additional 25,000 ahead has made its way into the middle post-flop. Ace on the river, not the kind of card Rob wants to see.
Pesky.
And might Andy turn it into a bluff? No, didn't even think about it with the underpair and the gutter. That was busted.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to turn 4s into a bluff just because he still beats busted spades. Some kind of float that took the lead on the turn.
But if he thinks that check call lead is attached to a lot of 8x, all of a sudden he can target that hand with the ace on the river.
I think it's a little bit unclear just because the turn check call lead line is a bit unconventional, so you don't have as many data points on how your opponents construct their ranges that way.
Well, a lack of the conventional is that which is on display with great regularity here across this cast of characters. And once again, we take a minute to thank all of you who are streaming us live on YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Give us a follow, a subscribe, and a like while you're at it. And we ask you, who is it that you think, when the dust settles, will be the big winner on the session? Obviously, you know who's up toward the top of the leaderboard right now. That is Esti Wang. And very much down toward the bottom of it is Elton. Do you think he's going to be able to climb out? Do you think ST will be able to hang on to the big win on the day? Get on the record. Let us know. How do you think Danny Tang is going to fare here with Xuan on his left? Curious as to your opinions. Two hearts.
Curious to see how Xuan plays his gut shot into 2.
2 tens and a king also out there. 44,000 in the middle. This was 12,000 a man. And another 12,000 to follow through from Tan. Down to heads up. Easy fold from boss. Dry turn.
To get called on this flop, when you see a bet into 2, oftentimes the player in position does have a piece, whether it be a king or 10. It's very difficult to multi-barrel this one, expected to get through a lot. He is going to try, it seems, but king-queen won't be folding. Feels like this 28K bet is designed to kick out like an ace-jack, ace-queen. A pair lower than the 10s, that would probably call a flop C-bet.
Amazing.
90.
Handz is raising the king-queen on the turn. Doesn't think Tan's got a big hand to go with 28K. I really like how Handz is able to find raises in spots that others tend to lead more towards standard lines. He often kind of pounces on bet sizes. You know, when it comes in a little weaker, he might find opportunities to protect his hand.
Listen,
maybe
careful
bluff raise.
pouncing on anything that Xuan is doing, Randy, but I hear you, not to interrupt, as we do see Tan fold appropriately. But yeah, he really is paying a lot of attention out there to all of the finer points.
Yeah, because the other times where he kind of went out check raising, it often was against like a 50% pop bet, where they kind of had the option to kind of go bigger on connective boards.
A 7 offsuit popping up from ST. 1.8 million in front of him, Randy.
It's pretty good. Biggest winner so far. Tan's up a lot too. Not as much as ST at the moment.
Boss defends from the big. Queen 10 offsuit. Swing and a miss on the 8-5 deuce board. Check, check. Board pair.
Paul's in a whistling mood. The 10 gets there for Paul. Now he can hunt value against ace highs. Kicker's quite nice too. Though I wouldn't really expect SC to have a worse 10 in this spot too often. 30K into 32 near pot.
Those meteor sizings, they don't feel milky. Sometimes they even feel desperate. Plenty of busted draws out there, but ace high just properly finds the muck. Going to take a lot more of those pots to get boss out of the hole on the session. But to be fair, other than that 100K where he drew dead on the turn and then
the ace 5
made
against
that
hands,
8 high
6,
straight
7.
not long ago against the full house of hands, it was predominantly the death by 1,000 cuts phenomenon. Different slices, but, you know, call, pre-flop, never get anything going post, maybe peel for a c-bet, and then never get anything going beyond that. It wasn't like he was finding his way to showdown in big pots, and that's how the damages were done.
Sometimes you just get dealt nothing and you just bleed away. It just hurts more right now because the big blind ante is bigger. That adds up.
Right?
Right before yesterday, we were playing 1-2-2. So we've increased the big blind ante by 2.5x.
Well, without the straddle on, it's 8K already in orbit. Now it's 12,000 in orbit. So on average, when we're playing 8-handed, $1,500 per hand comes off your stack. Meanwhile, a couple of ace-deuce suiteds involved with the ace-7.
Nice board.
Wheel draws for both.
Andy with the backdoor hearts as well, which gives him more reason to bet.
That's 19,000.
Rob Yong with no backdoor spades. He actually folds his gut shot.
So Andy following up for 19,000 on the 11 pre, takes it down. How you feeling, Randy? You got the post-dinner grogginess a little bit?
Yeah, I feel a little full.
10.
I got it a little bit, but
Where'd you go? You went with the fried rice?
I went with the fried rice. You?
I did the Szechuan chili chicken.
And spicy? Peppercorns?
Yeah, it didn't have the mouth-numbing properties, thankfully.
I love that stuff.
Yeah, when I was out in Chengdu, China, they definitely hit you with generous helpings of that.
So I didn't know what those peppercorns were. I never had in my life. I went to a dim sum place in Macau, and Selena had taken me to this place, and she had ordered this dumpling dim sum with lots of peppercorns. I took a spoonful of it. I ate it.
You ate a spoonful of the peppercorns?
With the dumpling, because I thought it was the dish. It was a single dumpling dressed of it, and I couldn't talk, and everyone was just looking at me like, why would you do that? Yeah, I didn't say another word for the next hour.
Yeah, that's because you might as well have swallowed a mouthful of hornets. Meanwhile, three-way affair to the ace, king, queen board, where Danny's aces are improbably good on flop and turn, in spite of the four-liner arriving. No post-flop chips have found their way into the middle. Danny now with aces up.
You might be able to seek a little bit of value with that turn check through, not worry about the jack. This is a good two pair. There are worse two pairs out there. Like this value hunting he's seeking. We've seen Handz zero call.
我们俩一人一份。
他就觉得你赢。
对，我们两个一人一份，你爬更快，你就赌2000了。
Handz is asking the question, how thin would you value bet? Is it only a straight? If so, it makes his hand bluff catching better. Worse though if it's ace deuce.
那么打完以后水上，10.5再乘5，37.5，
还要追几把？
那你连中3把嘛？
因为很难中啊。应该差不多有个100万左右。
Just the busted clubs we're considering?
It could just be a random hand, just given that it's a four-liner, so you don't necessarily need busted clubs.
4个人很容易一个人一直不中的。
Gave it a long chew, but in the end, found the proper muck.
One.
Did Handz. Although if all of a sudden he were to raise, one wonders. As played, though, in position, two streets of checking back, it's tough
To
wreck the
raise.
jack.
And plus, if you do raise, you won't need to raise that big. But yeah, I didn't consider that was ever an equation.
I'm even for the trip now.
You only in for 5 minutes today, though.
Did Handz just say he's even for the trip now?
He did.
Being ahead as much as he is?
Yeah.
Did he really lose that much yesterday or the day before?
Did add up a bit. Sometimes they play after hours as well. But currently he's up, like what, 600,000, right? I'm guessing. I think he was in for just 500.
Well, that was the minimum buy-in today at the new stakes. Meanwhile, Esti took us upstairs with the ace-jack. Rob playing the 10s as a flat. Andy doing the same with king-jack suited. Handz able to close the action with this offsuit one-gapper. 50 in the middle. King 9-6, top pair, and a king-high flush draw. Andy with a chokehold on this one. Handz with the gutter.
That's an absolute beauty.
Rob, mindful of the presence of the king, checks to the turn we go, which pairs hands.
Clear straight draws to target for Andy. So he's actually not going to bet. Rob Yong takes the bait. He thinks he's got the best hand of the 10s. I don't blame him. It's a round of checks on the flop, almost a round of checks on the turn.
And he does have the gutter.
Yes.
In case his 10s aren't good.
He's also blocking outs in case his opponent's holding like an 8-9, right? With those 10s, so even better. The Andy will come in.
红须还是什么？红须还是什么来着？
Safe river card for Andy.
没想到你怎么
？Check check。
没想到
打我再大场没有打3张没有打的，第4张5。
没想到你怎么
开枪
怎么中爱心啊？看
120.
Big flop.
Whoa.
Bet.
That's why he has monsters all the time.
Monster.
I haven't.
See Rob
You only get to see it when it's monster. When
frustrated.
it's not monster enough, you don't. You have to pay a lot to see.
all in. Esti aces. Yo digo, está all in.
King Queen for Elton. He's had an absolutely disastrous day.
In for 2 million. Couple sixes for Danny.
He's in for 12,000, as is Danny. 1-6 busy in ST's hand. Ace 10 for Tan on the button. He's in there as well. 3 amigos.
Extremely fair fight in terms of equity.
King 3 deuce. Elton, top pair. Checking.
Position bet incoming from Tan.
Yeah. 2 checks in front of him. And the deuce and the 3 danglers. More texture that leaves him thinking maybe I can just fire and take it down.
Thinks that, but it won't be happening. That 5 is going to give Tan Xuan some outs. Ace or 4 would be good.
Elton continuing the check line. Tan slowing down and failing to find the necessary 4 or ace for a winner. 4 does pair. Now Elton quite comfy. Fires 80.
He's been going big.
Well, he's stuffed big, so obviously that's part of it. But also I think, you know, these are the kind of spots where he knows that Tan is a candidate for a hero call.
Look, if you're going to hero call with ace 10, does unblock the hearts, which is probably a decent part of Elton's bluffing range. We'll be passing.
Yeah, you could tell. He was curious. Elton was all too ready to show down. Well, we take a moment to remind you that our friends over at GG Poker are where it all happens. World's biggest online poker room. Their award-winning poker software awaits you. New players, sign up today using promo code Triton_2024, and with a min deposit of $20, you can get yourself a $50 Global Millions ticket. Head over to GG Poker today and sign up. Ace deuce suited. Danny raising it up. Pocket tens once more.
Don't really see how he's not going to 3-bet this.
35, says Tan.
Let's see if Danny wants to play with Tan. Not interested out of position.
I think Danny always aware the assignment when drawing that seat to the right of Tang is going to be more difficult than it might have been otherwise.
It's one of those seats where you just tolerate it and wait for the next one, you know? Play your cards.
Crisps, you can eat pizza.
So you can eat stuff that's fried by like pig oil?
No, it's fried in vegetable oil. I think it's healthier than vegetarian.
Yeah, you have less.
Red meat, like with all the chemicals in. Like no Kentucky Fried Chicken and no McDonald's. A lot of the junk food's meat. Isn't it?
I don't think we could do that, Ollie. No McDonald's, no fast food.
I mean, listen, I'm not surviving on that stuff,
but you gotta have it once in a while, right?
You know, you indulge. Elton indulging in the ace-jack suited. 3-bet and take. You got a favorite fast food joint, Randy?
Shake
Don't
Shack.
say Del Taco.
Shake Shack. Shake
working
Shack.
over there. Oh, that's right. Randy decided in his infinite wisdom on a layover at Istanbul airport en route to Montenegro to plunk down. How much did you spend on Shake Shack?
24.50 euro on
So, like,
just the burger alone.
So
no fries.
$30 basically.
Yeah.
In that neighborhood.
And it was the worst Shake Shack I've ever had in my life. Had a flying saucer for the patty. The bun was half the size of the patty, and yeah, it was bad.
Dust.
I was pretty tilted. I was like, I'm gonna splurge on this, and I was like, oh my god, why did I do it? What's your favorite?
I was up at the Turkish Airlines lounge, by the way, where they have made to order 2 stations of food, a beautiful self-service display, a golf simulator, a flight simulator, sleeping suites, showers, lockers, kids play area. For those, you know. I was looking at it and they were like, "You're too old." It's like, okay,
you attempted the slide, the swings. Okay.
I'm like real life Billy Madison. You know me. King 9, Handz, offsuit, getting a bit frisky.
Yeah, it has been opening up all of a sudden.
Yeah. 8-4 suited, Paul able to close the action after the 2 flats from the ace-8 suited and the king-10. The latter of which flops top pair on a 10-7 deuce board, but note Esti has himself the nut flush draw here. Three checks in front of him. 46 out there.
Esti bet in position quite often. Ace-8 suited is quite a good one. Put in healthy bet.
Field. Pair it in half. Predictable. 2 hands that continue, and the 4 of spades will leave Rob drawing dead. Checks once more.
Esti wants to get value out of a 10. But he doesn't want to make it too large, I imagine, to kind of scare off the weaker ones that don't have a spade with it.
You guys want to play a pair game? If we pick 3 pairs, and then if we happen to get it, we just collect money from each other.
Sure.
Nice laydown,
Andy?
King 10.
Giving Esti credit.
3个堆子，如果拿到了就直接
Rob
收
properly
我其他人
finding a fold. Wasn't the easiest fold in the world, by the way.
我不用啊，我不用啊。
就比如说你要对2对3对4，你一拿到你开出来就收钱，就不管。
没有玩过，
啊？
不用玩。
你也没技术的嘛？
啊？
就是玩运气。
就是因为没技术才不玩啊！我们玩的是技术，你搞运气。
你相信我。
谁拿到就可以玩。
啊？
4 or 5? 你上来认真打牌。
I never heard of that kind of prop game that Elton's fishing for.
He's saying everyone picks a pair?
It's like 3 pairs and you just dealt it, you get money? I
don't know. Handz would pick jacks. In
Pay me now. And the fact that Elton's suggesting it means that he's looking to drive the action already.
Anything to juice this game up and help him crawl out of this hole. He's in. Tang in as well, defending, but coming up empty on the ace-9 deuce board. One overcard to the jacks, which do check back. Neither player with the diamond draw. Note that Danny hunts a jack now.
你加5个水，3、8个肯定跟你玩，我跟你说。玩不玩？
If Danny was holding a diamond, he's more likely to bet the turn.
3个
3个。
Second check back from him.
忘记怎么解的。
这3、8个忘记过1把1对9。
我每次忘记了，我不能玩这些。
He's actually going to stab here.
You know, 2 streets of disinterest, and Danny feels like maybe he can get it done. And nice by Handz, inducing, picking off for the 13,000.
你让5个跟你玩。
他打还是你打的你？
你让5个我就跟你当我抽。
你有9一对不是？5个水啊？
一把。
This dude's a crusher. Randy.
Which dude?
Handz.
He is. He's playing excellent today.
Oh, but I mean, like, he's suspiciously good.
You think he's too good? Wait, what are you trying to get at?
You know, I'm just saying. Might want to dial it back a little bit if we're looking to be a part of Cash Game Invitational number 2, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay, okay.
Under some suspicion, at least as far as I'm concerned. Because he's not playing out of the hot seat, which is where our one designated professional poker player plays. He's among those designated as VIPs. King 5 deuce, top 2 for Esti. His run good continuing. Times Queen 6 is not.
ST 玩2个水，可以啊。
ST 不用水呀。
就我是鱼，别人在拿水，我没水就玩，是不是智商有什么问题？
你肯定忘不掉啊。
忘应该不会忘的嘛，那个。
他跟那个网页玩了，网页老是忘记。
对，网页是直接忘记了。
你玩不玩？我们3个人玩。10万，120万。
2点水啊
Boss on the button, ace jack.
还有水这么多钱啊？选3个嘛。
对啊，我现在水上心情很好，等我哪天水钱我给你玩。
一个晚上都不会发生1、2次，1、2把。对吗
？3个对的，3个对。
60多把才要
2个小时1把。
The lone customer.
2个小时，平均每人赚1次。
Fans on the Queen High Rainbow board. Second pair, ace kicker for boss.
Could be one of those hands where you mix betting flop and checking back. Kicker at the maximum makes him bet.
拳击到口袋里去，现在赌的都是狠的。
Easy takedown there, although that has not been the story on the session for Paul.
结束了，陪你玩13水，好吧？
好。哎，现在开桌就可以了嘛，旁边。
直播旁边在玩13水。
你刚刚有一桌，我们这个发牌就可以了。
How do you think Handz
拍了一个
feels
13
at this
岁
table? Everyone's
来
speaking
不要浪费时
Mandarin
间
and Cantonese. And
可以慢慢放嘛，也不
I
用
guess
哎，
he's
我们
just
那
winning
那
money.
就是边玩
So
边
it's
打
no
13。
big
我们
deal.
在那个协肥倒是边玩。
I mean,
对
it
啊，
would
那个可以
seem to
你
be a
有牌
lot
的
more
时
fun.
候，先打，刚刚搞完。
They look
慢
like
慢
they're
放
having
上来
fun. He's
Just
like
given how
at
much
the
they're
party.
laughing,
He's like,
like I kind of want to know what they're saying
Yeah.
myself, right? I mean,
后面打2
seems
把
like there's some
一
good
直走
entertainment value.
你水下很急啊，兄弟。
You see what I mean? Like I want in on the mischief.
Hence, I cannot convince anybody else to play with me. Just me and you, that's up.
What, this pair game?
Yeah, fair game. You pick 3, I pick 3. 100K.
How does it work again?
If you get it, you ought to win. If I got it,
I need to call it though, right?
No, no, no,
I
no
mean,
need to
you
play.
just gotta show me and I just gotta show you. That's it.
How does it work if we fold though?
No, you keep it. But there's 3 of it, so they don't know what it is. They know it's one of the 3.
I don't know. It affects the game, doesn't it?
Very little. It's very rare to get it. Almost never happens.
Famous first words.
I want to play
It's all
100K.
about it. I mean, I'll do it. But,
It happens 1 in every 70 hands.
sorry.
So, right?
Well, we're gonna get in another 70 hands, so I don't know about all that. It's so rare.
7 deuce? Yeah, I love 7 deuce.
Salesmanship.
Ah,
7-5 deuce with a couple of hearts. ST and Danny. Both with ace high, and even though Danny's ace 8 is in front, ST's has decent equity courtesy of backdoor hearts and the wheel gutty.
Would hit a combo of it, like 7 deuce. If there's 7
Neither
deuce
coming on the turn after it goes check check.
We collect on each other.
I'll do some red black if you want.
Red black?
Yeah.
Okay. Red black. Red black, we do like this. Like if it's just 2 red, 1 black, a single. 3 red is double. All flush is triple. Straight flush is quadruple.
You always do it very complicated.
That's the fun way to do it.
Oh.
Because there's actually multipliers, right?
Okay, fair enough.
一点都不浪费。
Elton's got a customer, Randy. He angled all night to get somebody to give him some extra action, and Handz is his huckleberry.
I was thinking more 1K.
25K. 1 white. Maximum lose is 100K. Yes,
Until I'm even? You want to get me stuck again?
有先慢慢的把它先救进去，慢慢的再升起来，你这一下子手不一定怎么受得了，一下子就怕掉了。
White chip is easier to swap. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Man, he's
It's just gonna
really
go back and
pushing.
forth.
The white chip is no easier to exchange than any other denomination, Elton. It's just
Now
that
that
the
you pick
whites
it
are
up.
25K apiece. I like how he
You
said,
can
well,
change it every time.
it's just going to go back and forth. It's going to break even, right?
He's like, yeah, triple of this, you know,
Yeah.
quad if it's straight
Right,
flush.
right. On the button, Andy's king-queen has made it 12 to go. Handz flats the deuces. ST shoots it all the way up to 60,000 with this 9-10 suited. And now it is back over on Andy.
Andy opened the button. So he might be expecting more loose squeezes. Yeah, he comes in with a call. Handz is out with the deuces.
I'll do 5K if you want. Won't move the needle for you? Won't move the needle?
Queen 10-6, top pair for Andy after hanging in. Outperforming ST's middle pair.
Too little. Worth the energy to be looking at every flop.
Handz, by the way, offered to do the red-black at 5K. Elton said it's too small.
Maybe if I go on a heater, then we can
You'll like it.
rediscuss.
It's a fun game.
Elton's really pushing.
He's going so hard in the paint, man. Like, if I'm not going to get unstuck in poker, I'm going to get some red-black to get me out.
I mean, he only went with red-black because Handz suggested. He was trying to play what, pair game and God knows what else. Handz trying to give action, but he was like, what? You want to play 25K a pop? Back to his hand real quick. It is top pair versus middle pair. ST squeezed. Check through on the flop. Now Andy's betting. On the turn, I don't see how ST can lay down as played. Would be quite the hero fold if he can find it.
嗰個係獎金咩嚟㗎？係咪？背脊按摩啊？咩做多女㗎？
佢換我啊嘛。
70,000 a man to this river, which gives Andy top 2.
The king would appear to be bad for ST, but it's actually a saving grace that he might be able to get away. Given that Andy's turn bets can hit that king, could be like a king, jack, straight draw.
到依家都未睇。
2 diamonds of the king, I could see it.
即係同佢哋好難。
281 already in here.
Yeah, 60 pre, 70 on the turn.
And we're not worried about Jack 9.
No,
we're blocking.
Not with the way the hand's been played too. Would expect ST, if he had Jack 9 or even Ace Jack, would probably bet himself whether to flop or turn. So with the passive action from ST, and he's just got to go for value. He just doesn't know how much he should make it quite yet.
I began to say we're blocking, but of course Andy not blocking the Jack 9 and is unblocking Ace Jack, but again, I'm not sure unless it was specifically Ace Jack of Spades, and as played, I don't know how often we assume that to be across the way for ST. Andy very much comfortable with 180K barrel on this river. I think our date with a pair of 10s rates to be coming to a close.
I don't think ST thinks that Andy would be betting a single pair right now. For this price. With the action.
Okay.
Mainly King Jack comes to mind.
So 2 pair plus is what ST presumes to be across the way, and as we can see, it's exactly that.
So Andy is actually recovered after bluffing that Queen 10 against ST. He's practically even now. He lost 500,000 that hand.
哇，你是不是准备要做下一个 rapper 啊？
So nice recovery and grind for Andy Nee.
ST can well afford to take the hit. Rob's turn in the straddle. Boss continues to be largely card dead and on the wrong end of showdown when he isn't.
Jack 6 offsuit in the hijack.
Why do you say it like that, Randy? What's that tone about?
I mean, this is the 7 deuce of short deck, you know, and his hand's not good in no limit hold'em as well.
You shut up, Randy.
Beauty
is in the eye of the beholder. Queen Jack, by the way, on the button, pushing back, and that opens the door for Elton 7-8 of clubs to take us all the way up to 100,000 as a 4-bet.
Cold too, and this is why you play props, so don't reject them, because he's gonna go after you and get that money.
I forgot to choose one.
Oh.
I think it's that one.
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Open that one.
等他 fold 了你再讲。
Yes.
Was it one of the cards though?
Yeah.
Crazy Elton.
这牌很显。
A7.
You like how he has to confirm? Is that one of the cards or is that one of the random
Right.
cards?
How could a 7 be part of a 4-bet to 100,000?
A 皮被你们搞跑了，真的上头啊！
Huh? Is he not straddle? Yeah.
So it kind of seems like Handz and Elton are kind of playing a show one to each other kind of game, I assume. Queen 5 suited, much better.
Then Jack 6 off? I mean,
Yeah.
Tan's trending in the right direction.
It's earlier position, but you know, I'd rather play the Queen 5 suited than Jack 6 and later.
Andy wants to set mine the 4s. Rob already in there for 2K. Will call the extra 10. Boss's ace-3 offsuit. Will close, and he'll be pleased that he's the only ace, and an ace-7 deuce on the board. Leaves boss handily in front of the field. Round of checks. 7 pairs on the turn. Still no betting. Oh, no. The 4 on the river. Granted, diamonds come in terms of Paul's perspective as to whether or not this ace-3 is bet-worthy.
But even if he doesn't bet, we know that Andy will be betting if it gets checked over to him.
Yeah.
The way the hand's playing out, though, it would appear that no one has a flush. I like this sizing from Andy, trying to get paid off by an ace.
And you see boss not proud of this ace-3 and quite concerned about the prospects of diamonds or a bigger ace.
Bigger ace is very pulsable, right? Just a pure bluff catch. Flicks in a call.
我还在想扣不扣。
输了。
我还以为你会做什么？
想扣了。
38万，跟着这38万，你啊？
为什么38万？
哪里知道？A 海
不是
面
A 就是44了那个嘛。
A 海面你一仓都不打。
不打。
就来扣你。
A 牌
A
还是我啊。
4不给4。
这会儿一点牌都没有。
No 7 bet 2。
This session really has been an ugly one for boss.
Yeah, he doesn't lose massive pots, but he's just bleeding like 50k
Yeah, like-
regularly, you know?
I mean, his win percentage at Showdown is abysmal.
Yeah, he's won like one hand.
A 8 A 不打也是 flop 不打很正常。
Not as brutal as Elton's, though.
爬到
Fair.
7的，这一切。
Rob's doing all right. Bought him for 500,000. Laying down to King Jack.
差一点拿个 Queen 还扣。
Good timing because Danny's got Ace Jack.
我 A 都不想扣了，你 Queen 还想扣？
有颜色。
那你输也就输这一手牌嘛，没别的牌输嘛。
有
挺开放。
A 8 A 9有啦。
Elton
A9切不到这。
You wanted to call
Picks
now?
up
Yeah.
3路
his
这
buddy
4路这很正常吗
for the ride and picks up trips here. Unfortunately for him, Danny's ace
我
jack
还想不想
not
扣？
only didn't 3-bet
Queen high, like
没有
pre-flop,
鸡
but
了
Queen 6。
isn't likely to be all that keen.
Yeah, but Danny's
Close
definitely
flop.
going to be at least check calling this flop
Ah,
with Ace
just
Jack. Could be the best hand.
Six is full now for Elton.
Nice. Also nice, because normally the check call range likes this kind of turn card.
心里已经输了，差不多也是输了。你 call 了一般不就输
Danny
了？
promptly done with it. Well, just what, 30 or 40 more pots like that, Randy? And we're out of the hole? I mean...
Because apparently props aren't on.
Not for lack of trying.
So I don't have, huh? This one, huh? Last night, when I have, you won or lost? Last night.
Ah, okay, okay, sorry. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Maybe you want some more when you come back.
King 10 off. Handz makes it a cool 10,000.
Cooler hand over here.
Yeah, might get bumped up from there by the ace queen of Rob Yong, and sure enough, a white and a blue equals 30 if you do.
Not much king 10 offsuit can do out of position. So Handz is out. Smooth sailing for Rob so far.
推过来我会喝掉。你如果推过来我就喝掉。我就推你王爷。
Rob, how long have you been a vegetarian for?
Since I was 16, so long time.
Wow.
很少的东西。Crazy.
I thought I've been one for a while.
You also?
I'm a vegan.
Oh, you're vegan now. I'm vegetarian.
Yeah. Ever consider going full vegan?
Yeah, yeah. Thought about it. I'm almost full vegan anyway. The only thing that I have is cappuccino.
Oh, really?
Apart from that, then sometimes I have like cheddar cheese.
What's the difference? Vegan? Can eat dairy or not dairy?
Yeah.
Not just dairy, animal products in general. Eggs,
Jack.
vegans
Yeah.
don't eat animal
I don't-
products at all.
I don't eat eggs.
Vegetarians just don't eat meat.
Vegetarians what?
Don't eat meat.
Ace 3 suited, not going to find the bin.
Oh, I see.
$30,000 in the middle. But nothing that rates to pique the interest of Tang.
10.
Quick check fold.
What's your reason for
going vegan? There are a lot of good reasons, but I'm in it for caring for animals.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. But it's also good for the environment. It's good for your health if you do it properly.
ST doesn't look sold on veganism, if I'm being honest.
No.
I love animals too, Randy, but they're delicious, a lot of them. So what do I do? Help me.
I had some beef earlier today. Oh, we had chicken.
Yeah, Randy, we did.
Yeah, we did.
The problem is I'm always on Instagram. And, you know, the algos got me figured out that I love animals. And they're like,
I've
oh,
seen
look
you
at these
show me
chickens.
these, yeah.
They're so emotionally
So
sentient.
you don't...
No,
leave
I'm
them
still going to
alone?
hammer a three-piece bucket. Are you kidding me? Ace 10 against Queen Jack. Andy out flopping boss. Follows through for 12,000. His woes rate to continue. Top pair check calls. Doesn't fear the 7 of diamonds on the turn.
Not quite the one for Paul. Ace 10 high.
Hence the check back. Uncomplicated river.
Yeah, and he can definitely go for value. Try to get looked up by some kind of pair. Maybe even ace high if he sizes accordingly. Remember earlier, Andy called Paul with queen high. It was good. Maybe Paul wants to kind of get a little curious with his ace high. He doesn't have a club in hand, which is what he would try to pick off, but wisely folds.
It's getting more and more painful to watch.
It's hard not to notice because it happens every time. He just never wins a pot.
Yeah,
I was
and
nodding
listen,
on
he's
for,
not stuck anywhere
vegetarian.
near what Elton's stuck.
Right?
But
If you do vegetarian restaurants,
just the sheer inability to ever drag one, it seems, is what the pain centers around. And that pain is to the tune of over $400,000 in losses on the session thus far for Boss. You see Elton climbing back beneath the seven-figure threshold. Rob now down a couple of hundred times. Danny, the late arrival, new to this frame, down 100,000 as Esti continues to rest at the top of the profit loss margins and the chip count. $746,000 winner on the session.
It's because you believe like animals have like rights and stuff. That's why you.
I just went to a slaughterhouse when I was 16. Saw the animals getting killed. And just thought, I'm not going to eat them. It was that simple. It wasn't like it's not like a deep spiritual.
So you want to be a vegetarian?
Me? No chance.
Then you go to the slaughterhouse.
No chance. Slaughterhouse. Yeah. I don't
like tell other people they should or preach it, or it's just personal to me. I think
Yeah.
what you eat is a personal decision.
For sure. When you see it, yeah.
I didn't like the way the animals were getting treated, so I didn't want to be.
Oh. Yeah.
And I think it's the same with vegan. I don't think I should have milk because the cows get treated badly, don't they?
that's
Probably.
the idea, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably I should probably go totally vegan, which is pretty like so easy for me to do.
You don't eat eggs?
I don't eat eggs. I don't really like cheese. Sometimes I have a little bit of cheddar in my salad, but it's not necessary.
And you don't like oat milk or soy milk? Almond?
Fine, yeah. When I remember, I at Starbucks I say skinny white mocha with oat milk.
Right.
Just remembering, right? I think I could go vegan tomorrow. I wouldn't even notice.
That flush draw picked up by Andy on the turn here.
Yeah, he's got quite the firepower.
There's often cheese in salads, though.
Yeah.
So that might be challenging.
Wheel draws well.
I mean,
Like a
And
Greek
Boss.
salad.
I don't know whether I enjoy it more or less.
Is he
Finds
back?
a good
Is he back,
river.
Ollie?
I enjoy salad with avocado. And
This is a good start, right?
about 3 or 4 years ago, I went to the doctors for a test, and they scanned my liver and told me I should improve my diet. So since then, I've been pretty good, to be honest with you. I had like what's called a fatty liver.
Okay.
Huh? From eating salads?
No, from alcohol.
Oh,
Which,
that makes
well,
sense.
mine's actually not from alcohol, it's hereditary. So basically, you have high cholesterol in your liver, so you have to cut out like bad foods and eat pretty raw foods, unprocessed foods,
Yeah.
clean it all up. So my diet was a good diet was forced on me really, for health reasons.
25K bet
Alcohol,
on the river.
over
Being
here.
contemplated
I don't
here
go out
by Andy. This one was a pre-flop raise
Yeah.
I'm drinking like
to 11,000 by Boss.
Okay. At least you have 20 years on them.
On the flop was another 11K. Check called. We saw the check on the river. Boss smacks the 10 for a winner on the end.
fatty liver is hereditary.
You gotta remember, Ollie,
Passed out.
Andy successfully called Paul with queen
Yeah,
high.
You can have
So
it.
he might be thinking ace highs, you know, even better.
Yeah, bad liver.
等一下，等打完。
King queen? King queen?
Calling out hands he can
about this.
beat.
10?
There are lots of 0% beers now, also, which are nice.
你要换酸了。
Zero percent alcohol beers, yeah. I've got sugar in. Again, sugar's bad for me.
有牌有牌。周十嘛。
中死了。
And he does eventually find the fold. Disappointingly for Paul.
有没有对？
Scary.
我准备第四张打我唱，你应该不要了。
我不要嘛。
打4碗，打4碗你可能就不要了。
Yep.
Well, I do have a glass of red wine when I go out.
第四张很好看，第四张。
That's fine.
I've never really been a massive drinker.
我准备
Randy.
Got a week, bad liver.
Who do you think wins in a vegetarian lasts longer, me or you?
Me.
Your cherries.
Yeah, we got cherries.
Oh, really?
You think you'd win?
Depends on how much we bet on it.
You really think so?
If it's not enough, I'm
Okay,
just
like
going to
how-
pay the price to eat a burger. But if it's big enough,
How big would you actually?
what if we're both so stubborn that we just turn into vegetarians for life?
How big would you play?
You're looking well, by the way.
Honestly, like if you think if we were actually going to do it.
Agree.
Even swimming.
Is there a time where the bet's off, or it's just for the rest of our lives? As soon as somebody eats meat, you pay out.
10 years?
Of anything.
Really?
10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Like 3 years? 1 year? 2 year?
1 year.
One day,
Yeah,
half
1
a
year.
Yeah,
How much do you
15.
play for?
One day
I think I'd win.
But that's nothing compared to like
I love meat though.
he's on 40, right?
I love meat too. I love nut flush draws.
It's never too late to.
I
And then
don't
it's
love
always
ace queen sticking
breakfast in the
around from
morning.
a somewhat stubborn Elton on the session,
Didn't
and I
get in
certainly
there.
don't love it
Wow.
when that ace
Yeah,
queen
but
hits a queen
Lifestyle
on
like
the
that
river,
for-
and I don't make
know,
anything.
forever.
You feel
Elton
better?
firing
Beat you in
40,000.
a spot.
Never.
Not possible on an ace, yeah?
No, first draw with an
Show me
ace.
what you beat me with.
Huh?
Show me what you beat me with.
You can pick one card.
I picked 2.
You pick one.
Let me 2
One time one. So you pick 2 times.
I want to
Only for you.
see what he's actually beat me with.
He bluffing already. Only for you.
Were you ahead at any point in your life?
Why you fought the turn?
Huh?
Why you fought the turn?
Because I was ahead.
Wow. It's queen.
So Ollie, the reason I think I can beat you is I know I can't cook,
Dangerous, man.
so I can just make
Dangerous
salads.
poker
You
game.
just buy the leaves and eat them, right?
Every hand I was ahead from
Well,
pre-flop
usually
to
you
flop to turn.
cut them up and then mix them with some other ingredients, but I hear what you're saying.
Look, turn was nice.
Am I allowed to eat noodles?
Bang.
Yeah.
Long diamond
Yeah.
green.
So I tend to eat noodles quite a
Yeah,
bit.
but I don't think you're allowed to put the flavoring packet in there, right? Like if it's chicken ramen, beef ramen.
So I can't use that. I can use the spicy seasoning at least from the ramyun.
I don't know. There might be meat in that. Might be like shrimp powder or something. I'm just saying. Aces
Oh, shrimp powder. Yeah,
in the straddle, no less.
all right.
Danny activating at the wrong time. King 9
60.
suited. Gets flatted by Elton, and now
Okay,
all of
Rob.
a sudden they face 60.
You're gonna bowl
You win
time.
this one. Here, return, return, show me. Show me, return. Just me.
Funny, right?
You were ahead this time. I had 8 high.
That's how I'm running, right?
That was a lot more hand than I
That's
think
much
Elton
action.
expected to squeeze
You got already from me.
when he immediately got the reciprocity of a free peek.
He did disguise Rob's hand a bit. He said, "You had me beat this time."
Yeah.
8 high.
Yeah.
They're so good at poker now, they, don't they?
I don't know.
So good.
Game's hard, man. I got you.
On me?
Even young, a couple of Chinese girls, they're 19 years old. They're amazing.
Really?
They have coach.
I can't remember their name, but still 19 years old. How can you be so good?
They're supposed to be better. Like the younger the better.
At 19?
Yeah.
Well, all they do is play poker.
Yeah.
Day in, day out, night and night and night and night. Thousands of hands.
Play, get some coaching, play, get some coaching.
That's all they do.
How long does it
Yeah,
take?
6
to-
months can beat you.
Really? 6 months? What, using like solvers and things?
Queen 9 in a
Even
bad
just-
way against
Even
Elton
if they're
with
not
flats.
using solvers, they just play
Someone coach
and
play,
experience it.
yeah.
Anything you do repeatedly every day, right? You're gonna get good at it at some point.
So they just play online all the time, analyse the mistakes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Even if they don't analyze mistakes, like they make the mistake, someone else, just by watching someone else, playing with someone else, you got to learn, right?
Check on
Still
the
think
flop.
At 19 years old, pretty outstanding. I can't remember her name.
A 19-year-old Asian.
Denisa.
She was in
Turn.
she was here.
Oh,
Check as well. King Queen would be a winner at Showdown, provided it's allowed to get there.
Drama.
Yeah, Handz
Still got to be clever, right?
is the pre-flop raiser.
Still right.
I mean, she lost.
25.
Can get better hands to fold. There we go.
Fires 25, convinced that if Elton had enough of a piece, he would have been heard from earlier.
I think she's
Interesting card you chose.
Ten
Good
tongs is
choice.
good, maybe. I don't know.
Is it a good card or a bad card? Is that cheese or mango?
That's a bit cheap.
Papaya.
No,
That's mango.
that's avocado.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is avocado. You tell me mango. It doesn't look like mango.
It's a deeply underripe mango if you're trying to pass off an avocado.
It look like honeydew.
Very good salad dressing. I'm not sure what it is. I'm going to live here for the salads.
I think salads shouldn't really be the determining factor in deciding to live somewhere, but
Same hand.
Right.
I have two
you know what?
red
I'm going to tell you
Ah,
something
pear.
about a salad that hails from Burmese cuisine. It's called fermented tea leaf salad. Have you ever had this?
I know exactly
you,
what you're
sir.
talking about.
It is fantastic. Agreed?
I like it, yes.
So delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Got this Burmese restaurant up in Northern California where I'm from, and people line up in droves. The salad's so popular that it would sell out through the course of any particular dinner service. And this restaurant actually went out and bought the tea farms in Burma so that they wouldn't lose control of the supply and they could keep enough salad in stock. And then now they sell it where you can actually order it online. Anyway, I know I'm going down the streets, but
Okay.
look it up, figure out a way to taste it, and then
We
thank
got a
Randy
name for
and I
this
later.
joint?
Oh.
Burma Superstar.
I was gonna
is the
say,
name
I
of
was
it.
thinking.
You know about Burma
yeah,
Superstar?
I ate it so long ago when I was in uni. Yeah, Burmese Superstar. I know
Wait,
about
but
it.
you were in uni up at UC Davis.
Yeah, but I'm allowed to.
You would drive all the way down for Burma Superstar?
I used to play little video games, in the arcades. It's on the
Wow.
Fill me in, please.
But I know it. I know the joint.
The arcade hustle.
I did hustle a bit.
Ace Queen 8 here, three-way affair. Bottom pair for ST. He was the party starter. He's going to keep the party going.
I think the party's going to end. First one of the party, last one. Oh, we're showing some cards.
我靠，终于
He picked a good one.
3条给你看了，接下来不要看了。
The 8.
By the way, we're getting a little backup, Randy, from Luke in the chat. Confirms the tea leaf salad is fire. And then is mentioning a restaurant by the name of Burma Town.
I don't know that one.
In Marin. I didn't spend all that much time up
I
in
never
Marin.
went to Marin. Yeah.
The police for the blinds.
I make sure I didn't wash my hands too, just in case.
What?
Maybe Burma
yeah.
Town is like Chinatown, where it's like a little.
Do
I
you
don't
use
think
pepper?
so.
I
Toilet
don't
pepper?
think
It's not
so.
enough.
No.
Of a diaspora for that.
Really just, yeah.
Queen 8 suited. Rob shoots it up. Suited one gapper on the button. Boss flats. Pocket 10s now for Andy. Squeeze available.
Available.
Especially in the straddle pots.
It's not mandatory, but it does seem like that's just the option he will be opting for.
Oh, you call, I call.
Looks like he'll be taking this one down.
That one.
这张
这这。看一张有点意思。
Chat's hanging in there.
You ever played a poker game where
I'm catching
bet's
up.
not allowed?
What, limit hold 'em?
No, just
Basically limit hold 'em?
3-bet, 4-bet's not allowed. You ever played it?
Oh.
I played it. I played it at my casino. Only open raise.
Did you set that rule?
Played like £5, £10. Good. Saw loads of flops. It was really good.
It's not good when you're like six way to the.
Cannot
to
3-bet, 4-bet?
yeah, with aces.
Yeah, you can't 3-bet, 4-bet. You know, open raise. Really good. It's like pot limit. Really good.
Pocket
You enjoy it
queens
when.
Take £5, £10 with the guys at my
for Andy.
Look at
Interesting
that.
rule.
Yeah, you enjoy it when you have pocket sixes, but you hate it when you have kings.
Limping, looking to induce.
Fine.
Same chances of having
No,
pocket
but
sixes.
you get to play loads of
Hands and ST.
That's sneaky.
Do not oblige.
Everyone's playing.
Nor do they improve on the king-king 8
You get to
flop.
see lots of flops, but then on the flop, I think everybody will be kind of nut pedaling because they're looking to make like the nuts, right? One pair isn't worth much, and I don't know. But it's interesting.
Check through on the flop. Andy now hunting value, but the 6-4 and 7-3.
Yeah.
They're out.
Getting popular now.
And not 3-bet.
Yeah, I don't think Elton and Tan would like that game where you can only raise pre-flop, no 3-bet or 4-bet allowed.
Not everyone's calling raise with like Jack 3 and things like that. People have all got hands.
Right.
Perfect type of game for me.
Elton will like it.
I kind of like it, actually. I don't have to worry about getting squeezed every time I call with my 5-6 offsuit.
How's the dusk doing?
Sevens here for ST.
You can split them.
Well, is Elton showing the queen or the 8 as the dealer? That's
Oh, you can't really do it
you know.
against either.
King 9-3.
You like PLO more, don't you?
Pretty poor texture for both parties.
I remember when, back in the days when the Tricket room, I always have to.
Queen 8 offsuit, no heart in hand. It is going to fire.
Well, there's plenty of heart.
Tricky was always organising PLO games. not with our
Quarter
line.
pot.
Okay.
Look at ST.
Do you still hang out? Like,
Healing.
does he
No,
still
by the
play?
way,
Do you guys still hang out?
one of the paths to a set, not that that's strictly what he's hunting, is the 7 of hearts, which is even
just lives
further
there.
dissuasive
Well, just
to peeling
two
with
kids
2
for
overs out
holidays
there. Now the 4th heart rolls off.
I mean, he's always busy.
Where did he move to?
Elton continues to tell the story.
Elton, man with a plan.
Interesting place
They call
to
it
raise
completely
children.
different. They call it Ibiza.
Yeah, busy.
I mean, this
then
has got
I've
to
always
be
called it
very
Ibiza.
difficult to call with. Now the 7s, hit the muck.
Never been.
Nicely done there.
How you pronounce AWE?
AWE all
Huh?
all but E though, isn't it?
Oh,
It's
English.
AWW.
It's like all. It's like all.
All
Isn't it?
all
English and American is different, I think.
AWE, right?
Yeah.
It was it was a big like rave place.
Well, it's like awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It still is.
Awesome.
It still is.
Awesome is
There's
AW.
massive parties right now, even. Just after tomorrow, then, isn't it? A lot of big DJs are there.
You ever do the EDM rave thing?
No, I did not.
Randy?
You?
I never did like the raves and the festivals because when I was kind of in my heyday, that wasn't as big a deal as it is now. Or they got like Electric Daisy Carnival and as Danny just mentioned, Tomorrowland. But I feel cheated because I see some of this stuff on Instagram. They got like IMAX screens with like crazy graphics. There was like a guy with a flashlight and a turntable when I was out there.
Yeah, I did.
Anyway.
I only play PLO tournaments because I'm like chasing the points.
For Elton.
So I just go in really late and try to
for Rob.
you know,
2 quick
find
checks.
aces or something, you know. That's all I do.
There's been more lately, PLO tournaments.
They're hot as hell right now. I mean, in America, the PLOs are way bigger than the Hold'em. Way bigger. Yeah. The 50K had like 1.5 million. No, 2.1 million to the first prize for a 50K. Massive. You play?
Not really.
你打不打了？4张牌。
4张牌不是很懂。
Pot. Draw, call.
5 cards?
Yeah. No, but I don't like.
You don't like so much?
Play 6 cards in the UK, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
老板以4张1不打的哦。
Players talking about Portland, Omaha.
不赢。
I'm sure there's someone in chat asking for Portland, Omaha cash game invitationals at some point.
Always is.
I've had all night.
Raise and take for Danny there. Was looking for action post.
Yeah, me too.
Careful what you wish for, though. Take the wins where you can get them.
Ooh, yes.
Double straddle.
40幾個 BB 同埋個 FC 發揮嘅時候。
Get this vibe that Tan's itching to play a pot. It's been a while when he's got a huge involvement.
That's why I'm not having one.
He's got grandchildren. You want to see your grandchildren try and play poker all the time?
8K to go. Rob, 2 red 7s.
I want to start playing a little bit more PLO, but
Just gonna limp. And aces for boss.
Call.
Call?
Yeah, 8,000.
I thought it was a raise.
No.
I shouldn't even be playing poker, should I? I don't pay any attention at all.
The more black. En PLO no black.
40.
No, it's possible. All in. Stop.
in Madrid, the game is PLO? Or
40 is enough
No,
to send Danny and Tan into the muck.
Paul was asking, is that a raise? I was hoping it was, so they can juice this pot even more, but I don't really see how Rob Yong's not going to try to hunt the 7.
Everything, 1 round Texas.
PLO 5.
Yeah, PLO 5 or, yeah. PLO 6.
Also 6?
Yeah.
So one customer, 97 in the middle.
The player,
and this is a troublesome flop for Rob, Randy.
Yes, it is. The 7s is actually an overpair.
1 round.
With the heart, with backdoor straight draws. Paul's expected to follow through on this board texture, even with his bluffs.
Backdoor straight and heart prospects for Rob, coupled with the overpair. Got to keep an eye on Paul's 35K C-bet. He decides another 70 slides in. King of spades on the turn, and obviously some of the king combos are that which boss would have been raising pre and then following through with. So
yeah, those hands do get there, right? King queens, ace kings, king jacks, they certainly will be raising pre. It was actually a kind of a bad card for Paul in the sense that it could kill his action.
Thank you. Huh?
And Rob.
He
All
threw
done
those
with
cards in.
Boss shows the aces privately.
Thank you.
You quit?
Is this like one of those fizzy vitamin deals that Danny's working here? Yeah, I see the fizz.
听不懂，听不清楚。
He just, I think Tom asked for his.
Oh.
Yeah, Tom asked for his microphone or whatever.
啊，那你不用你的手机要拍他吗？
Pocket eights. Raising it up.
啊，你要拍
什么意思啊？
听到
什么意思啊？
You don't know your card?
牌都唔睇。
对呀，你要拿个手机出来拍他。
Tang just relinquishing.
Yeah.
The King 7.
Wasn't interested for 6K more.
看谁的手机厉害。
他脑子是有点问题，他脑子是有点问题。
很精神的。啊？对，我感觉有点。
你也感觉有？
是。因为没有睡醒眼的，因为喝酒喝醉了。
All right, Elton's in with 9s.
Ace 5 suited for Danny.
You know what? Give Ace 5 suited to a pro. They always come in 3-betting.
More often than not, I would say.
Okay, not 100% frequency,
No, nothing
but
really is.
you get my point.
I do.
Let's go to a flop in this 3-bet pot as Elton comes along with 2 9s.
Queen 5-3, 1 diamond, and 1 inferior pair. That which presents itself to the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah, it could get him to some trouble. He's going to feel pretty good about the pair of 5s in general. It's a good flop. 2 9s, all right. 1 overcard.
Now the second diamond rolls off, and the texture is troublesome, more so for Elton. Second overcard.
This is a great card to double barrel for Danny. He's got so much equity. And the ace, 5, or diamond is good. The king overcards the whole board, and he's very king heavy in his 3-bet range. They should get a lot of credit. Even a queen X would have trouble calling another bet.
So from 40K as the follow through on the pre-flop 3-bet to 50, up to 85 on the turn. And it does get through. Nicely done.
Well played.
By Danny. If it comes an offsuit king, much
That's hard to bet.
scarier proposition.
But still might be something you would double barrel with. Same properties, just having less outs.
你开牌 all in 来不来？
来不了。
SQ 来得了吗
1对10啊，1对9，1对2，你先任何，你先任何，
勾勾死死喽。
勾勾应该 all in 的，勾勾应该没有，9、9、10。
King 10 offsuit. Elton gonna try to win this pot after losing the 9s last hand.
Tang dominated. Out of position, but
yeah,
never shy on
人
getting
被你从开
involved.
飞馆打出来了。
Comes along, 35 in the middle. Ace-5 tray. Quick check from Xuan. Quick follow-through in turn of just 11.
Not clear if this hand's over. I mean, like, it's just because it's the Tan Xuan factor, you know?
A stone peel, backdoor Broadway, and heart draws. Brick turn. And now for Elton, obviously, we feel like we've got more of the ace-X in our range as played, but...
That doesn't mean that Tan Xuan doesn't have an ace, you know?
No.
It's just not easy to double barrel with.
And by the way, just because Elton checks back this turn does not mean that he lacks an ace in his hand at this point. He can still try to bluff river, but I don't know that the opportunity is going to be given to him.
I would doubt it. I don't think Tan Xuan can check call here not to bluff. With just jack high.
Oh, man.
Nah, looks like he's conceding.
Yeah, but just...
Well played.
Can't really get the sustained rally.
没必要，我这牌，哎，
这牌怎么了？很大呀、10牌？你要开他一张，操他妈的，忘记了。我要忘记开给你一张，操他妈的！
可以这样的吗？
对呀、
没有他们，我不行的，我可以看你们。
就只有300个没有嘛，我们其他都可以
我是
开。
VIP
要开别人一张嘛。
哦，是吗？
对啊，
要就都开。
只是你看我还是我也可以看你的。
对方的可以嘛，输家可以开赢家的嘛。
哦，
对啊
都可以
转一张开嘛。
除了300根吗？
我无
对啊
所谓，你们都同意我就同意，但我
因为如果人多不开的话，我肯定不开的嘛。这个
我们全都开啊，最近都要开。
啊，我什么时候答应了？
这
不过就是可以算答应也无所谓。
输家的看，
对，
不可以
输家
不可以大家看，
对
就是输家，比如说你我输给你了，我想看你的牌，
一起看的无所谓，这一张
OK 都 OK 是吧？
都 OK。这输家要
你们都 OK，我就
要输家要提出，输家不提出这王机就没了，对吗？
300个不 OK。
你们玩嘛
他一个不 OK 嘛，无所谓。
Double
我
straddle
OK 嘛，
on.
看你们的嘛。
对啊，我 OK 好。
那他 OK，你们看我
等一下，
嘛。
我
上面那一张，
重举
No
他的
customers.
上面的那张，
我 OK 嘛？
上面
我看你们的嘛，不是我
他也不
看
OK，
他 OK 啦，他
不 OK 啦。
对啊，对，
他不 OK。
大家 OK 开一张好玩一点。
啊，等3天嘛。
那可以再便宜，
等3天。
换掉，马上不给你们看我操。
对啊，你们涨得不够快就没了嘛。
妈的，我看你们的都没有作用的。
啊？
你们看我已经打死了，更死得快。等下明天就不可以打了我。我看你们的没用了，我不会变化。
我也不会。
Lucky me, I'm in the booth
还是真牌。
with the one Chinese guy in a half-mile radius that doesn't understand any of what we just heard.
No.
你很多古古怪怪的东西的。
Gosh, I can't translate
因为
any of that.
我只知道我全部不要答应你。
我开出来的这不是2，这是7嘛的。
反正都是7。
我不用看你的，就知道你就是那种牌。
I want to understand so desperately what's being talked about just because it seems like they're having so much fun. And Randy just looking at me with a blank expression.
I can pretend to translate.
Yeah,
it
you
for-
could troll me actually and just make up your own translations as 9-3 connects with this turn. Nobody connected with the King 8-7 flop.
Yeah, Tan's in there with line 3 suited. Just realized.
Why do you seem surprised, by the way?
Has trip 3s.
Runner.
Although problem is, I was going to say he's not going to get any value from anyone, but it's Elton pushing out $40,000 with just queen high all of a sudden.
This is pretty brutal.
Kids all asleep.
That, by the way, was the pre-flop razor showing signs of boredom, perhaps. And now, turns out to have been a very profitable approach. No betting on flop, no betting on turn, and now all of a sudden 40 and 90 respectively.
Yeah, Tan actually put in a very tiny raise, hoping to get some crying calls out of a king.
You in for what? Did you rebut?
Yeah. Also a big pot to Elton. Some change, please. Some blue and yeah.
一棟紅色嘅。
Elton was never contemplating call, but we've seen some insanity from time to time. I confess I was holding my breath a little bit.
Which one to see? He's hoping not to see the 3.
上面变下面了。
对呀，
他的眼睛很。下面那张是3来的。
哎呀，他这样变的嘛你。
手脚这么快，以前都麻手了。
他眼睛很尖，你没有发现吗？我转半天还是找到。
Look at Rob and Handz, by the way. They're really.
They're just there, but they're both winning.
No, I understand, but you know. They're losing out on an opportunity to have fun with the boys, who really perked up of late. Danny perking up, courtesy of 2 jacks.
我换来换去，他知道我不是炸弹。
This 5-4 clubs can definitely find some flops to interact with.
So Rob defends his straddle, connects with the 5, and interactions with the 8 of clubs should keep him invested with 28 in the middle.
Also great board for Danny Tang with the overpair. Gets Rob to call to flop, $15,000.
Extra 30 in there. Rob now picks up the flush draw to go with the pair. You could see him stay involved.
Yeah, Rob should be check calling another bet. Danny likely to fire again. Board's getting quite wet. Brings in $55,000. About pot size getting called. We now have 168,000, 30% for Rob Yong, and he does not get there. But a 4-liner does come in if he wants to try and represent all of a sudden. Would be credibility.
I mean, the 6X was more his than it was Danny's.
Agree.
Given that he was in the straddle, he does not turn his hand into a bluff, however. And Danny content to check back. You could see the brief moment of hope on Rob that maybe, just maybe, Danny had some sort of 2 overs combo. That was 2 jacks and 168K pot going his way.
那个很难，童话就15万了嘛，这没发生过，这通常最多的童话，是吗？就原来那个 A， 啊，这10万块封顶嘛，是啊，
加个5000的底好了，
啊5000个底，
好吧？
啊，
这个底也翻了对吧？
对，底也翻了。
wonder if Tan's getting a little bored. He's opening ace-5 offsuit under the gun. It is a decent holding, but, you know, under the gun, it's still a little loose. Kings.
Yeah, Tan's not afraid. Neither is Rob, though. All kitted up.
Look at Rob's call.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Trying to get some Paul bucks, knowing he can't win hand.
Does ensnare Phua with the price. 2 clubs, 2 fours, and a 10. Fairly clean. Checks over to see whether or not Tan's going to stab.
等你给钱啊！你以为装傻逼呢？我
That he does.
啥没用啊
15K.
说啊，你等我给说嘛。这15000
Rob makes the call. Boss out of the way.
怎么15000呢？1万加5000不是15000啊
？Turns a pair.
Yeah, that pair could get him in trouble because he might feel he can bluff catch, especially the way this one's running out.
Oh yeah, 3rd, 4, very dreamy river.
Rob checked it. I think Tan's gonna check this one back.
Yeah.
Look at the kings.
哇 ！OK hands。哦，冤呐，葫芦又葫芦。
You know what?
不能同时来，不然
Tan, for all of the sort of loose action, you know, wide ranges, stuff like that, post flop, he's a lot more savvy than I think he gets credit for. In certain spots, you know, he's not such a blaster. There's rhyme and reason to his methodology. And you can see in that spot, even with the full house, he's just like, against Rob, he called that dry texture. What's going to pay me off? You know?
Exactly.
Just found the check back like you thought.
He's not a madman that just sees bad cards and try to make magic happen. You know, he's a chemist. He chooses certain recipes to create, and
I would take that one step further and call him an alchemist, considering that he takes various different metals that most people would not think much of and makes them quite precious.
There we go.
Queen 7 deuce as it's mystery hand time. Jack 10, we know, is what Elton is working with.
And C betting 5,000 into 32. Elton floating with that price in position. Elton's got open in a straight draw now.
Yes, he does. 42,000 in the middle. This was 10K ahead pre-flop. And you saw on the flop the downsize to 5K. Here we are on the turn. 20 the declaration. Elton paid the price, comes up empty on this 3 of spades river, which is so dry. 82,000 in the middle.
Yeah, Elton hoping this one gets checked to him, but it's not. 50,000 from Handz. And he gets the same exact hand to fold.
Wow.
没抽到，
怎么都抽不到啊你？啊，把他都抽不到。
And an example of having the betting
You always
lead.
choose interesting cards.
Being so useful.
Go.
Spades for
是不是要
ST.
搞个红黑啊？我加了几个人加，我都被堵大。
太远了。
11,000.
那个有点不划算，我跟很多人。
Plunked in there by Tan, understandably, with this queen jack offsuit. Defending. Flopping 2 overs and the gut shot against the double gutter.
I think they throw in like
Would be
interviews and stuff
spicy.
like that, you know?
Yeah, that would give both players a straight.
That's what I mean.
Stream
Because it's too boring.
Yes.
Yeah, so you mix in all the preparation.
Do all the-
15,000, half the pot from ST.
100%.
You get ball. This
Yeah,
live stream.
because 9 hours
Yeah.
make it into like 4 hours.
Yeah. Short.
Calls the c-bet, and the 5 rolls right in for ST. He's got the nuts with a spade redraw. Not that at this point he wants to make the flush.
I suppose it's a little helpful that he, in case his opponent has a spade draw, he blocks him out.
Sure.
Gonna go for more value. I don't really see how Queen Jack's going to be able to pay off once it's 56K into 60. So ST is going to win
How
that
much you
pot,
put it down to?
padding his winnings.
等一下啦，
Some stations are. Huh? Huh? In your opinion? What do you mean?
In the notes, they put the big hands, I think, and then people can jump between them if they want. Some people enjoy just seeing it all.
Just seeing it all?
How many people got 9 hours?
Yeah, you can see over many days. Not
Yeah, or
It
at
takes
the same
7
time
days
to
to
do.
see 7 days. It's too much time to commit.
Can put
Even
it
if-
on 2x. And,
Even if
watch it
2x
twice
is
a
still a lot, you know?
2x is where me and you sound like chipmunks. Ace 3
But I'm
suited.
sure, yeah, there's some people like really poker enthusiasts that will
Yeah.
watch it all, you know? Yeah.
From Rob, made it 10 to go. Boss with a couple of queens.
Rob's in there.
3-bet to 30,000. Gets called. Heads up. Jack 8-3. Just bottom pair with no diamond on board for Rob. Over pair for Boss.
Really nice
72
over
in the
there.
middle.
This is probably also one of the biggest games that have been streamed, actually, I think.
Really?
With the 4 always being on. Pretty massive.
But Rob lays down the bottom pair. Some players would have stuck around.
You know, I pointed it out on the occasions in which it happened, which were infrequent, but they were there. On both day 1 and day 2, certain textures, certain opponents, we just feel like we lack
不是没
future.
调音嘛？
So you will see
On
some of
Hustler, we
those
played the 1
check
million,
folds.
but the blinds were just 500, 1,000.
That's no point.
佢過唔過
I
到
mean-
啊 VIP 啊？
It's a different point.
呢個過唔過到啊 VIP 啊？
邊個？
Handz
Queens again, this time for Elton.
我唔知喎，我冇咩食。
His turn to shoot it. Little suited connector for Rob. He'll speculate as a
You'll
flat.
be going to Bahamas? And
I might. I'm tempted. Never been. December? When is it?
December 6th.
7. The
7th
first.
for a week.
The 25K, how does it work? 2,000 entries guarantee. They have day 1 ABC.
I don't know. I never looked at the schedule, but I would.
The
assume
schedule just on the 7, 8, 9.
You know,
You missed this
10,
guy?
11, 12, from the
Han
13.
looked down at 5
After that,
deuce
they
suited,
say it's 1
and in the face of a raise and a flat, he decided a cold press
I just hope
type of
the
squeeze
main event, super main
to
event,
68,000 is on his mind.
last time
He's gotten
5K
away with
main
this
event,
earlier
like
in this session, a
really
4-bet to
cool.
100,000
3 a.m.,
with the suited 5
goes through
deuce.
in the money already.
Got through pre.
You're right.
There's not really a main event.
This one,
game.
not going to get through though.
Yeah, I think that cold press machine is going to malfunction shortly.
Yep.
Elton's just thinking, look, this is my time to get unstuck. Let us play for more, but
The 25K Superman.
5-2 suited.
ABC.
Four bet to 175,000.
Hand is, I presume, over, or is that a mistake
At
by
this
me?
size, I think so, Randy. I think something clicky, and you might keep Tan in there. This is just too much. Begrudging.
He wants to see the flop.
Lay down? No,
Oh,
he
no,
wants to see a card. They're playing show one. The queen puts a grin on his face.
这个牌丢错了，你这可以丢给他，他没得赢我的。7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is our man. 13, 14, 15, 16. This is day 1. 16. The 17 is day 2.
撞墙
18 is day 3.
And then I guess
Queen. Oh my God. Okay, no playing.
You can you day 2 buy in? There you go.
You still have to wait few days.
Day 2 buy in, no need to wait.
Why don't it?
2, 3, final table, done.
What do you do when there's a day 1 ABCD? You still have to wait for day 2. Because we'll be there on the 6th. You don't know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
There's like no other events during day 1. That's what you're saying.
I mean, if you want to play this, you have to wait. You want to register day 2, you have to wait like 4, 5, the 5th day.
How many days is that event?
4-day event, but they have day 1 A, B, C, D.
Oh.
So total is
4-day event. Wow.
Boss is
Long
ace-10
event.
suited.
How many?
Picks up 3 customers.
And what day is the day 2?
Turns into a gut
It'll
shot
be day
straight
5,
on the
right?
queen 9-8 board.
Yeah. What date
Where
is it?
Tan has
13,
top pair and
14,
a gutter of
15,
his own.
16, on the 17th. Day 2.
Day 2 is 17.
150你
The Triton is 7, 8, 9.
I think Andy can give the feedback though to do it so big on it.
Title 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, main event. Title main event, okay.
I think Danny can give the feedback to GG and WSOP.
Boss didn't follow through. Given the board texture and the multi-way nature of
Same
things,
at the World Series, isn't it? They have A, B, C, and D.
Yeah.
let's go.
December
Even though it's Tan in position.
13號啊，
You know, the normal main event. A,
哪一個？
B, C,
你
D.
講哪一個？
Day 2嗰個廿兩萬
Last
嗰個啊
market,
嘛。
there's only going to be Paul who probably doesn't
17號
wait around.
17號先 Day 2啊。
Everyone else
哇，咁有排等
probably
喎
be
真係
there,。
13號係 Day 1A，14號係 Day 1B。
17號係 Day 2啦，總之我知道 Day 2就得，因為 Day 2可以 register 啊嘛。
14、15。
我唔知啊，我冇講啊，邊個講啊？
I asked Andy, and he said yes.
邊個講？
12月。
That's what the normal World Series is like. A, B, C, D.
Yeah, they have to let Day 2
Yes.
can buy it. If not, how to get 2,000 entries? Even with that, it's a bit hard.
2,000 entry 2萬好多。
Yeah.
包底5,000萬蚊去。
It's freeze out like a normal main event or rebuy?
Of course rebuy.
Rebuy, I think.
Unlimited rebuy. How you get
Not unlimited, I think it's one.
Okay.
Rebuy.
just once? No, I'm sure you can rebuy all of Day 1 or something like
Be a
that.
shit show.
No, you can't.
It'll
No?
be a shit show if it's complete. If it's unlimited.
It's not unlimited.
It's gonna get some bad noise, you know.
Just go to WS.
Not unlimited, but more than 10K, says Andy.
Day 1嗰個就6號係嘛
7號。
3 betting
7號
Rob's open.
係50萬嗰個。
Conversation centering around the upcoming World Series of Poker Paradise in December, which GG Poker and Triton will be partnered up on. There'll be a $500,000 invitational event,
Yep.
Pro-Am. And then we'll have a Triton main event, and then, of course, the feature of the entire series be that $50 million guaranteed 25K buy-in. Jack 10-6, 3 overcards. Staring Rob down. 2 overs in the Broadway gutter. A check back from Andy.
Yeah. Had he bet the flop, likely would have got the 4s out.
屌我10幾號要去咩喎本身？
咁你哋打唔到嗰個
Let's see if Andy bets the turn. 'Cause I also feel like a turn bet will shake out these two fours. Although it might be difficult to do so. Looks like he has found it.
有 rebuy 唔一定，有 rebuy 唔一定。我覺得你打撚咗上去3倍幾籌碼，3成籌碼，你可能會認真啲嘅。3、4 X 打定齊。
68K on the turn. Andy just making sure to usher anything that might not be strong enough to take the heat.
Yeah, things like that.
Out of there.
Pocket fours. Playing well.
殺咗。咪俾佢哋留耐啲咯。
Based on the action that we've seen thus far, not even halfway through this inaugural cash game invitational, Randy. If I gave you the opportunity to pick any player, not just those who are seated here right now, but any that have played so far on our streams, as your horse to end up in the black after the week is all over with, who would you pick?
Just in the black, or what do you mean? The most money?
Most money. Yeah,
most money
most
earned?
money. Biggest winner.
I'd pick Esti.
I think I would too. I do. I think Andy needs a candidate as well. I think Handz is definitely a candidate as well. And I'm not just basing that on today's performances, but rather all that we've absorbed to this point. Let us know who your horse would be if you're out there in the chat. Ace 8-5 is Paul's Ace 10. Bucks the pocket nines. Both check.
So the nines pick up a straight draw. Paul not betting on the turn.
Nor that flop, in spite of being the pre-flop aggressor here.
Feels like he should hunt value now. His kicker is quite good. 20,000. Can't get the nines to pay off.
Nope. If it isn't the queen, maybe it's the delayed ace, whatever it is. I don't think nines are doing too well, says Handz, and in fact, they were not. Well, if you like crypto and you like sports betting, look no further than our friends at tether.bet, who are offering you 100% welcome bonus. Simply use the code Triton and add 10 USDT to your initial deposit. Hurry though. Promo is only available to new players, and there's only 100 of them that can be redeemed. Make sure you don't miss out by heading over to tether.bet today.
刚才我睡的哦，摇笨蛋，我就我
UIE 嘛，然后 Andy 还是 Handz 跟
correct. I was UTG.
Straddle has become a fixture.
Oh, picture card. You have?
I have.
Picture card. Pen, a pen. They call it a pen.
A picture.
Hong Kong called monkey.
Monkey also.
30.
Something you hear at the background.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy. Meanwhile, mystery card time. Handz will have his holding blocked out as he 3-bets the Andy knee pocket sixes open from 11 up to 30.
$1 million deep, pocket pair, 19K more. Seems like a good hand to call with.
Yeah. Jack 4-3. Second pair effective for Andy, who plugged in the extra 19.
Like this flop if I'm Andy.
20.
One over card. 20K. Quick C bet from Handz. Actually on the smaller side than what he's been up to in these 3-bet pots. Usually he's been going more half.
Andy calls the 20K, won't be particularly concerned about a board pairing 3. Turn check and a quick check back from Handz. Now hearts arrive.
It's not unreasonable that Andy thinks he's got the best hand as played. Like, that was an instant check on a turn, but Handz could have a slightly better pair. Probably not an overpair. Some weak jacks might be in Handz range, but I imagine like a king jack plus would probably bet the turn at a high frequency.
112,000 in the middle.
40.
1/3 pot. And this feels like milky sizing. We're unblocking hearts. We're cognizant of the fact that with some frequency, a jack or a pair bigger than the 6s would maybe take this line.
Yeah, I can definitely feel some jacks betting in Handz' spot. Also, the way Andy's played his hand doesn't look like he's holding a jack. It does look like an ace-queen. A pocket pair like this, or like 8s and 9s. It is very interesting. And it's a very tough spot. Not easy for Andy.
No, you're right.
Andy lays down the 6s, and Handz had the nut flush.
Yeah, he was there.
That's a fun one to show.
Sure.
死心了，他3打的是吧？然后没打一路。
4路没打。
A 哥，
有个 A 大概率没机咯，有个 A。
A 还不能投。
一样嘛。
3路他跟了嘛
A 没有，他是 A bluff 的，可能就要透，就是 A10红头 A 就要透嘛。
故意打那么一点呢？
那个牌没有必要投，因为有消中了，所以 A 黑就可以赢的那个。
那3路有打不是？开3张。
3路4路跳过。
It's like a puzzle. They get one piece of it, and then they all collectively try to solve it, you know? They're like, oh no.
It's like an escape room.
Yeah. But they might need a hint to get the other card, you know?
Suited 1-capper. Limped in by boss. Danny dominating. Raises it up to 13.
This one's worthy of seeing a flop.
Not supposed to be sharing a card here. When we call, neither player a fan of this board.
Everyone wanna redraw.
Everyone want to redraw.
Check, check, flop.
Player ask, player redraw.
Same story on the turn. 4-liner on the river now. Any 10.
I like this seat, it's comfortable. I think
Could see Paul actually trying to rep that straight.
Yeah, I like 2 or 8.
Possible.
But 3 and
It's okay.
7 was chaos.
This is shit.
This is very bad.
这个电视出来，一手一手的牌看好。
When I used to like go to games, if I can like choose seat there.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Danny's unwillingness to bet just screams a hand that can't call bet.
就是应该
Good timing from boss as the lead earns him a rare pot.
就是打
没用的那种就看着很闷的，啊，
精彩的可以播出来。
觉得这次搞那些精彩的。
但是最好一定是2座，但是2座贵哦，2座然后剪来剪去的。
剪得好一点，效果好。
但你就看不到那个过程了嘛，你就只看到就是。
但是好像现在 race 4
Kate says Chris is coming on
其
now.
实也是有意思的。
Kate said Chris would replace me at 10.
平时我本来多不多，其实有用的。
哦。You want to play can play.
要的不是用嘛，要的是那个效
Oh,
果。I'll give it up for Chris.
No, no, no. You don't have to give.
过来学习的。
If you want to play.
他们看的人是要学习的，不然我是反正。
I can give my seat, no worries.
啊。他说难道是给别人学习？我说别人看的人是想学习的，我说我是反正不看。
10K says Rob from the button with 10-9 off.
我从来不看的。
哦，对。
Boss.
其他他
Grabs his miner's hat with the 2 5s.
所以说你们说的那些
8个小时，
我都不认识。
每一场是8个小时，都会人都可以。
Tan
哪里有这么多时间
likes the
看
price.
你有教练嘛？真的是你有教练嘛？
你可以2.0这样翻嘛？哦，兄弟，这个
直接教练帮你看紧急。
喂。
哎呀，你要不是一直点10秒咯。
And on the turn, both Tan and Rob have connected.
8个小时就变4个了吧？一直点。我每次这样点的。
A lot of cards that can chop.
点3次就30秒前面了。
Or just let Paul take the spot.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. A free tug at the river. Boss with a set.
这是给我的。
I think Boss here is just hoping someone's got an ace that's been checking down.
3万8嘛是吧？
对。
管了你。
12月7号开始的。
这现在我。
12月7号。
哦，是12月7号开始的嘛？啊，写起来那个
50万啊
？50万那个哦。
7号，12月7号，7、8、9。
3天。
最后一天是 final table。
啊。
对啊。50万什么欧元？
美金。
你去吗，安迪？
我肯定会去。
找到人了吗
？One battle。
对，我应该是那个会那个，他已经找我了。
我找你。
你不要骗我。
电影你是 Pro 还是 VIP 啊？
如果我通过 VIP， 我也愿意啊。
Pro，
他比赛成绩还可以的，应该。
很好啊，这个你是很好的，不是一般过的。
我是 Pro。
讲我带你啊，
我带你。哦，你带我啊？可以啊。
Crabs.
See draw now, right?
Limping.
I don't know how many hand. 看来看去都不像 Pro 啦，我。
哎，搞来搞去你那个逼搞不起。
So a 3-way party.
你自己要让啊。
4K head to the 7-7 deuce board.
水下的都要自己主动。
Tan connects, but this is really good texture for Danny.
Yeah,
so
rarely do you find that good of a flop for threes that can actually get paid off by worse.
Eight on the turn.
有一个可能。
投降。
No action.
投降，他叫你投降。
Down the streets.
不是他投降，妈的，有队长投降。
Danny.
害我不投。
Calls in a relatively speaking small one.
操作那么多。
投降。不然就 all in 了。
all in 给你。不 all in 不一定。30万不一定。
哎呀，赢了几把他赢了10万都没有。
你讲的就算了，男子汉大丈夫。你讲你带我啊。讲好了吧。
我带个我自己算的。啊？我自己打2粒，一次爆2粒。
这个算了，我让给你。我
直接。
我为了
稀释筹码。
我
带自己嘛，我直接买2倍筹码嘛。反正短码不会打，直接买2倍。
Big slick. For Danny Tang, making it 12. Andy's got a Jack 10
在这个
in
东
the
西真的
big.
花很多时间去学习，我真的是
Playable enough.
打开这个表给我头晕。
你比赛从来不打的？
不是从来不打，是从来不赢的。打我也是。
Heads up battle. Jack 8-8. Advantage Andy.
Yeah, outflopped.
我看你 A7 砸花16个大盲就推下去。
Usually Danny's gonna feel pretty good about Ace King High.
A7 砸花了，对，我有看到你。
Dutch shot acquired.
Andy getting some value at some point.
然后我输了嘛，
输掉了。Race 4的。
对，开始的时候其实不是很吃亏，打到后来就很吃亏。
对，那10来20个。
Ace King High is still a decent hand on this run out so far. Unless he really feels that Andy's paired up, which it is.
还往前冲，所以就肯定吃亏了嘛。
Just gonna fold.
哎，底了。
对吧 ？Rank Kenny。
You picked the right one?
No, he picked
the
the
10
10.
clubs. Yeah, that's the one that'll leave you scratching your temple potentially, but obviously opens up the nuts as well as just a club draw.
You know what that means. It's redraw.
Well, we're going to shuffle the deck one last time and see how things take shape as Elton couldn't get anything going in that particular frame, still hovering around $1 million loss on the evening. Esti relatively dormant, Handz steady Eddie up there. Tang hasn't given back much of his win. Andy and Danny modestly in the green. Randy and I going to step aside. We'll see you in 15 minutes for the final 2 hours of day 3 of our Cash Game Invitational.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Yeah.
And everyone was cracking up.
Even Elton had to appreciate it a little bit.
等一下看感觉的时候再放啊。放一个。
他已经很旺了，你还想他旺？
啊。不逃跑。
$12,000 says Elton with his 5s. Rob, 3-bet candidate with this king queen.
Yeah, especially against the button open. Does deposit 40K. Let's go set mining.
Yep. Not in the mood to fold, that's for sure. And not at this price is Elton. He'll be in position. 91,000 in the middle. And a 5 in the window coupled with a queen. This bodes quite well for the time being for Elton. Rob, however, playing it as a check, Randy.
And that check actually might get him even more trouble because he might feel his hand is under-repped. So Elton is going to look for 3 streets with this bottom set.
40 into the 91, south of half pot, but obviously Rob not looking to go anywhere. Another 80 into the middle. Might this be the moment things turn around for Elton.
That 4 is a really bad card for Rob. He thinks it's good, but it brings out another draw that Elton can represent. Elton's just thinking, I'm back.
Yeah, and Rob is thinking that this king-queen is performing quite well. May be a bit concerned about the ease with which this 135 has flowed forward, however.
Sure. Feels like a call turn, react river situation. Jamming doesn't accomplish anything, really. So there's the call. Look at that pot. Ace on the river is going to save Rob, possibly.
Spade. Backdoor flush. King Jack is here. Rob checking and Elton trying to determine whether or not he's going to be able to get action. It is a dangerous sort of texture.
Yeah, but there's no way that Elton's checking this one back. He's going to bet. He's going to hope his opponent has like an ace-queen that can really just pay maximum.
150啊，100没什么赢
，080。
那有80赢啊？哦，越来越多。
441 out there already. $500,000 each back, and now Elton firing 320,000. And this king queen begins to crumble. Spade blocker for Rob. And
Right.
you remove ace, just the naked ace, if this was somehow a stubborn ace jack, ace king from Elton, from his range, you would think that hand would just comfortably check back on river.
Ace Jack, I expect to check back. Ace King, I expect to 4-bet, especially with what's been going on.
Yep.
Ace Queen would go for value still.
Sure, top two.
King Jack, of course, would go for value.
Yeah.
Spades.
Note, though, that we have the king of clubs in hand, so not only do we block that, but the most desirable combos, which would be like that king jack of clubs, interfered with.
There are busted clubs, and that's definitely in Elton's range, given how loose he is. He's going to lay down the king-queen.
Yeah. It was a spot where Elton's damaged table image actually was working in his favor in terms of Rob maybe having heroic thoughts, but in the end he settles on the correct fold, and
white chip is easier to swap.
Man, he's really pushing.
the white chip is no easier to exchange than any other denomination, Elton. It's just that the whites are 25K apiece. I like how he said, well,
change it every time.
It's just going to go back and forth. It's going to break even, right?
He's like, yeah, triple of this, you know,
Yeah.
quad if it's straight flush.
Right. On the button, Andy's king-queen has made it 12 to go. Hands flats the deuces. ST shoots it all the way up to 60,000 with this 9-10 suited. And now it is back over on Andy.
Andy opened the button. So he might be expecting more loose squeezes. Yeah, he comes in with a call. Handz is out with the deuces.
I'll do 5K if you want. Won't move the needle for you? Won't move the needle.
Queen 10-6, top pair for Andy after hanging in. Outperforming ST's middle pair.
It's a little worth the energy to be looking at every flop.
Handz, by the way, offered to do the red-black at 5K. Elton said it's too small.
Maybe if I go on a heater, then we can
You'll like it.
maybe discuss.
It's a fun game.
Elton's really pushing.
He's going so hard in the paint, man. You're like, if I'm not going to get unstuck in poker, I'm going to get some red-black to get me out.
I mean, he only went with red-black because Handz suggested. He was trying to play pair game and God knows what else. Handz trying to give action, but he was like, what? You want to play 25K a pop? Back to his hand real quick. It is top pair versus middle pair. Esti squeezed. Check through on the flop. Now Andy's betting. On the turn. I don't see how Esti can lay down as played. Would be quite the hero fold if he can find it.
$70,000 a man to this river, which gives Andy top 2.
The king would appear to be bad for Esti, but it's actually a saving grace that he might be able to get away. Given that Andy's turn bets can hit that king, could be like a king, jack, straight draw. 2 diamonds of the king, I could see it.
281 already in here.
Yeah, 60 pre, 70 on the turn.
And we're not worried about Jack 9.
No,
we're blocking.
Not with the way the hand's been played too. Would expect Esti, if he had Jack 9 or even Ace Jack, would probably bet himself whether to flop or turn. So with the passive action from Esti, and he's just got to go for value. He just doesn't know how much he should make it quite yet.
I began to say we're blocking, but of course Andy not blocking the Jack 9 and is unblocking Ace Jack, but again, I'm not sure unless it was specifically Ace Jack of Spades, and as played, I don't know how often we assume that to be across the way for ST. Andy very much comfortable with 180K barrel on this river. I think our date with a pair of 10s rates to be coming to a close.
I don't think ST thinks that Andy would be betting a single pair right now. For this price with the action.
Okay.
Mainly King Jack comes to mind.
So 2 pair plus is what ST presumes to be across the way, and as we can see, it's exactly that.
So Andy is actually recovered after bluffing that Queen 10 against ST. He's
Who do you think wins in a vegetarian last longer, me or you?
Me.
Oh, really?
You think you'd win?
Depends on how much we bet on it.
You really think so?
If it's not enough, I'm
Okay,
just
like
going to
how-
pay the price to eat a burger. But if it's big enough...
How big would you actually...
What if we're both so stubborn that we just turn into vegetarians for life?
How big would you play? Honestly. Like if you think if we were actually going to do it.
Agree.
Is there a time where the bet's off, or it's just for the rest of our lives? As soon as somebody eats meat, you pay out.
10 years?
Of anything.
Really?
10 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Like 3 years? 1 year? 2 year?
1 year.
One day,
Yeah,
half
1
a
year.
Fair.
Yeah,
How much do you
15.
play for?
One day, half a
But that's nothing compared to like
I love meat, though.
he's on 40, right?
I love meat too. I love nut flush draws.
It's never too late to.
I
And then
don't
it's
love
always
ace queen sticking
breakfast in the
around from
morning.
a somewhat stubborn Elton on the session,
Can
and I
get in
certainly
there.
don't love it when that ace
It
queen
was a
hits a queen
lifestyle
on
like
the
that
river,
for,
and I don't
I
make
don't know,
anything.
forever.
Feel
Elton
better?
firing
Yeah.
40,000.
Never.
Not possible on an ace, yeah?
No, first draw with an
Show me
ace.
what you beat me with.
Huh?
Show me what you beat me with.
You can pick one card.
I picked 2.
You pick one.
Let me 2 on
One
that.
time one. So you pick 2 times.
Only for you.
See what he's actually beat me with.
He bluffing already. Only for you.
Were you ahead at any point in your life?
No. Why you fought the turn?
Huh?
Why you fought the turn?
Because I was ahead.
Some other ingredients, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Look, turn was nice.
Am I allowed to eat noodles?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I tend to eat noodles quite a bit.
Yeah, but I don't think you're allowed to put the flavoring packet in there, right? Like if it's chicken ramen, beef ramen.
So I can't use that. I can use the spicy seasoning at least from the ramyeon.
I don't know. There might be meat in that. Might be like shrimp powder or something. I'm just saying. Aces.
Oh, shrimp powder. Yeah,
in the straddle, no less.
All right.
Danny activating at the wrong time. King 9
60.
suited. Gets flatted by Elton, and now
Here,
all of
Rob.
a sudden they face 60.
You win this one. Here, return, return, show me. Show me, return. Just me.
Funny, right?
You were ahead this time. I had 8 high.
Want a $50 Global Millions ticket on top of the full GG Poker welcome bonus? Sign up with promo code Triton_2024 and deposit a minimum of $20 to claim your ticket.
Things are about to get spicy. The fourth and final frame of the third day of our inaugural Cash Game Invitational, if history is any indication, will be where the fireworks take place here at Maestral Resort and Casino in Montenegro. We welcome you back. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu and a new configuration. There's a look at it. Almost 800,000 in the black. Handz and Xuan also very nice wins on the day. Modestly in the green are Andy and Danny, and very much with their work cut out for them are all three of the bottom stacks in Boss, Rob Yong, and Elton Tsang. 1K, 2K, 5K, Annie, and the straddle has just been a permanent fixture of the better part of that last frame, and I would imagine this one as well. Maybe even some double straddle mandatory negotiations, if I had to guess, led by those who are stuck. And in terms of game etiquette, Randy, it's a little bit uncouth if you're up heaps to say no.
Exactly that, and like you said, the last frame is where fireworks tend to happen, because I don't think Elton wants to go to sleep down $1 million this session.
I don't even know if Elton will be able to get to sleep down $1 million. Obviously he will, but we start the frame off with Esti Wang, who has 2 queens, no customers.
Current biggest winner this session.
Wow, Bitcoin hit 60K.
Yes.
My order. Buy some more.
Can buy again, yeah.
Can buy?
Very good. I don't
I
know.
don't know. I just because I
bought. No more straddle, right?
Straddle 不停的 straddle， 哪里不 no more straddle？ 真的是
work harder 的 don't straddle。
把 straddle。
是 snap mark。
再说要加盲珠了，差不多时候。
你是盲克，你就欠了4000块。
每2个小时加一起盲珠嘛，对不对？打比赛一样。完了还有的，真的上头啊！
上头。
还说打少一点。 不然直接搞个500-1000就算了吧。
King Jack raising ticket. And I know it probably feels like false advertising just based on those first 2 pots where we don't even get any action, but again, it should get spicy.
现在只能调转。
So at first glance with the new table configuration, notice that Xuan is in direct position on Elton.
Is that going to make Elton's job of trying to get out of the hole even tougher?
It is, unless Tan wants to get involved when Elton's opening the button. Then he'll be out of position, but...
Yeah, that's only once in orbit, though.
True.
Handz dominating Elton here.
I'm actually expecting Handz to check call here with King High on his Queen Deuce Deuce. Could be the best hand. Some prospects they can turn.
As expected, we find the turn, but we don't find any help for either player. Elton checking back.
No need for Handz to turn his King High into a bluff. It just has a lot of showdown value.
法官在4强。
Yep.
哎嗨
8强。你现在打巴西就完了嘛？输给巴西了法国。
那跟你说 float 还不打？
啊？
什么？
就说他 float 里你还不打？
足球。
哦，18分钟。哇，加16分钟还有8分钟有机会。
Able to get to showdown there.
2球，哇，怎么加到16分钟？我神经！5大和算加时加到那么多了。
哎，对啊，现在都很多，英超特别
不
多。
是，只是 FIFA 的，就是世界杯啊这种。奥运。
我看英超也很多。
Boss in the straddle, his king dominated by Elton, who is making it 12 to go. And here's our first opportunity to witness the challenges of a Xuan on your left. Jack 10 suited, surely to pique his interest.
他看他怎么算嘛，有些他进球庆祝，有些就不算。
啊，这不算，这肯定要算。
那个冠军杯就不算。
This was expected.
40,000 smooth.
FIFA 的那些世界杯什么全部算，所以加多嘛。
Could definitely see Elton coming along here, especially knowing his opponent.
好像西班牙联赛。
Now on this occasion, it's tethered more so to the strength of the hand itself, I would imagine, than the other aspect of these exchanges, which I think you and I kind of detected.
Right. It's a bit of both. I mean, certain players you might not want to defend us out of position, but against Tan, King 9 suited definitely qualifies, and he's well ahead.
That he is. Unbeknownst to Tan, of course, who follows through for 36,000. But Tan in particular likes to play 3-bet pots against deep stacks. He likes to be the 3-better, preferably in position and maintaining the betting lead, obviously. But it's
you ever consider doing a stream
his
at Nottingham?
forte.
他们国家会咯，因为23岁以下的。
Elton's check call brings the pot to 164.
There's a lot of turn cards that Tan Xuan would definitely pounce on, like a queen, a 9, club, ace, the deuce. Doesn't really change anything.
一个人可能可以3个超过25岁、23岁的。
那还是那个西班牙西班牙青训很厉害的。
现在很厉害。
他最好的那2个都没去。
啊，就是那个威廉。
Drawing dead, the ace on the river. Not what Elton wanted to see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Tan Xuan will try and rep it.
荷包啊，
对，不，他是哪个？比尔巴清
It's not
Gonna get the
unreasonable
opportunity.
for Elton to have pairs weaker than a king in this spot because he's willing to defend. He can have 8x. He could have some pocket pairs.
应该有很多人去买嘛，他这次的。
这一次他的
你撵走了。
I guess the question though is, will Elton fold a king if Tan bets? If he calls all kings,
哎呀，
then
不好投了，不好投了，投降。
betting isn't as enticing. So there we go. Elton saying something about this frame is going his way already.
来
That it is.
来，就是让我投的，来，省一点是一点，包括了。
没有大的，没有大的钱。
3打他的。
Thank you.
Is that casinos in Israel, is it?
你的开枪是不是很失望啊？
有一点，有一点点失望，也不算是很失望，就。
I wonder how much Elton would have been willing to call if Tan had fired that jack high on the river.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much, but
帮一半不
I
帮
kind of
多一
feel
点
like he would have called.
够了够了，几万块钱。
I don't know. The number matters for sure. in
It
that
does.
spot.
Like, is it 150? Is it 100? Is it 75?
It's
a big
weird because,
difference.
like, I think it's one of those bell curve spots where, you know, the small milky stuff,
好的，还开始啊。
price is right, even though we feel like we're getting
好
milked.
好，你们给我一点喝
Then
茶
you
吧
get up toward, like, you know, the 2/3 half pot stuff, and okay, we're a little bit less inclined. And then all of a sudden, again, if you get up toward full pot or overbet, we feel a little bit more like we can get in there.
We can get in there, but we might lose a lot.
Pocket aces for Xuan turning into top set here against Boss, whose cards we blocked out because it's mystery time. This was 12K open. 15K follow through. 4-liner on the board with backdoor diamonds as Boss check calls, bringing the pot to 64,000.
The deuce is a very small part of Paul's range, especially because Tan Xuan's got 2 aces in hand. He blocks ace deuce. He can safely value bet this.
$34,000 demanded.
That's not 34K.
No, it's 85. Of course, top set never going away, but we're not incentivized to get any more into the middle, given that there potentially could be a deuce involved.
Could also be 6-7.
Yeah, fair.
And that's what Paul's repping. It's a straight. Tan's got outs to a boat in case he is up against that.
So Tan makes the call, and now 2 4-liners emerge on the board.
It's not a good river card, just in case your opponent was semi-bluffing with like a 5-6.
$234K in the middle. Time bank utilized here. What do you think, Randy? Does it feel like Boss has the straight?
It does to me.
Which one? Unclear?
It's unclear, man, but good news for me is that both of them exist very easily in terms
Good
of
news
one
for
card.
Boss is that both of them exist. Oh, he does come with the check in the end.
Look
You
at the
see Tan
smile.
chuckling. Is it ever a deuce? Is it ever a deuce that's worried about 6x?
Yes, it can be. That's
Tan
why
knows it.
I think it's difficult for Tan to bet in this spot. just in case it is a deuce.
Oh my gosh.
妈的，有六了，打那么一点，送给你吧。
How much?
Just a cheeky little 30.
妈的，来个7的，你来。3个 A。
He's asking, is it 3 aces?
3个5。
Oh my.
厉害啊
Pocket
开盘就厉害了
deuces
1对2，他妈的，哎，
妈的，来7操。
And boss.
不要了。
Maybe lamenting the arrival of that 7 there.
来7个我打你嘛。
Thinking he could have value bet bigger than 30K himself.
3个 A 啊，我知道他打3万多，我想 raise 他，哎，不要了。有股，真的有帮忙一点点，10几万。对他对我比较好。
Well, regardless, that is a very welcome and needed pickup for boss.
哎呀，来7，好，来7，来
That beat for the aces.
20万。
Yeah, and he actually gave Xuan a chance to kind of save a
那
little
5
bit,
路我
but
打你肯定不要嘛。
Tan didn't give Paul credit to check the deuce there.
哎，这个牌又没什么棋。
我希望你拨花给你偷。
啊，sorry。
It's actually quite a nice pot for Paul.
Yeah.
We've been saying how things haven't been going his way.
哇，那么多 AA 的啊！好的。
哪有那么多啊？就这2个。
Ace Jack open from Elton. Things really haven't been going his
他妈的，
way.
刚才是打 A 吗？
Hands of flat caller dominated but suited. Table for 2.
开了2次都是 A。
嗯。
我3路还想搭他，装3条，3条3了，妈的给他搭他惨了，给他打回来进不了。
7 deuce backdoor spades.
搭他就好赢。
And a connection with that side card for Handz.
大我。
Yeah, the run bet is still continuing for Elton Tsang. Outflopped.
Ace of diamonds working.
Flop rainbow.
Should be continuing though.
真的就中了，4路锤重一点。
哪有肯定的？刚才我打 Elton， 那不是跟他崩回去了？
你那个是 AA 一堆 A， 没有3条 A， 不一样的东西。
We arrive at the turn, courtesy of this 15K check call by Elton, who checks once more, having picked up the nut flush draw. A tidy check back from Handz, who just finds the third 7.
Handz needs to size it in a way to get King X to just pay off the max.
或者我2对。
没有2对啊，你那个小大盲我也是靠没有2。
A 他拿完了。
没有2。4、5、2对。
35.
Would King X take this line as the pre-flop raiser? With
Yeah,
some frequency, I suppose so?
Definitely with some frequency, especially the weaker King X's.
Top card.
Hold your hand.
So Elton asking to be seen the card before he folded. Not falling for that one. Handz
先上了50万了。
ushers the holding into the muck before revealing top card, the 7.
他被我拉出来了。
Elton picking the right one. Had he shown the ace, he would have been
像一天赢不够100万不够
losing
好
sleep.
的。
Yeah, he would have been confused if he saw the ace of spades.
170啊，兄弟。
应该又赢200了嘛？
这是不赢200，肚子都是饿的。咖啡。
Upgrade 2 pips for Elton. The ace king.
就怕没牌，操！哎，还不如不掉7。
Rob?
4s are in there.
Digging in as Elton goes back to work. Flops top pair. Oh, Rob staring up at 3 overs, no heart in hand, and no desire to fire.
No desire to call the flop.
100%，大哥。
你不怕我3条也是打10几万啊
？3条
假而已。
你3条你会打10几万，你不打最多打个7万8万。
你那20几万了，
你也不打那么多。别逗我，23万，我跟你说清楚了，你最多打7万。
115，115
也打不到，7万8万了。
不看呐，你不怕我3条啊？你都猜不到我2嘛
？7万8万我就call了嘛。
10万1000到了。
你打11万多我就溜了。
溜3个月溜了。
哎，跟别人打我肯定call了，跟你不要了啊。
难道我3条不打你啊？
打嘛是打嘛，7、8万嘛。
20多万怎么打起？
Queen Jack for Danny.
10,000 to go.
Let's see if Elton wants to play King 4 offsuit. He does not. Raise and take.
Oops. 应该3万打他3万。看到这干。3万打你3万。
我再大你3万你就跑了。
跑了。
Hands in. A6 of hearts. Sevens for Rob. The pair not too long ago, pocket 4s.
Understandable participation out of both parties, and Elton rates to want to hop in as well.
With the white chip? 2 white chips.
A big hop,
Easy.
as it turns out.
真标准。
52 total.
好不容易拿个 AA 就这样厉害。
Hands.
He's in there with A6 of hearts.
这输12万。
不知道有打了吧
As is the sevens.
Yeah. Unwilling to step aside, and this is that 4th frame kind of action that we were alluding to, Randy.
True.
$165,000 pot headed to the flop, which is King 9-4. Top pair for Elton, who desperately needs to string together some pots of magnitude.
Quite a healthy one from here. He's going to just take this one down on the flop usually. Yes, he does. That.
Let him choose one.
$108,000 profit in that hand alone.
Good one.
And they see the king.
Nice one. Same one. Choose both, same.
Have ace king again.
Huh?
Ace king again.
He opened my card. Saw the king. You know you can choose to see 1 card, right?
Obviously be ahead pre-flop again. Then.
I let you see 2 cards all the time anyway, doesn't matter.
I was ahead again.
Pre-flop.
Elton. With that 52K post-flop bet. Taking down a critical 1, dare I say.
I would say it's a good start for him.
Awaiting Xuan's decisions with regard to the 11,000 that's been requested. He'll flat. Danny will flat as well. He's dominated. As the A7 suited picks up 2 passengers. Jack 5-5. It's all Tan. He'll check, however.
It's also that board where maybe someone stabs given how dry it is. No attackers. Improvement for 10.
Top 2. 30. On the heels of the flop action. Checked around. And no takers.
5 white.
This?
Yeah. I can't handle a lot of chips.
Don't worry, we can help you with that. Ooh, you're missing 1, bro.
I am missing also? I can't even count them
apologize. Yep, we good? 125. Yep.
King 10, follow-up act for Elton. Raise and take.
这是啥看头？这个 raise 有什么看头？另外一张一定是什么3呢？梅花3，
开个10哪一节
有意义吗？27都正常。
沖杯茶嚟啊
！2杯，唔該。
Pocket queens for Andy.
Makes it 11. Ace queen.
Yeah, this could get Tang in a little bit of trouble. Does play it as a flat on the button. That invites Boss to take a price with seemingly unintrusive 8-5, which fails to connect with the Jack-4 tray board.
For pair looking good, but Xuan's ace queen definitely has something of value. 2 overs, ace of spades, position, and Andy is getting very tricky. Checking over to Tang.
Well, he's got the ace of spades and 2 overs.
Yeah.
Backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway draw as well. He's going to try to thin the herd.
Makes sense. Plenty of good turn cards for him.
Sure.
Ideally trying to take it down on the flop. I wonder if Andy comes in with check raise from time to time. Really trying to go for max against the jack.
One's for Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See a check raise incoming. Makes it 57,000. If you think your opponent's up to no good, ace queen is a decent candidate to call here in position.
What kinds of hands would be up to no good, though? Andy's been fairly solid on the day. Granted, there are some draws, but we block with the ace of spades. The flush draw, we kind of have to wonder.
I think Xuan is a bit confused why Andy somehow is check raising right now. It's not something he's been doing so far today. He's been c-betting at a pretty high frequency. And I think that's why Andy took this line to try to confuse Xuan. And Xuan is reaching for re-raising chips. He just doesn't believe. I will say it is somehow uncomfortable now for the 2 queens because of how deep they started this hand with. They're almost $1 million deep.
And remember, Tang absolutely has a taste for deep stacked altercations.
I think Andy does have some concerns. He could be up against pocket 3s or 4s. Jack's a little bit less because Xuan likely to 3-bet that pre. But he really can't go anywhere once he check raises the flop.
Yeah, oddly enough, the fact that he flatted on the button pre.
Look at this move.
I felt like retain more of the pocket 4s, pocket 3s, and in spite of that, a fearless 4-bet to 517 from Andy, and that's demoralizing.
Wow.
3也要不动呢。
That is.
开始。
Oh,
yeah.
I see the queen of spades.
4还是勾？
Wow.
The queen of hearts. That is a funny one to show, right?
Yeah.
厉不厉害？
是还是勾？
That's true. That's true.
Flush draw, straight draw, flush draw.
Was it the spade queen then?
It sounded like it based on what Elton said, but still, like, that's not a set. You know what I mean? That's crazy because he put in 500 something thousand when they were $1 million deep in a single raise pot. Man, they could have just got it in all of a sudden if Tan woke up with a hand.
So a blow to Tan's profits on the day. Suited connector. Raising, and now Danny tries to pick on him with a re-raise to 40,000. The ace-jack shrivels considerably in the face of this.
Yep, that one goes straight into the muck, especially off-suit.
Kind of a stoic muck there from Handz. Like pause, muck, and then freeze.
I think this hand is coming in. You know Tan likes to play.
Oh, yeah.
Connector.
Fold was never on the table.
No, no. We've seen him 4-bet these kind
That's
of
what I
holdings.
felt like was more likely to happen, but maybe not directly after that altercation where he was 4-bet off of a hand. Meanwhile, ace-10 deuce. Inside Broadway draw for Danny. Tom checking over with backdoor hearts.
Just a nice board to c-bet with the gut shot. 30K. Enough.
Back-to-back blows. Delta Tan Xuan's profits.
Hey. Amigo.
Champion.
¿Qué tal, Adri? ¿Cómo estás? Acabas de llegar. Bueno, aquí va dando la guerra. Aquí tirando con loco.
Crazy guy. Crazy guy. Check raise, 3-bet, 4-bet flop. What the fuck?
Who's that?
Looking smart.
El Conquistador.
Oh, he's here.
Adrian Mateos. By the way, not known for being in the cash game streets, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, or maybe.
No, you're completely correct about that. So, but if he's here for the cash game invitational, he's here to play some cash games.
That's right. There's no tournaments going on.
Exactly. So
It's not like he just happened to be in Montenegro.
Hope we get him on the stream at some point. That would be
exciting,
fun to
wouldn't it?
watch.
Not so exciting. Queen 8-5 for the pocket fours, or for that matter, for the King 8 suited. However, with the betting lead in position,
I thought I heard
checked
some
over.
Spanish.
Boss
Sorry to
C bets and
interrupt. I was
takes
like,
it down. You did, and do you know who was saying?
It was Andy Nee, wasn't it?
Correct.
Because I was like, who's speaking to him? And then I forgot about that.
I mean, granted, you don't have to be a fluent Spanish speaker to say amigo when somebody walks up. I mean, damn, you worked at Del Taco for 2 days. You picked up a thing or two.
Yeah, I did actually. They called me Chino. What does that mean?
I'm pretty sure you know what it means. It's not like they mixed you up with Chino Reem.
Right.
They're like, oh, yeah, you play poker. I know you. Chino. Esti, ace-7. Picks up Elton. Two spades, 2 jacks, and a 9.
没有投你，没有投你。
就在里面投。
他自己在投机，
我自己在投机。只是我投的时候被你搞过来了。
上面。哇，这么大！哦，这么大。
昨天你们打到几点？
哦，昨天到5点。
5点吗？
嗯，对啊，
牛逼！哇，刚才12点半就见到你了，1点
的。
也是，也是。
我昨天偷了一把，其实输了，心里很不舒服，1个晚上没睡着。
不是我送你一把吗？最后。
这早上睡着了。
有名的 A9，有名的 A9。
开玩笑的，开玩笑。
这还是最后一把，查好你吗？
好像有点硬，所以是睡。哎，挺巧的，正好最后一把。
Pocket fours for Danny.
那是最后一把。
Shooting it up.
没了，
不是最后一把那个69同花你肯定不靠了吧？
This on the heels of
至少靠个79吧。
ST's C-bet and take it against Elton moments
好
ago.
一次。
Jack high board is Tang with plenty of company. Xuan, the best of what's around.
Yeah, another top pair for Tan Xuan's Queen Jack.
Easy.
Leads right out. Not wasting any time. Nobody wants to find out. Well, as we change dealers, we are definitely not going to change our advice when it comes to where to go to play your online poker. That's got to be our good friends over at GG. The reason? They got all kinds of good stuff on offer. Russian Cash Fridays, where cash drops are doubled up to 120 big blinds when GG team members are at the table. Get free dollars in today's stream tournaments on GG Poker as well. Sign up, new players. Use code Triton_2024. Get yourself the Global Millions ticket and a full deposit bonus.
What's it like, Hustler? What's Hustler like?
Hustler is cool.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good vibes, good games. Friendly atmosphere.
妈妈有没有叫阿德里
I thought you can't stand up though.
老板
I thought you're not allowed to leave.
What do you mean?
有没有
Depends on who's playing. Some just can't leave.
有没有叫马对哦那个？妈
Win one
妈
buy
那边
or lose a big
我
pot.
没有还没有
Full house.
没有 Ivey 要打他要打的，我这都叫他不要打，他要打。我讲你不够人家好，我要请别人，不要请。没有，你一世人请我了，你讲过的。
Playing one while Danny
Remember there was
chats with Handz.
他比赛水平怎么样？
肯定落后这些人了嘛。
2K.
差远了
2K
嘛。
There you go.
On the turn. That's all it took.
这是这帮顶级的。
不过流量肯定是他第一嘛。
流量没屁用啊。
Topic of conversation between Danny and Handz, by the way. Handz' participation in a very well-known
They got like boat over boat. And then the guy was up like one buy and he just
cash game
it's
stream
not like he was actually hit.
Southern California area, one that Tom Dwan played in on multiple occasions and got himself involved in some very massive pots. In fact, I think the largest
I've never been
ever
there.
streamed.
Ryan's asked me.
Yeah, he won that
like
hand
over 3
against
million.
Wesley where he called down of queens against Ace King. I remember that.
Was that over 3 million?
Yeah, exactly.
I think so.
Maybe,
I just know that Xuan won it.
Maybe after
太干了，
December.
会破产，中间中到，
还喝酒吗？
什么都没有啦。哦，几年了？
那也挺有毅力的。
真是莫你吧。
他跟我以前接到一个不太一样。以前经常说笑笑的，现在都很少说话了。我看。
No, I pretty much just play Triton.
Hey, look at this. Who's reloading?
基本上有几个 based in Hong Kong.
Oh, I thought it was just going to be one stack coming in. It's 2 stacks of whites. You know what that equates to?
1 milli.
1 milli.
More Hong Kong.
Added
milli,
on top.
milli. Here, you know what? I just figured out that part of the reason why the fourth and final frame is the spiciest isn't simply because the people who are stuck are trying to get even, or maybe people are a little bit tired, as we saw Jungle barely maintaining consciousness the other day, en route to a $250,000 win, as I recall, but also because it's when all the chips have gathered and we're playing the deepest that we've played.
Yeah.
Time to play the mystery card game here, and it's one where whatever it is that Rob Yong has chosen to 3-bet with, it isn't going to be ahead of Andy Nees open with the 2 aces.
Like 1.5 million US, I can probably have a bowling alley in my house.
Start to hand of 957,000 for Rob Yong. So once you see that deep stack, Plenty incentive to 4-bet aces and not slow play it pre, because you want to build that pot. Try to get as much money as you can in pre.
我现在知道了，我以为你土生土长的。
其实我跟你讲过，只是你没有放我在眼里。
你跟我讲过吗？
讲过可能几百次。难道太阳城的时候我们没有聊天吗？
太阳城。
My heart's racing.
Well, for Rob's sake, we're really hoping that this isn't queens or kings.
Regardless of what Rob's got, I'm expecting Rob to come in with the call with his range that he wants to continue with. Even if he's got aces or kings. Because you're just so deep, you know what I'm saying? 352 in the middle.
This is business time. You see Andy dug in here. He does have the aces. Queen 6-5. 2 hearts.
That queen's a little bit worrisome because we do know that queens are in Rob's range.
Yeah, specifically queens too. It does go check, check. Now the king rolls off.
I was going to say, the check back is safe. It's good for you. But when you see the king, king's also in Rob's range, hence why. And he's kind of checking. Rob Yong could have ace-king as well.
You make anything of the look back, by the way, because it's not as though this was a flush draw producing card. Right. You know what I'm saying? So
it means something.
If you have a pocket pair, you know you have the pair. Maybe you're just double checking because of the size of the pot, and look at the size of this bet. 175,000. Half pot, but still massive. Has a big one bruise. Andy didn't check with the intention of folding, obviously. The aces. He too double checking, obviously.
Yeah, it's just a big pot. Makes sense. This is very scary. 702,000 in the middle.
That is not scary.
If Rob Yong bets on the river, you know how sick it is for the 2 aces?
It ain't jacks. Oh my gosh. $400,000, and it feels quite milky. Rob also doesn't have a reputation for being light in these spots.
I agree. I also actually think Rob Yong checks back ace-king at some frequency.
Oh, for sure. And by the way, we blocked that ace-king.
Yes.
1.1 million, which is going to look like 1.5 and a tickle if Andy clicks call. Would be the biggest pot that we've played thus far across 3 days. But you can see Andy, he's already invested 350 roughly.
It's so hard to lay down aces, but it kind of feels right.
Multiple time banks are going to get used. That's the view, by the way, whenever Andy looks across the dealer at the 1 seed. And Rob looked a little nervy. I'm not suggesting that that's correlated to not having it.
It's correlated to the size of his pot.
Yeah. Gulp.
I've seen Andy Nee make some great folds. We don't know Rob Yong's cards are, though. Hard to say.
Chat thinking it's the kings or the queens. Very much believers.
I'm in that camp as well. The sizing to me also looked like he wants to get paid off by aces or ace king. This has got to be one of the toughest pots Andy's ever played. We are on a shot clock too.
This is a very chatty group of folks, but even they know when it's time to zip it up and allow the poker to play out. This was a raise to 10,000, a 3-bet to 50, a 4-bet to 170. A call from Rob. It went check, 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 175, and then the 400 on the river. And sure enough, the turn, the Kings, Rob, 2 outed.
Were you part of the game? No.
And Andy.
Wow.
Great fold from Andy.
Spares himself 400 dimes.
3路没打 ，flop
4B，然后 flop check
应该加 AK 吧
打 AA 啦。
，AK 吧，太大，AA 跟 AK 其实差不多，AA 更坏，AK 更好。
打 AK 不会打的。
没有，我讲你。
是不是4B，然后 flop check turn check call river check call 对吧
Wow.
Deep ripple through the fabric of this day 3 cash game. Felt by all parties there, but most profoundly by Andy Nee, whose profits are dented. And now he's in the red.
Well, he didn't get stuck to those aces because he could have been down 400,000. He just said, you know what? I'm just going to hope it's good because that was just great. That was a great fold. It's hard to do when you invest so much pre. And on that turn. Aces again.
He's lucky it was Rob Yong that had that hand.
That's a good point because I think other players is flicking in that call.
I mean, Elton, based on how the day has been going. Tang, based on his whole life.
Based on his whole life.
I mean, it's a little bit tougher to lay down those aces against them.
They probably get all the chips in at some point.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Hand will play differently, possibly. Who knows? But
Something what I had, you know.
that was fun.
He's a nice guy. So.
Much more fun for Rob than it was for Andy.
I mean, it's a stream. I had kings. Doesn't matter.
10.
I will tell him anyway.
So this is, listen, right, for a second you thought, oh, Ali, false advertising, 4th frame. Look, first 2 pots, boring.
Crazy.
Ace, deuce, offsuit. How good is this for Danny?
I mean,
Danny knows Xuan is just relentlessly out of line. I think he's going to come in with call.
yeah, imagine if I get it all in pre.
No, you can't. Too much money. It's like 250 big blind.
Too deep, yeah?
I don't know. I would. I'm scared.
I would go.
You'd go with kings there.
Danny, with the benefit of position,
if he's
gonna flat.
Figure like
give us queen.
Double checking, and sure enough, it is ace, ace, and it's just a lowly pair of deuces for Tan, who is drawing very
I figure I can
slim.
get more money by calling.
This 9-8 deuce board.
几发出来我已经
He's
有一点不
got
爽。
ace queen suited, ace king suited, or something.
Just taking a peek over there at how much Danny's got.
Where he raised.
They're playing
Folds everything
458
apart from aces,
effective.
right?
3路没打。
哦，没有的，跳过。
No back was queen
Pot
there,
up to
so
232 already.
queens, right? I could have queens, so we both put on the flop.
但我肯定有。
This is tricky.
万一这他是
He's trying to construct Danny's 4-bet call range to 110,000. The bigger you make it pre, which he did, the more careful you have to be that it's pocket pairs and
Yeah, all in pre.
Tan's going to play cautious with a check for now.
我是刮输光了。
Now, if we're Danny, we don't have a club in our
不会
hands.
啦，来 K 还输什么光？
We don't necessarily want to let a free one roll off, or do we feel very cozy enough to check back?
No, I feel I like that he's betting, and I think the reason is because he can get value out of pocket pairs. He also blocks a lot of the hands that check fold, right? Ace 5, ace king, ace queen, holding 2 aces himself. So the fact that he blocks those hands means it's more likely Tan Xuan's got a hand that can check call with.
I'm very concerned with what the upside is that remains in the event that he were to peel for 85 here. It's got to be a worthwhile endeavor.
Something to keep in mind is that one of the good cards for him is, from his point of view, is hitting the ace. And hitting the ace is hard for him to get a lot of value if his opponent's holding like a pair himself. He does check call, turns to 7.
Coordinated card, although as played pre, I'm not sure how much interaction with this board either party anticipates the other to have.
This card, in theory, does improve the 4-bet caller, which is Danny Tang, if he's peeling like 10-9 suited, 8-7 suited. These hands pick up equity, although I actually don't think Danny Tang will be betting those on the flop when check 2. But just in general, this card favors the 4-bet caller. Because of how nasty this turn card is in terms of bad river cards that can come, Danny just has to put in a ton of chips now, I feel.
Second check in front of him. Over 400 and a tickle. The rest deployed. And Tang. Done with it. $250,000 dust off there.
确实是打的。我也坐在这个位置，我也拨了一把 A。
思路没有来 K 你打不打？
原来也是3条。
那当然了。
Huge
思路
pickup
如果来一个不小牌
for DT.
打2枪了要。
那第4张、第5张肯定打。
思路你打呢，他跟就是不是 KK 就是圈圈。
不开。
应该
圈圈。拍到你讲啊，我没有听进去，我放在这里，真的。
思路你一打他跟。
你说一张吧，30个。
我
说一张啊，
我说一张，来嘛，
我
随便说一张嘛，
我说一张，
随便说一张嘛，这个有什么所谓呢？
完蛋，这个10 把都没有了，这个用完了。
说明什么？说明你有。
You know what I'm thinking, Ollie? Elton's here on the sidelines watching these massive pots being played, and he's not involved in either.
Sure.
对不对？
给他的原价牌10。
不知道涨哪一张给你。
King Queen suited for boss. In the face of the 10K open out of hands. Now with position on him.
Nice hand, a 3-bet, King Queen suited, that is. Plays well posts.
哪个 A 啊？我就算了。哪个 A 你打不打？
肯定直接就推了，我就
他是
肯定就是对 K 了这个牌，稳掉了这个牌，我就
对是吧？
对呢，这个牌这个
肯定一堆 A 嘛，你们只是猜他 A
这个应该是 KK 的。
第4张已经敲过去了，
打得太好了，又是 A， 真的是打得太好了。老实说啊，我不输光也
又要说了，
不输光也不会输这么少了，是可以的。
他说的真的假的？
啊？
哎，不要听他放屁。
Boss is
没有看他
raised
这
to
个牌输光了。
45, taking it down.
他4路就跑了，我跟你说，
输光的都是8K，
4路都不知道赢什么。
B flop 跑了，他4 B 他 B flop 跑了。
说一张嘛。
你们一边说一张。
Handz. 7-5 suited. Double straddle on, courtesy of Tang now.
Okay.
Is it tethered to the fact that he just lost that pot? The double
This
straddle, that
is
is?
fourth frame activity here.
The final?
$1 million reload. $1.1 million pot with a world-class fold out of Andy Nee with aces.
Wow,
it's all happening.
为什么又加多码了？
买箱里反正不抽水，马上去拿。
This is why these days at the movies, you don't walk out during the credits. Because they put like the little like outtakes and extra stuff.
Yes, yes.
晒月亮。
没太阳了，没有咖啡了。
喝了那么久咖啡。
I mean, this is just fine cinema we're watching right now. Kings. The deck is rich lately.
That it is, and there's some other stuff percolating about that could get itself into a little bit of trouble. Note the sizing from ST could retain Handz' ace-10 suited.
I see it.
And by the way, Todd, you know, he's looking for excuses to play some pots. Really likes the 8-6 combo in particular.
Look, there is some frequency he just comes in with 4-bet. Because this is what he does. You can see him eyeballing. Remember, ST's like the guy he likes to play with, too.
Yeah.
Xuan, man.
Oh.
And how is it somehow they're even deeper? 1.5 million? I mean, before encounters were about $1 million deep. So it's cold 4-bet, 8-6 suited, 132,000. Let's see if ST wants to 5-bet or call. Comes in with call.
Yeah, he does.
I like this.
And Todd, not used to being called this often in these spots. First it was Danny, and now it's ST. Second pair on a queen-high board for Tan.
It is a piece.
I guess he could have.
Tan. Not going to put anything more out there for the time being. 282,000 in the middle. Would appreciate a check back here. I'm not sure Kings are going to be compliant.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. Compliance not there. As he brings in a very small bet, $65,000. This is going to give Tan Xuan direct odds to continue here. Not like he needed that though.
Bet more on the turn, bet less on the river.
65,000.
Bet 175 on the turn.
It was 360. The bot.
Half pot. 1753.
Yeah, 175 times 2, 350.
Yeah.
Check call for Tan.
Yeah, it's the price that isn't going to cause him to orphan the investment pre-flop. Turn now gives him an open-ender. Board getting damp.
This is a little bit scary even for ST, just because Tan's the type of guy who actually does cold 4-bet numbered cards. Whereas other players, you wouldn't worry about two pairs or straights so much, as they would just fold. Then again, ST's hand is very vulnerable if he's up against like 10s or jacks or some kind of queen. He's going to check it.
You were lucky.
Board pairing queen on the river.
You bet. You have to call.
Pretty bad card for ST. It's not unreasonable for Tan Xuan to have like an ace queen at 4-bet. Or like a king queen.
Yeah, maybe 4 river. You have to call at least once, what?
Wow.
The way the hand's playing out, Tan's going to want to try to show down this 8. Can't really get paid off by worse.
Pretty strong race, isn't it? 175 would be good.
I do think there's value to be had, though, if it does get checked over to ST.
Neither's looking good on that flop. Not sure he's doing that with Jack. Or maybe air. I mean, it's not very nice to have to set mine with kings. But this is the way I'm running at the moment.
Well, at least you ran good that hand.
Tan settles on a check. Now we'll find out whether or not ST has an appetite for value. As played,
Kings is not very nice.
given the river check, do we discount all the hands to beat the kings?
I think so. The only problem is sometimes you open the door, but I don't think Xuan would come out check raising all of a sudden, just because ST definitely has Queen X in his range, like Ace Queen. So that would be kind of suicidal. I don't think he expects Xuan to play aces too often in his mana, but he does check it back, and
Absolute minimum.
we're going to shut down these two kings.
Not me. You play it better than me.
差点中弹，操，吓死我！
These have been some wild pops lately.
Well, as promised,
He loses a stone cold anyway.
with still
Small blind?
plenty of the frame left to
do I
play,
owe- Do I open?
You want to buy the button?
Do I just owe something?
things
If
have
you want to buy
gotten
the button, you put 1, 2, 5, 4.
absolutely outrageous.
Is that right?
3 more. 3 more red. So 4 for the ante. That
12 altogether. 12
2 more.
altogether.
2 more. Yeah. That's in the middle.
Expensive.
You went away?
Expensive toilet break.
Oh, you went to the toilet?
Yeah. Cost me 12k to get to the toilet.
I'll do it for plans.
I hate this rule.
Seriously.
You should just be able to go and have a smoke or go to the toilet.
还没有上头
And then someone will straddle twice. How? Who's going to pay for that?
Well, that's the problem with the straddle, isn't it? You just play big ante. It's better.
A weak sphincter, you know, is an expensive proposition in these
So I
streets.
put 1 more big blind.
You know,
to make
a
it
small
like
bladder
normal
also. Or perhaps a smoking habit becomes even more harmful to one's health,
Yeah, it could be even more costly.
right?
This is my 12k.
I have you brush.
We're all just lamenting. You bought the button though.
嗰邊應該好打啲。
Yeah, there you go. There's your reward.
嗰邊有位咯，好似。
啊？呢邊呢邊
我係中意你落嚟啊！
大家喺度打到太大。
你落嚟攞師傅個位啦。
冲刺冲刺冲到
可能叫他打，帮我赢回来快一点啊。
对，他 double generous。
对啊，double generous。
几把就赢来了。
那个位置。
对啊。
You know what's wild? You know how you go into a poker
顶不住了，
room,
顶不住了，快点收一点。
you play, people tell stories all the time about pots or hands, and you always think to yourself, stop, man, you're exaggerating, you got it wrong, you don't know what you're talking about.
又會抽又會抓。
If you and I and everybody at home weren't watching this unfold with our own eyes, and anybody tried to come in and tell us about these hands, and then the guy had 8-6 suited and he dropped 175,000 in pre, you'd be like, bro, shut up, okay? No one believes you.
Oh, it's also not the first time he's done. He has been to put 100K with 5 deuce suited.
That's right.
And other times,
Yeah.
right, with 5 deuce suited as well.
Yeah. They're trying to tell you about multiple pots that got played that way, and you're like, listen, man, I appreciate, you know, that you want to, like, keep us entertained over here, but let's stick with the truth. And let's function in reality.
No
Like,
memory
no,
is hazy.
I promise you, it happened. Well, thankfully, we've got it all recorded. Rob, a 3-better from the button with this King-Jack pre-flop against the Andy 11K Open.
師傅啊，師傅，師傅啊，有咩打？
Surprised he didn't
35
see bet
ahead.
that one.
Yeah, to the ace-9-6 with what he might think is a range advantage here. Now all of a sudden on the turn, things getting interesting. As Rob picks up the nut flush draw, Andy, who had the pair of nines, now picks up an open ender. 82 in the middle.
哇，頭先嗰鋪幾精彩。
其實咁樣
你用
Andy checking a second time.
Curious to see if Rob bets his nut flush draw. So does a whole card check, and looks like he will be. 30K.
我觉得这张桌上应该没有人会 call 的。
Wow, instant check raise from Andy.
I feel compelled to mention that these are the two guys that just played that 1.1 million chip pot. And a lot of Andy's tokens are on loan across the way, and I think he's quite eager to claw them back. So some real context. And look at Rob. He plunks 70 out there. Does not find the heart. The ace is a little interesting, though, because certainly Andy needs to be mindful of some ace-x in Rob's range. I don't know if aces full would be a part of the process.
I mean,
yeah.
Wow.
And this is Andy applying max pressure. He's not worried about the aces full, as I mentioned. He understands that some ace-x could be out there, but this reps the hearts. And as you can see, king high for Rob. He's never a caller.
That was a really cool play. And sure, he was bluffing with the best hand, but he also expects, like, pocket kings with the king of hearts to be laying down there as well.
Yeah. Well, just take a look at some of the shift that's taken place out here. Esti up over $1 million. Andy Nee just recently got himself back toward even after being in the green. Boss working his way in the right direction. Rob Yong also had been working in the right direction. Lost a considerable amount just moments ago. Xuan, 381 in the hole. And everybody sitting oh so deep. The lightest stack has over 700,000 in it.
Yeah, that's what, 350 big blinds at minimum.
Oh man.
ST sitting on 1,000 big blinds.
This is just crazy. $1K, $2K, $5K big blind ante, $4K straddle, 12,000 up for grabs. Rob, king 8 suited, makes it 10. Ace 3 off suit for Elton.
Yeah, Elton's like, I want to play some big pots. Here comes Rob Yong calling. Like, I don't know what happened, but like that break, they're like, let's all go for it. Queen high board.
Pair of 8s for Rob. Best of what's around. Elton has the ace of diamonds working along with the betting lead and position. 30K c-bet briskly delivered. Nothing hesitant about the call. Another 60. Sliding into the pot, which grows to 132.
I could see Elton multi-barrel this one. Turns to gut shot. Ace likely good. His opponent quickly check called, and you can really put on some heat. That's near full pot.
Yep.
Elton Tsang.
You see the frustration for Rob.
Which one did he flip up?
Is it the 3?
I saw.
Oh, man.
Tan chuckle, did you see?
This feels like the appropriate time to summon those who are currently watching. Thousands of you at present. Good to have you aboard. What's the only thing that we ask for in exchange for free access to this staggering action with solid production value and mediocre commentary, might I add?
Yeah. We only ask you
is what?
Thumbs up, like, follow, subscribe, and say hi in the chat.
Oh, you added a wrinkle.
Yeah,
there.
That's okay, right?
Yeah, that's okay. You don't have to say hi.
Okay,
I mean, but
tell
the
us if you
follow,
like
and
it.
subscribe, absolutely. I think a very fair ask on our part in exchange for this. And if you haven't clicked it already, certainly this 4th frame warrants getting busy and doing so. Andy picks up 2 passengers.
哇，坐下去啦。
On flight ace-9 of diamonds, which turns into flight nut flush draw and a gut shot.
Gentlemen 吧，
But there's not much for Andy to get value from, so I'm going to guess that Handz and Elton Tsang are going to grab the parachute and jump
他
out.
赢这个，哎，准备啊？哦，
Chris 手痕啊，
King 10,
贏咗50幾萬係。
into the
贏幾
muck.
多？冇贏幾多錢？
冇阿 Tom 早數贏50幾萬。
啊？
誒唔係嗰個阿 Chris
，Chris
29啫。
跟住佢仲有16萬咩嘛？小象擲骰中贏咗16萬，再加29萬，贏咗
40幾咯。
40幾。
骰盅也算。
他都是攞
早就是 set 来了，微信塞了。
那个也是钱来的嘛。
不是，我是说这个是记在账上一起的，这不是他们私下结的吗？
什么都要搞一搞啦，现在还不搞不行啊。
Okay, we're going to open the Robbie and the cutoff Tan Xuan offsuit variety. It's a bit loose.
赢啊赢啊！
那个局能赢40几很厉害了吧？
我给的嘛，我给他30嘛。
Remember I was telling you about the stories that the guy's telling us about? And then he had Jack 4 offsuit. It's real. It's bottom pair versus top pair, though. Bad news for Tang against Handz,
本来是赢30几，
who hung in there.
转给他的吗？
Definitely going to lose some chips.
转了一个3条嘛。
20k C bet.
3 bet pot 来的嘛。
Hands of top pair, 10 kicker.
有，
那还好，150万啊，150个嘛。
Sitting comfy as he makes this check call.
哪里有最近一直给人家钱？最近没有啊，最近好一点点，一周一直给人家钱。
几注到你输的？
输300。
没建议打呀。
打U1裂开。
哦，是我走了以后你打了对吧？
Contemplating a double barrel.
我走我都没有位置了。
Trying to fold out
我被小吴拉。
pairs, Lord and the King.
57,000 now from Tan. Handz, by the way, he's flatted with less than this across multiple streets.
Average.
No, he can't be folding this one to Tan Xuan in turn.
一个底还要打鱿鱼。
哇，那个很大的，那个很大的。
你这个打起来。
No, sir.
So with 2 check calls, this heavily weights Handz' hand to top pair.
Backdoor club showing up, unblocked by Tan, but perhaps something that he doesn't think Handz is going to be able to produce on the river. And if that's the case, maybe he leans even harder.
He could. He can really just try to fold out a king if he tries to represent the backdoor clubs or something flopped. Gives up though.
没有人跟你玩，你一个人玩。
没有，我觉得其实。 我觉得那个200、400。
You know, Randy, for the bulk of the first 3 frames, frame 1 was about the hockey stick. Tan really shot up
10万底吗？还是5万底？
into the profit. Frames 2 and 3 kind of hovered.
Yep.
And now, all of a sudden, his chips are on fire sale.
Yes, they are.
然后不要紧，然后进炮嘛。但是如果说你把鱿鱼打得太大，桌上人
会推的，经常会推。
对，有股份关系或者什么，让一个鱿鱼会不开心的，真的。所以我觉得他只要
以前他弄那个 Super U1那个不能打了嘛，肯定会打到吵架的嘛，是不是？
我觉得意思一下就可以了。
我很早就讲了。
那个太早，上次我。
那个5个3倍，我们2个我占你股份，你知道我让你拿喽。
对啊，这个就。
那个肯定吵架的嘛。
不能太大，不能太大。
And he Tang with King Jack, making it $10,000.
但是大鱿鱼好玩，大鱿鱼是好玩，就是。
I also love how this crew is just like, yeah, we're just leaving the straddle on for the rest of the night and the last frame. No more saying, one more round of straddles.
No, this is, guys.
This is default now.
I dare somebody to not put the straddle out when it comes up now. 7-5 deuce. Neither of these hands. In this neighborhood. But Danny.
Andy will be coming in with that ace of diamonds and jack high. Ace jack high, I mean.
You surprised at the c-bet from King Jack, given, you know, that the defense from the straddle certainly skews more toward that board texture than Danny's open does?
Not necessarily. I think it's all right. Also, there's a lot of check folds on this flop.
Not with ace-jack and ace of diamonds, and it turns into a wheel draw as well as the best hand. On the turn, Danny does not barrel once more. Queen on the end.
Let's see if Danny wants to try to fold out an ace high. Might feel that Andy, if he was holding a 7 or a queen, would bet. But ace jack is good.
No pressure applied by Danny on the end. Andy able to produce the ace-jack free of charge for a winner. You know, we've not mentioned it all day just because everything that's been happening on our screen has been so riveting. But remember, this is a cash game invitational. But we've got more than one table of action. The minor league game is
the minor league game. It's big
off
though.
Camera,
too,
still big. 501K. But every now and again you hear things breaking out over there, and I would imagine final frame for them, even though it's not on stream, could be equally as spicy.
You know
what would be an interesting concept? I know you're not a sports guy.
I'll listen though.
But there's a number of football fans here at Triton. Danny Tang, a big one. The top team in the second division moves up into the first division at the end of every season, and the bottom team in the first division moves down. It's called promotion and relegation. Imagine if whoever was the big winner yesterday, or, you know, today as it were, tonight, tomorrow comes over and plays the mainstream game, parlaying whatever it is that they picked up there, but having to play twice the stakes. And then whoever got showered for the most amount in a punitive sort of exercise has to go down and play the smaller game.
Do you know how mad the biggest loser would be?
Yeah, I do, Randy. What about me says to you, I'm worried about it. That's the whole point. Then you really don't want to be big loser. You think the fourth frame spicy now? Imagine if we put that wrinkle in. Ace King. The wrinkle to 36,000 over the top of boss's ace jack open.
Sorry, I'm talking over you for some. Where do you get these ideas?
Come on, man. I'm the minister of mischief. You know me.
睡觉了，我说唐老板睡觉了。冲累了没冲起来，算了，累了。
哎，哇，输钱了现在的。
How'd you do last night? I lost 1.5 million. What are you going to play today?
输了。
Half the stakes.
150。
Good luck.
拿了150。刚才都已经到7、80了。
Queen 8-5 rainbow. Neither of the ace highs connecting.
Tough texture to c-bet, so he checks it back.
Not
much has changed.
Yeah.
喝个咖啡。
哎呀，
不喝咖啡的。他们都吃不饱还喝咖啡。
If you got ace king in a spot and your opponent checks you twice, you should be happy trying to show this one down.
你都不冲，我都冲半天，冲得累死。
我冲了好几把了，
撞得我头破血流。
我不是越冲越死吗？
那你代表是什么 A 什么？
As played, both players with reasonable showdown value, although the ace jack often doesn't win. It's also hard to get Esti to fold. Keep checking.
Feels like it's got showdown. Unfortunately. For boss, that's the one ace high that beats us.
这么多牌，还是 ST 厉害。到双位就有牌了。对啊。
他最厉害是他不中还可以赢，这个是重点。
KK 不用中。
老板现在没有输赢，输一点点。
10多万。
啊，那么赢。算了算了，这样这样。
A limp from Elton. Might have lost his appetite a little bit. He looks a bit dejected. 10-6 off check back though, understandable. Flush draw, straight draw for Elton. 10K lead.
Well, Xuan is requesting a coffee. So you get that over to him quickly. He's going to... A brown bowl would be nice for him.
Oh, of course, that's when we christened the Vietnamese iced coffees during our Hoi An festival in Vietnam. Remember one of our staff had to go to the emergency room because they underestimated the caffeine levels?
He has to go to emergency room, and you're laughing, buddy.
Well, because he's all right, but I mean, he started having heart palpitations. You got to go easy, man. The Vietnamese iced coffee is built different. This ain't Folgers or Columbia or, you know, like Dunkin' Donuts. I mean, this is, you know.
Yeah, it's
you
not
know what it is?
down.
It's the difference between fentanyl and, you know, garden variety heroin. Not that I know, but, you know, it's like with the fentanyl, they're like, hey, man, if you breathe this stuff from a distance, you're just showered. You know, that's Vietnamese iced coffee. You got to take it easy.
Yeah, I want to just stop now, Ollie.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
What's that? I think you will be
Cool. Give that advice to our man who was throwing back the Vietnamese iced coffees. The condensed milk not doing you any favors either in that spot, by the way.
Not. But it makes it tasty.
Oh, yeah, for
you
sure.
know what they have.
Queen 10 versus 9-9, open-ender, and Andy doesn't want to see a 9 roll off.
No chance to win the ball.
Yeah, but full-size hands are very, very painful.
Maybe if I was winning, it's easier, but he's losing.
Checking, facing the bet of 10.
Could have got even. I don't know.
2 outs actually in Andy's hand for Xuan, and he's already thinking about check raising, isn't he?
You have it.
He just wants to build pots, and whenever there's that longer hesitation, it's always upstairs.
你不是相信我，是你没货。
我有货，很大的货。
很大的货，一开货是吧？
要看吗？
不要看。哪能相信我？
Xuan's check raise to 40,000 with the draw. Earns him the pot there.
Can I still have a wet towel? Or a warm towel?
Patty with ice and lemon, please. Thank you.
心太大。
You know, we've been privileged to travel the world, Randy, you and I, alongside these Triton legends, covering our festivals and now this cash game invitational. Some of the prettiest rooms in which you could ever hope to play poker have definitely been a part of the process. Les Ambassadeurs in London, that historic VIP area upstairs, just super ornate and storied. And then thinking of Monte Carlo, the sporting.
Oh, that one's lovely.
The convertible roof and then the dramatic curtains that get opened up. You just look out onto the Mediterranean Sea. Here we are on the coast of the Adriatic. In the background.
Triton knows luxury.
That it does. In the foreground, Indies Ace King, turning into a Broadway gutter against Handz' pocket eights, which defended against the open. 11,000 ahead. Now a follow through of 13 from Andy.
Getting looked up by the eights. Three clubs on the turn. It's a great card for Andy. Just still keep betting. I know it doesn't improve him, but there's a lot of check call hands on the flop that just has to check fold. 7x, 10x, they'd have a lot of trouble if you size up a lot. He's going to check it though, giving himself to hit that king.
Binky. Third overcard to Handz' eights.
Yeah, Handz almost got a chance to see showdown cheaply.
Provided that Andy wouldn't have been bluffing. Unclear. But here, this is just stone value. Oh, that's not bashful. 47,000.
Excuse me. I have the same one. One more.
The way it's sized, it's not supposed to be a queen or a 10. So we're looking in terms of value, King X plus. Handz might be thinking some of these King X's, Ace King, King Jack, bet the turn at some frequencies, so hence why he's thinking a bit. Even like an Ace Jack might bet the turn.
Remember, this is pre-flop raise, C-bet flop, check back turn, come with almost full pot river. Into the bin go the eights properly.
Good choice.
Pick the king.
I thought of Andy's nickname.
You got one. Okay, let's hear it.
Andy. 谢谢你. Because Elizabeth with the thank you so much, you know, and if you keep winning pots off of people, the 谢谢你. Of course, this is Mandarin
playing
for
off
thank
of
you.
his name.
Yeah,
it's
off of his name.
just
it's kind of, isn't it?
it's cool, but it's just a little long. You know what I mean?
What are you, the nickname police? What are the rules to this?
Okay. Ace deuce is the hand of Tan Xuan, isn't it? Put in a 4-bet earlier against Danny to 110,000. Didn't win that one. Now he's 3-betting ace deuce off.
I don't think Tan really cares a whole lot about specifically what it is that he's being dealt right about now. He's been seeing red. Elton blocks and gets shown the deuce. Ton loves it.
没有插一个腿，其实3个人玩也可以吧？那个三个的
，3个都是 ST 发明出来。
这个游戏就是我发明的。
哦，是你发明的。对，3个人也，但3个人很激烈的，3个人更大，其实再大了一倍，每1倍都半倍了。
3个人玩1000的了。
啊
？3个人玩几个小时玩1000的了。
啊，
打打牌吧。
7-6 suited for hands in a small blind. Danny opens the button.
小张可以打1000。
啊，
小张可以打1000。
啊
Queen Jack
这个也可以。1000我觉得。
Handz decides he wants privacy.
Yeah.
Fine.
And Danny gives him ultimate privacy as he lays it down, and Handz is the only man standing. 7 of hearts gets shown.
Fuck. 哎呀。谁是 Shadow 啊 ？Rob。Shadow。
谁都可以试。
哦，
你也可以试。
他们回香港没打了，这张谁？
打了1两。
Okay, we playing a 7 deuce game or no?
Not that I recall. Handz gets away with one. He's got a little alter ego on him, Handz. You know, most of the time, like 95% of the time, it's like, you know, everything checks out.
You know that movie Split?
James McAvoy, M. Night Shyamalan movie, I think.
Yes,
that was a really good one, by the way. Mostly because of that performance turned in.
Eight, yes. Anti, yeah.
20.
Double straddle is on. Handz. Baby suited connector takes us up to 20.
I kind of wonder if Xuan is going to be defending this just out of wanting to play hands. He's grabbing 20K.
I got news for you. You may not see it, but Tan's nuclear reactor is approaching core meltdown right now. He's boiling. And he's behind.
Oh, he's ahead.
Oh, he's ahead. Sorry. He's got the jack kicker. Forgive me.
He knows that he's dominating the 5.
Yeah, right. On this ace-high board, he faces the follow-through of 15,000 from the man who has been largely sound, hasn't produced riffraff at Showdown much at all. Tan peeling and unappealing is this king. Handz quickly checks back.
You know, maybe these 5s actually turn itself into a bluff. The way this one's running out. Doesn't. Still going to win.
Important pickup there, not just monetarily, but spiritually for Tan.
Yeah.
Cooling the reactor a little bit. Well, if you're into crypto and you're into sports betting, we got news for you. Our friends over at Tether.bet are going to give you a 100% deposit bonus and slap on an extra 10 USDT complimentary bet if you're one of the first 100 people to sign up as a new player and use the code Triton when doing so. Head over to Tether.bet. Get in on the fun.
Sitting on.
唔知邊個。
Penang 嗰個 Anson 啊，你識㗎啦，馬拉 Anson 啊，
贏過，
即
係公開嘅，
公開 Poker Dream 搞嘅。
哦係咩？
係啊，
Poker Dream 有搞過。
係啊，
这个真的有人搞啊？
有，但是
Well, Randy, we're at just north of 900 likes on YouTube for the session, and I gotta say, I'm not impressed. We cleared 1,000 playing smaller stakes the other day, way smaller pots relative to tonight.
13張啊
This frame alone, worth a mash of the like button. You guys know where I'm going with this. We charge you nothing in exchange for access.
Just a finger tap or a click of a mouse.
Mouse over to the little thumbs up. Click it, mash it. I don't know if unclicking it and re-clicking it does anything. Maybe it makes the hearts light up on my screen, but, you know, make it happen.
What if I told you this, chat? If you make it happen, we are more likely to have a cash game invitational number 2.
If you make it happen, Randy will personally transfer 0.00001 BTC into your wallets. Just post your address.
What?
I don't know. I just came up with that promotion now.
I don't even know what that converts to. Is that a lot?
I don't know. I don't know if I put enough point zeros in there. This could get pricey for you, my friend. Although with the recent crypto sell-off, less pricey than it would have been a week ago. Ace 4 suited. The open from ST. Rob, flatting King 8 suited. Danny defends. With the heart version, out of the straddle. 3 players, 41,000 in the middle. And how about that flop for Danny? Gut shot, straight flush draw. Just the wheel draw and backdoor spades for ST. Betting lead in the 3-way affair. He follows through for 16 dimes.
Danny could play this aggressively. Check call works as well. Comes in with the ladder.
Another 32K in the middle. Board pairing 9 of diamonds rolls off as we're down to heads up.
Quite disappointing for both, I'd imagine. Maybe Danny is tinkering with the idea of leading the 9? Because he hasn't checked just yet. It is his type of card, and he is going to do just that. 23,000.
You know, it's his board as the straddle defender, way more so than it is ST's. And the thing about it is when we lead out in the spot, it's a really handcuffing sort of spot, even for the big hands that ST might have.
You have to go.
Provided that it's not a boat or a 9X.
No,
but yeah, it's handcuffing because even if ST has an overpair, he has to be fearful of the 9.
A bowl in Cyprus. I'll go. I'll take the kids there because like family hotel. Have to go many places. But I want to cut down on like the long travel.
Do more short traveling.
Yeah, it's just impossible with the children. I went to Vegas, it was like jet lag for like 4 or 5 days.
Why your children don't need to go to school?
They have to go to school.
Oh, that was a holiday.
Yeah, now holidays. But
children go to school, they can't travel with you.
No. No, not now, no. Indy's 6. She's at school. Bobby's at school in 6 months. No, they can't.
Bobby.
Maybe when they're a bit older, it's not so bad.
King 5 suited, dominated, but defending the straddle.
He's shy.
Against ST.
Bobby, no, he's not shy.
No?
Paired flop.
Don't like
C-bet of 10K.
Asian, Chinese, tall guy me. I don't like monster.
Yeah, Monte Carlo's short distance. Triton in Monte Carlo, that's a short distance.
Yeah.
I think when you're when you're an old dad like me, I mean I'm 52. You want to see them grow up, don't you?
Of course.
If I was younger, like in my 30s, I can probably skip it
and get another one.
And see them getting older.
Get another one.
Get another one, no. But I put it.
That's what we do.
I've probably got a really short window. Let's be honest.
No, you good.
So,
did this just get morbid?
It did a little bit.
America's
I don't
a
think
killer.
Rob's
Vegas jet
terminal
lag
or
killed us
anything.
so much. I got COVID again in Vegas. Like, too much.
How'd you even know it's COVID anymore? No, but
Well, because my PA also caught it, and she tested when she got back to the UK, and she had COVID. Yeah. I'm assuming it was the same with me. But then I got back and it was like 5 days bad jet lag.
Okay.
You know, get the kids in the morning at 6 and no sleep. It's just like messes me up.
Boss. Defends.
Short chips are all right though.
Ace-8 suited, comes
School
up
holidays is
empty
okay.
on a board that yields top pair to
Did you bring
Tang.
the kids to Vegas? No.
13K
I
follow-up.
was going to, but then at last minute,
with no
decided
diamond
to
on the
bring them
flop.
here instead. So they were going to
Not
come
going
to
to
Vegas,
call.
and then decided to bring them here instead.
Good choice.
So.
Okay, guys, so we're gonna play 2 more rounds, and then we stop recording. If you wish to play after that,
Lisa?
Thank you. 咱都两个圈就停了。
So yeah, I was.
停了，暂停了，台都关完了。
2 more rounds remaining.
知道怎么睡觉啊？他们睡不着。
That means that Tan Xuan is like, time to get playing.
Sounds like round of quadruple straddles, guys.
不可以关。明天8点钟。
还有百家乐，百家乐。做一点生意。
Guys, I'm going to sit out the next 2 rounds and stick to my room. If you're playing after, I'll come and play after, but...
OK。结束了是吧？
没有，他先回房间。
Looks like some
will most likely
fatherly duties being tended to by Rob, so he will not be a part of these final 2 rounds on stream. However, as alluded to by Elton, I believe, some suspicions that the game will carry on after hours.
I mean, that's just based on the mood of the players. Elton's down, Tan Xuan wants to play. I think the game will possibly continue.
是人家输的那个看，不是别人看。你把把看我的牌。
Follow through a second pair and take it
不
for
在里
Elton.
面的也看。
对啊，不是，就是要最后一个输的那个有权
我觉得那个人
看嘛
看才可以。
你妈的，旁边的人要看的没意思。
对。规矩弄错了。
Canada is a large country, Rob. That's New York time, I think.
Sunday.
Tan. Ace-9 upstairs. King-Jack suited for ST in the big.
Yeah.
Repops to 50. That should usher the King-10 offsuit toward the exits.
I imagine why they allow this when tournament and all that.
It shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone can be playing for you. Right? Tell you what to do.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Huh?
I don't know why.
People like listening to music to relax.
I know, a tournament, you know. Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, they probably shouldn't allow ear set in tournament. I think it's. I mean, in poker in general, you should not be listening to music. Fuck, it's like.
Disrespectful.
Uh huh.
No.
Double straddle is on. Andy has his sights on it with ace-deuce off.
He's telling Tan Xuan to defend our straddles. I think he will with the 7-6 offsuit. Straddle clubs in.
Another 18K. Bringing the pot to 62. Ace, queen, jack. Not at all what Tan had in mind. Wet texture for Andy, but he can rep it.
Protection to be had for the ace-deuce. It is the weakest ace, so if you are going to check some, I'm going to do those. But he is checking out of position, which is dangerous.
Hearts arrive. Andy checking once more. Tan contemplating whether or not there's a path to victory here with dust.
Yeah, wrong color.
Thinks not for the time being. Now, a fourth heart and 2 straight draws as a double 4-liner.
This
And
board
four
is
show up.
pretty gross for the ace deuce. Feels like a check decide based on sizings.
Check.
Yeah. 越发越难看，越发越难看。Nuts. Nut.
Full shutdown post flop there.
曼联呢？对，曼城对切尔西嘛的。
You at all surprised to see Tan not get after it with 0 showdown value there?
曼城对切尔西已经
I'm
2-0
not
了。
because
曼联对利物
I
浦
think that
在美国
Andy has proper call ranges there, and he's calling more than just a flush. So he's willing to call with even a single pair of aces, I think. I think he would have called.
就上了一个赌口。
So if someone's playing very straightforward where they only call for flush, then you have a lot of reason to bet. But nowadays people realize on these 4 flush boards,
哈兰进了2球。
kind of just don't have it too often.
ST, King Queen. Has Tan in trouble, and Xuan with that Andy knee flat in between. You could sense wanted to squeeze. And the grip is around his own neck with King Jack for the time being.
This is one of the better holdings Tan has shown up with in 3-bet pots as a aggressor. ST can't fold King Queen. Hand's too good against this player.
OK，给你们玩。
$149,000 out there. Queen in the window, followed by a 10 and a 7, though. Tan, King of Hearts works, open-ender, betting lead, but a lack of position here against top pair.
Yeah, it's quite a spicy flop. $1.2 million deep.
Third pot flick.
Yeah, 1/3 pot. ST in position, top pair. Pretty much an easy call. I kind of feel like Tan Xuan should often be betting this turn. His hand has just got so much equity. It is king high after all, and he can really try and get a 10 or 7 to fold. Even hands like ace jack, they won't be looking to call another barrel.
Chewing hard on this 249K spot. Tan comes with 225.
Man, that's a big bet.
And by the way, it could be followed with an even bigger one. Esti asking for a count, I assume, and this is part of the hazard of being forced to sit 2 million deep. Is Tang can put so much pressure on something like one pair here.
Look,
I don't know that he's finding the muck here.
He's probably not, but it's it's scary.
Yeah, if all of a sudden unimproved on the river, we face the rest of it potentially. I mean, at least something like full pot. Where does that leave us?
Full pot would be like 700,000. 700,000. That would be big. It's not unreasonable that Tan Xuan can just say, let's see all of it. So there's the 225 he's cutting out.
Yep.
Man, I'm excited about this river card.
699 in the middle. Xuan was hunting a 9 or an ace, instead now makes the jack. You're leaning back, Randy, as if to signify that perhaps it's too much hand for him to go blasting at this river.
I think so. He does beat Handz at this point. Esti could be holding an ace-10. They got a little sticky. There's some... Esti could have king-jack himself. 10 out of hearts he beats. But he also could turn this king-jack into a bluff. Think about it. He's got ace-king. Esti, very unlikely, given its button versus straddle. Esti often would 4-bet that pre. He has blockers to 2-pair, but he's going to check and try to take the showdown down, and king-queen, happy.
And by the way, ST not expecting it to be good based on the look on his face, but very pleased to find out that it was. And the free fall continues for Tan Xuan here late into this 4th frame. On day 3, Randy, he's gone from big winner to big loser. And is showing no signs of letting up.
I'll tell you who's a big winner, though. He already was. ST.
哦，然后勾有秀大位的一定要转机啊，我有可能红头。
So you force me to start it?
很难 call 了。对啊。
Boss.
Boss, you fell asleep? He did the jungle?
He did the jungle.
我有银牌的嘛？对，他有银牌。对，他有银牌。
Queen 10 suited, promptly folded, and he can resume snooze.
到我了。
Can't blame him, by the way. We are approaching 3:30 a.m. local time here in Montenegro.
Jack 10 suited. Danny's got pocket 9s in position. This is a hand you can actually 3-bet for value, but you know, given you're so deep, you're like, you know what? Let's just contain the pot a little bit.
So deep in, you know, dealing with what feels like a more than average level of volatility across the way in Tan Xuan, who's got air, but is barreling 15. Danny knows that 9s can be good a good chunk of the time here.
Of course. Mandatory call.
That's not a bad card for Tang.
Also not really a great card for Tan Xuan to multi-barrel on as he continues to dwindle.
That check was an important one for more than the obvious reasons that he has Jack High and Danny might be hanging in there. For me, it just shows that he's not in full-blown blast-off mode, you know?
I mean, are we sure?
I mean, yeah, he's pumped the brakes after the flop here. Well served. Double pair texture now.
There's actually value to be had for Danny with these 2 9s. I'm not sure if he's going to bet.
What calls us?
I could see a 7x calling. Yeah.
No hesitation. Check fold there from Tang. Understandably. It's Danny extending his profit. You know, I watch a lot of this show called Air Emergency or Air Disasters. It's like had all kinds of, like Mayday. It's been called a whole bunch of different things. Smithsonian Channel, Nat Geo for a while. And every time, you know, they're reenacting, there's always that moment where the computer in the cockpit, there's like a pull up, pull up. That's the vibe I get right now for Tan Xuan's stack, because he's just sailing toward the earth at an alarming pace, right?
Yeah.
Ace-5 suited, activating boss. 10-4 suited, hanging in. Lack of interaction in both camps. Little third pot tickler.
Handz does have backdoor hearts. What if he just comes in with check raise all of a sudden? No, he just has that determined look.
Yeah, you know. It's so weird that you said it, Randy. This guy's kind of all over you. Very pesky. Fights for every pot, it feels like, and just...
He's tough.
He's really tough. He's deceptively tough.
Mm-hmm.
And dare I say, he may not be classified as a VIP next time he comes around, if he comes around. Just for the record. Turning into performance that's a little bit too solid. I'm putting him under suspicion.
Yeah, all right, detective. You stay with your pest control business. 7-5 offsuit for Elton. 10 Xuan, Queen 4 suited, and he's coming in.
Wants to play one from the button, just desperate to win a big pot. So Elton has 3 passengers, 2 diamonds, 2 nines, and a 4. Tang with the best hand.
Finally.
Take it, sir. We draw closer and closer to the conclusion of day 3. Limited opportunities remaining. Tang seizing this one with the red 4s. Suited connector plus the button. That's a hand that's not getting mucked.
I think it's crossing his mind is, should I 3-bet this one?
Sure.
He is going to do it. When you attack, you really want to do it in position.
再送给他。那个对他有点大，我们可以免沾他个什么？
他昨天赢那么多，不要沾了吧。
Tang gonna look for a 4 as he makes the call. Pure coin flip. What a flop for Danny Tang.
Pair and the flush draw.
你给他那个也是一个好的办法，有时候我们
checks over.
我长期打10，但是他上来打一会儿就没意思了。你可以给他先充，你可以给他先充电。
Danny betting 35.
你给他先充电。 他就不觉得大了。
Yeah. I think Danny in particular in Tan's mind is a guy who's just going to have it more often than not against him.
Yeah, I see that. Danny's just playing good solid poker. Just taking the profit.
Honest bet. Proper fold.
机会来了。机会来了。干什么？
16000追速很快的。
哦，听人劝，吃饱饭。
16000追速很快。
16000。
4s again for Tang. Oh, did he put on the 16 straddle?
First one we've seen so far in this cash game invitational. So Andy Nee will welcome ace-5 suited into the single straddle. Elton's got a playable 1 and 2 red 6s in the double, and then the pocket 4s in the triple straddle. Paul is going to open the pot from the small blind with red 10s. Here we go. 65 if you do. Andy, ace-5 suited just steps away.
I mean, it's $65,000 and it's for a single raise.
I'm just saying.
You know what I mean, though? He's like, you know what? It's a good hand, but I'll step this one out. But he's going to get called in 2 spots here, Ollie. 6s and 4s.
Tom's got to be thinking, eventually, surely, I'm going to hit a set or win a big one.
要追速，你也没办法了。
对，真的没办法。最好的机会一个晚上，我要告诉你，就是这一把了。
Over 200K out there. And the 4 in the window, bottom set for Tan. A merciful jack on the flop in terms of boss's prospects to save chips here.
But he might still lose a bet at some point, just because Tang is so loose. He might think the 10s are good.
Doesn't see bet.
Does Elton think he's got the best hand? Kind of seems like it with the tank. He's going to check, though.
Lick of the lips.
他八个是30、40、50是吧？50处。
Wants to know how much Paul's playing. Decides accordingly.
54哦。
In position, a barrel of 88,000 from Tang. Boy, this is just such an awkward spot from this point forward for Paul. First off, he's got Elton behind him. I'm not sure how worried he is about that. But if he does call Tang, he knows what kind of mindset he's in under normal circumstances. He's just unraveled
there you
a whole bunch, and he's going to have position on you in a big pot. So boss does let go of those 2 10s, and he's beaten, but not in the way I think he expected.
Yeah, I think you're completely right about that. Is he might think he's good, but is he willing to call down multiple barrels? against a guy who's been showing that 2 6s making the call here.
Yeah, boss's exit actually puts Elton in the position to play sheriff. 382K pot now. King on the turn. Backdoor spade draw arriving.
Tan's hoping that Elton's got a jack that can pay off. The king doesn't tend to improve Elton that often unless it's 2 pair. It just feels like the main target should be Jack X.
If it is, though, you want to make sure that you price in a way that that jack is still going to be interested. 200,000 into 382, north of half pot.
This sizing makes a lot of sense. Because the king is slightly scary. Although it shouldn't really be in Tan Xuan's range that often.
I'll tell you what's scary is a steamy Tan Xuan.
A steamy one that makes hands.
Yeah. Hasn't made a lot of them. This time he's got one.
Elton is very suspicious.
Yeah, all the suspicion in the world, though, and you still have to consider future game implications of calling and bringing this pot to 782 and playing 583 effective from there. You could very easily see Tan just stuffing on the end.
His hand is just so weak, but he doesn't think Tan's got it.
Yeah. You know what's weird? For like a brief moment, I thought Elton was going to do something psychotic and raise. I don't know why. But you know what I mean? If you're like, okay, Tan doesn't have it, let me just try to steal it here. But he's got to have some equity, you would think.
You need some kind of hand to want to do that with, but I think we're both on the right track that Elton doesn't believe Tan Xuan at this moment.
Who does?
I mean, ever normally, but even more so now.
3条4啊，打6万多啊 ，pre flop
牌上头，
一个8000，一个16000，打6万5啊。
没有，他妈的。
对，我搞错了，我因为是 Elton 那个。
flop 要打 ，flop 怎么打哦？
I'm pretty sure I know what Santo means. By the way, Elton reaching out and forcing Tan into a double straddle involuntarily. And how pleased is Tan going to be about that, considering he's going to welcome Jacks to his doorstep? Handz. Pocket threes. As the night's gone on, by the way, I've turned it more and more German. It's hands, and I keep saying Handz.
Yeah, you do say Handz.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
I guess because you're saying Tan? Is that why?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Okay.
哦，他认识了啊，搞他。
哎呀，上头。
Ace 4 suited.
I feel something brewing here, right? Tan Xuan is going to squeeze this up, and I just feel like Elton is going to continue.
给你偷掉了。
The vibe I'm getting.
I'm so relieved, by the way, because when you stood up and you said that, I thought perhaps you had maybe eaten something that didn't agree with you earlier. But the brew is for real. And all of a sudden, this cup of Joe grows to $110.
You know what Handz is thinking? Why are you double straddling? Now I've got to put 110 to see, try and set my. I would have called maybe 50 or 60 if it was single straddle.
Oh man,
Elton's out of position. It's a little nasty, but man, he just doesn't believe at the moment. You know, like so much. Tan's frequency recently is just so high.
These two guys are stuck. Elton much more so, and getting unstuck here with very few hands left to play.
That's funny. Their battles.
This is definitely an opportunity for the Ace 4 of clubs, who loved seeing that deuce of clubs in the window, did not really enjoy the 8 king of diamonds behind it.
all pots has been bigger than 300k.
One overcard to the jacks. Elton checking, $250,000 in the middle.
Not the perfect flop for Tan Xuan by any means, but Elton's got loose ranges too, and kind of feels like you want to bet small. Kind of go like 60, 70, 80k or so.
65, right in that wheelhouse.
How much of a non-believer is Elton as he brings the deuce closer to his ace-4 clubs and just think, maybe I just hit some miracles on the turn? Maybe it checks through, I can steal it. What if he's even thinking about check raising? Oh, gosh.
Option C. Elton taking it upstairs, and now suddenly for Tan things get complicated. We have no diamond. And we certainly recognize that Elton could have plenty of King X. Under normal circumstances, a check call from the King X?
No, but Elton definitely has King X in his range. Remember, he had check raised and got that King 8 suited against aces earlier in the session for 250 big blinds deep on an 8-high flop.
But so I don't know whether or not Tan has gotten wind of that.
No, they did, because they got in on a turn.
It did show down?
Showed down on the turn. Yeah.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is Elton's value range does actually contain King X.
Meaning check raises with top pair, basically.
Correct. Even though King X normally doesn't check raise a flop. There's the call, and there's 598,000 in the middle. And look at the hands and the board texture.
Queen of spades on the turn. A second overcard to Tan. And you see Elton, was that a brisk check with the index finger tapping on the forearm?
Extremely fast, yes. This is not easy for Tan Xuan. Checking it back. Looks like Elton's done with it. Figure that if Tan Xuan was just messing around pre, would have just folded to the flop check raise.
Took his one shot, it would seem. And is Tan contemplating whether or not he needs to turn jacks into a bluff suddenly?
It does check right there. So I guess that tapping wasn't a check.
Yeah, yeah, interesting because we listed it. Unblocking diamonds is good for Tan.
Jacks has got enough showdown.
You see Elton say Toji. And Tan will be very thrilled to pick that one up at Elton's expense.
不敢了，不敢了，唐老板。
现在血液冲顶的，千万不要偷，像昨天一样被你们偷回水。
要别人偷，你今天还是想别人偷你？
昨天输100都被他们偷回来。
乱搞。都是我帮你呀，唐老板。
还差点进呐，兄弟啊！还差点力道啊！
兄弟够意思，都是你把他拉。
我帮他。绝对牌，上头。
痛打上头的。
Guess who?
These two.
Back again, Jack 9-8, Elton. Performing far better than the Ace-4 did moments ago in that massive exchange. Very wet texture, though, and he'll see bet 25,000. small refund.
3、8哥啊，对球给他们，打死他们。我第一枪我都不知打这么一点。
Xuan seems to be in better spirits now.
对球啊，给他们打死他们呐。
I have a theory.
Let's hear the theory.
On why?
Oh,
I don't think it's complex.
哦，那是脱掉的。
妈的，艾特一看就没牌，我是上头。
哪一个？
A lot of big hands, by the way,
说
have been
3条4
emerging
嘛
in the straddle
真三
position.
条四啊？
真3条4。
Hands. King 10.
没错。
我都可能来10嘞，等一下。
啊？
哎，来9嘞。
来9。哎，你们都进保险柜了，我不跟你玩了。啊？我就跟你玩一下算了，他们都是在保险柜里面玩。
It's kind of funny. Triton grabbed calling chips or raising chips with 7-3 suited. Saw who was up against. Like, you know what? No, it's not Elton. I'm out. Not gonna play it. And 7-3 would have flopped trip 7s.
Yep. 2 quick checks.
Danny?
Queen's full on the turn now for Danny.
Danny called the raise pre. Did he not?
Yeah.
He didn't 3-bet it.
没关系嘛，我们打我们的嘛。
Interesting.
Flop went check, check, and now Danny trying to induce, which he does successfully. Just 10K.
一会儿有谁不打？他们补位啊。有没有人不打的？应该没有啊。
我觉得后备桌应该没人要打吧。
啊？
我觉得后备桌他们应该没人。
Danny has so much of his board, and his opponent didn't see bet the flop.
有人会打。
Hard for Handz to have a really big hand.
乱搞啊！
Still gonna try and
You're
check
right.
raise and build a pot.
他们 ？OK OK。
你要打？你赢吗？
No further interest. Understandably, out of the king high for Handz.
虎哥打不打虎哥？输40-50啊？
输20多，给他们打死。在这边放忙住他，看他们表演。
打10万输40-50啊？你比我输还多。输他妈的想冲刺一下冲到沟里面去了。赢60也等于输，输60也是等于输，都是输。
Boss.
140。
Jack 9 suited. Early position raise. Andy plays his suited ace 9, which dominates as a flat.
昨天赢了。你前天全是赢。
10-9 in there as well. 2 spades, 2 jacks, and a 4. This is all boss.
500嘛，全送给谭老板，今天需要200万给他了。
啊妈的，我还输钱呢，输200。哈哈。你翻几倍就是。
哎呀，今天对他太好了，我看他平时就。
Curious to see if Andy wants to continue with that ace high backdoor clubs paired board. Some reason, but against the early position raise, I guess it's not so lucrative.
Disappointingly, no action for the 12K barrel. But chips headed Paul's direction is a welcome sight, as far as he's concerned.
Last end or last two?
最后我是开始的。
你开始啊？
抓一个，抓一个，兄弟！你这么多不抓一个？
主播不能听别人的。
你真的是抠。
抠是什么意思？
抠门。
孤寒。
抠门。
So, I believe 2 hands remaining officially. 9s for Esti. Asks for more.
我也不陪他玩了。
我们2个单挑了。
单挑好，
单挑欧马。
Last game 啊？
我不去了。
Boss. Won't defend.
Finish.
你打不打？
打什么不打？
TV finish 嘛。
Seems like that was the last hand.
Yeah, I thought perhaps a second one had been negotiated by
I don't want
Andy
this
and
to
Esti.
end, man. But it does.
All good things do. And for Esti, it was the best of things. A $1.2 million winning session. Handz quietly. 567 in the green. Danny Tang, the late arrival, manages a 380K win. Xuan unraveled into the red deeply, but then managed to bounce. And being 36K winner is not really going to be pleasing to him, considering how much he was up at one point. But nevertheless, better than being in the red. Andy Nee, Rob, Yong, and Boss all down reasonable amounts in a very unreasonable burial for Elton Tsang. I would imagine this game's going to continue after hours, but for now, we must say goodbye. Don't forget to set your clocks to 6 p.m. Montenegro time, as Randy and I will be back to preside over another 8 hours of a full week's worth of Triton Cash Game Invitational. We'll see ya.